Oriental Institute. Welcome to this international conference. And we start with official greetings and call the rector of Pontifical Oriental Institute, Father David Nazar.
As we've come to speak about ecumenism, we should begin with a prayer to the Holy Spirit. So we'll sing a prayer in Ukrainian for those who know the prayer. Please join in and please stand. Царю небесний, утішителю душі істини, що всюди все наповняєш, скарби ніби життя подати. І очисти нас від усякої скверни, і спаси благі душі наші. Please be seated. After welcoming the Holy Spirit, I'd like to welcome you all. We have people from many different parts of the world, many parts of the structure of different churches, but we all come here as brothers and sisters in one spirit. And that's the way I would like to welcome you all. I'm from Canada, born in Toronto, of Ukrainian origin. And in Canada, Canada was a country that was not created with a state religion. In fact, before the creation of the country, there were already 5 religions in the country, and so they all have rights in the Constitution of Canada. And what it led to was an unpoliticized flavor of religion, such that after the Second Vatican Council, ecumenism started with the authorities of the churches, and discussions, theological discussions, that eventually included Jews and Muslims in these discussions. And the main concentration was about the social reality in Canada. Justice, injustice, prejudices, lack of prejudices, how the country, the flavor of the country could be improved. And it trickled down from the authorities to people. In my second life, or probably my third, I went to Ukraine in 2002. And there the flavor of ecumenism was very different. On the one hand, you could go to any church and see any kind of Christian. You could go to a Latin Rite church and people were blessing themselves like this. You could go to an Eastern church, whether Orthodox or Catholic, and people would bless themselves like this. There was one Jesuit of the Latin Rite who was working in a town in Ukraine, and he loved to catechize children. All of the churches sent their children to him. I'm not sure if that was out of laziness or out of inspiration, but he was the catechist for all denominations in the village. And the perception for me was that people accept ecumenism. It's not a big issue for them. But when you go up higher up the food chain, there were all sorts of discussions about what church should be the state church, what church should have this property, how come that property went to that church and didn't come to us. And so the fight was, at the higher level, when the people had resolved, in a certain sense, the issue. And today we're seeing something similar with Islam. We're even seeing something similar with Hinduism in India. Jose Casanova from the United States points out that where the faith, the religion, the church finds itself in the social structure determines the possibilities of ecumenism. If it's heavily associated with the authority of the state, ecumenism is very difficult. If it is not, ecumenism has more possibilities. So let today be something not only for us, for our histories, for our present and our future, but also a witness to all sorts of other religions and countries and nationalities that are facing this similar kind of issue. So as we said at the beginning, we want the Holy Spirit to be with us. May that be so. Thank you. I would like to call Ed Farrugia, Father Edward Farrugia, to introduce the following speakers.
Welcome everybody. I wish first of all to greet at a distance His Beatitude, Patriarch Sviatoslav Shevchuk. He sends his regrets, but sent many Ukrainians to represent him. Then I wish to greet His Eminence, Cardinal Kurt Koch, whom I meet every so often, and therefore needs no presentation. Really, we are very happy and honored by his presence. I greet our prefect of the Dicastery for Oriental Churches and Gran Cancellario, Manius Cancellarius of the Pontifical Oriental Institute, Cardinal Claudio Gugerotti, who sends his regrets, but also his representative, the Secretary of the Dicastery, Father Michel Jalah. And I greet also the Reverend Ivan Dachko, who will be present with us telematically. So I hope I left out of consideration nobody. Thank you. Now we have to pass to the first session. As the French say, c'est le premier pas. He wants to give greeting.
Well, it's listed here.
Yeah, please, please.
Call each of them to the microphone. Cardinal Koch, and then
Okay. Oh, excuse me. I was told in the last minute, and I misunderstood my task completely. So please, Your Eminence, we expect to hear your welcoming words.
Dear brothers and sisters in Christ, I would like to warmly welcome you to the International Conference Eastern Catholics Ecumenical Vision in dialogue with the Orthodox, and thank you for participating in this initiative. From an ecumenical perspective, this conference is an important sign of hope and trust in today's world, which is stigmatized by terrible wars, and in the ecumenical situation which is painfully affected by these wars. It is also a hopeful sign because the Orthodox churches among all Christian churches and communities are the closest to the Catholic Church. Both have preserved and continue to live the fundamental Eucharistic and Episcopal structure of the early Church. Since the communion in faith between the Catholic Church and the churches of the East is very close, there is an urgent need to be able to overcome the mutual estrangement that has developed in the Church between East and West, and to be able to restore Eucharistic communion. The Catholic churches of the East have a special responsibility in this ecumenical process of reconciliation. The Second Vatican Council expected the Eastern churches living in communion with the Bishop of Rome to work for the restoration of the unity of Christians, especially with the Oriental Orthodox and Orthodox churches, as stated in the conciliar decree on the Eastern Catholic Churches, Orientalium Ecclesiarium. I quote, "The Eastern churches in communion with the Apostolic See of Rome have a special duty of promoting the unity of all Christians, especially Eastern Christians, in accordance with the principles of the decree about ecumenism of this Sacred Council. St. Pope John Paul II, in particular, gave additional weight to this ecumenically important concern with his apostolic exhortation, Orientale Lumen, and previously with the promulgation of a specific code of canon law for the Eastern Catholic churches, with which he expressed a special appreciation for these churches and established an explicit ecclesiological legal obligation for the participation of the Catholic Church in the ecumenical movement. And in his apostolic exhortation, Pastores Gregis, the Pope again recalled the specific ecumenical responsibility of the Eastern Catholic churches. I quote, "There can be no doubt that the Catholic churches of the East, due to their spiritual, historical, theological, liturgical, and disciplinary closeness to the Orthodox churches and the other Eastern churches, not yet fully in communion with the Catholic Church, are especially entitled to contribute to the promotion of Christian unity, especially in the East." To give a concrete example, this concern has been taken to heart above all by the Greek Catholic Church in Ukraine, which is fulfilling a special ecumenical responsibility and has developed its own fundamental program in this regard. I am therefore pleased and grateful that the Institute of Ecumenical Studies of the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, together with the Pontificio Istituto Orientale, is co-sponsoring today's international conference. The 5th and 6th of January 2024 will mark the 60th anniversary of the encounter between the Ecumenical Patriarch Athenagoras and Pope Paul VI, who met and embraced in Jerusalem. This fraternal kiss was the starting point for the historic act of 7 December 1965, when the representatives of the two church communities removed the mutual anathemas of 1054 from the memory and center of the church, so that they may no longer hinder the rapprochement in love. On one of the anniversaries of this event, Patriarch Athenagoras expressed this goal in the following emphatic words, I quote, "The hour of Christian courage has come. We love each other. We profess the same common faith. Let us walk together towards the glory of the common holy altar to fulfill the will of the Lord, so the church may shine, so that the word may believe, and the peace of God may come to all." The Orthodox Catholic dialogue must always keep this prophetic vision in mind. I hope and pray that the international conference, which begins today, can be another important step toward this goal. With this hope, I wish the conference every success and all participants a rich insight into the truth and beauty of our common faith. May the Bishop and Martyr Josaphat and the Bishop and Doctor of the Church, Albert the Great, accompany you all through their intercession. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence, for these encouraging words, the support you are giving. And now I would ask, do you have any words to say? No. Okay. So the next to speak is, in the name of His Beatitude, Sviatoslav Shevchuk, is Father Ihor Saban.
Your Eminency, Excellency, Reverend Father and Sisters, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have just solemnly commemorated the 400th anniversary of the martyrdom of Saint Josaphat Kuntsevich with a divine liturgy and an academic conference, and now we will carry out his wishes and plans with this next international conference, organized by the Pontifical Oriental Institute and the Institute of Ecumenical Studies of the Ukrainian Catholic University on the theme Eastern's Ecumenical Vision in Dialogue with the Orthodox. Regretfully, I will not be able to participate in this conference, but I will be following the meetings and discussions in detail, and as always, I send you my greeting and blessing for the discussion of the very important matter in our quest to restore the unity and communion of churches.
Disattivate l'audio?
Yeah. It is indeed an act and sign of God's grace that despite all the persecution and hardship, 400 years after his death, the Church of Saint Josaphat is the largest Eastern Catholic Church of the Byzantine tradition, and mainly after the Second Vatican Council, thanks to the legacy of such great my predecessors as Joseph Veniamin Rudzki, servant of God Andrei Sheptytsky, Patriarch Joseph Slipy, Miroslav Iwan Lubachivsky, and Lubomir Huzar. Such institutions of higher leading at the Pontifical Oriental Institute and the Institute of Ecumenical Studies of the Ukrainian Catholic University are reshaping, studying, and discussing the ecumenical vision of the Eastern Catholics in their dialogue with Orthodox. And hereby I wish to emphasize that the ecumenical question and the work towards the unity and communion of the Church is the main priority of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. I would like to sincerely thank the leadership and director of the Pontifical Oriental Institute together with the Institute of Ecumenical Studies of the Ukrainian Catholic University for holding such an important conference in Rome, the center of the Christian world. From the program, I see how many essential issues will be discussed, and I also observe that a significant number of distinguished cardinals, metropolitans, bishops, theologians, members of the Mixed International Commission for the Theological Dialogue between the Catholic and Orthodox Churches, whether Orthodox or Catholics, are participating in this conference. This is indeed a concrete sign that we are moving forward in our goal of the communion of all the churches. Therefore, I ask the members of the Institute of Ecumenical Studies of the Ukrainian Catholic University to gather all the main points of the meetings and proposals so that I can present them to the Synod of Bishops in the coming year. With this in mind, I wish you a most successful conference and repeat the words of Patriarch Joseph Slipy, which he would always express during such important meetings. May the Holy Spirit enlighten your minds and hearts. God's blessing be upon all of you. Patriarch Святослав.
It is moving to hear the voice of his beatitude in this time of stress and difficulties, that he found time to come here. He was yesterday here, and we are very grateful that he lent his support to our institute. Thank you very, very much. Now, Father Ivan Dachko is going to speak online, I believe.
Yes. Thank you. Your Eminence, Your Excellencies, Fathers, religious ladies and gentlemen. It is traditionally assumed that the Eastern Catholic churches have a particular mission of promoting church unity. Historically, this has been viewed as consisting of the return of the Eastern or Oriental Orthodox Christians under obedience to Rome. Since this vision is no longer tenable, the question arises, how can the Eastern Catholic churches, so to say, reinvent their mission in a context in which unionism of the past has been rejected as a method of unity? Should Christian unity remain the priority of these churches? And what would this entail? To address these questions, one needs to assess with realism the general attitude of the Eastern Catholic churches to the ecumenical movement, in particular to the Catholic Orthodox dialogue. Are the Eastern Catholic churches familiar with its achievements, and are they sufficiently ecumenical? With these questions in mind, this is the reason why the Institute of Ecumenical Institute of the Ukrainian Catholic University has organized a number of conferences on this subject in Ukraine. It was our wish to hold such a conference with the Pontifical Oriental Institute in Rome. We therefore are most grateful to the Rector, Father David Nazar, and the professors of the Pontifical Oriental Institute that they gladly agreed to hold such a conference, which we are opening today. Indeed, the Ukrainian Catholic University is most grateful to the Pontifical Oriental Institute that it dedicated so many people and time to create our university. We will never forget this. We would just like to recall the recent rectors, Father Clarence Gallagher, Father Jules Pellam, Archbishop Cyril Vassily, Father James Batan, and now Father David Nazar, who himself spent considerable time visiting Ukraine. We will never forget how much one of your most prominent professors, Father Robert Taft, did for our university and institute. May his soul rest in peace. We sincerely hope that we will have the possibility to invite a considerable number of professors anew for the rector of the Pontifical Oriental Institute for a similar conference in view. As to this conference, we invited quite a number of prominent theologians, and we thank you that you accepted our invitation. We are all looking forward towards 2 days of outstanding lectures and discussions. We could have hardly made this possible if such institutions as L'Œuvre d'Orient of Paris, France, and CNEVA, Canada, sponsored this conference with financial means. To them, we also owe our sincere gratitude. And I see Father Monsignor Goynes, thank you so much. With this in mind, we commence this conference and may the Holy Spirit inspire our mind, heart. Thank you.
We thank heartily Monsignor Professor Dr. Ivan Dachko for lending us.
Non, retrouvez-le-moi. Oh, Nathalie, retrouvez-le-moi.
YouTube, je vais mettre quoi
Mais essayez sur votre ordinateur avec le mail que je vous ai envoyé. Pas de raison que ça ne marche pas.
Can I start? Yeah. Okay. So we thank very much for his kind words on the Institute. Now,
Alors, c'est ça.
Allô? Allô?
yeah. Now we have the welcoming word from Monsignor Pascal Golnisch, director of l'Œuvre d'Orient.
Je ne vous entends pas. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui.
Est-ce que vous pouvez me faire signe si vous m'entendez?
Oui.
M'entendez-vous? Pouvez-vous me faire signe si vous m'entendez? Alors, je me permets de m'exprimer en français et en vous remerciant de votre invitation. D'abord, nous souhaitons, depuis la France, saluer le travail remarquable de l'Institut œcuménique. Il nous semble que le travail œcuménique en Ukraine aujourd'hui n'est pas à dissocier du combat que mène le peuple ukrainien aujourd'hui pour l'existence de sa nation, pour sa liberté, pour le respect de ses valeurs humaines et humanistes. Et je pense que l'Église gréco-catholique ukrainienne, avec ses frères orthodoxes, mène simultanément le combat pour l'unité des chrétiens et le combat pour la dignité de l'Ukraine. Car nous croyons que l'œcuménisme n'est pas une réalité coupée, abstraite de ce qui fait la vie concrète des uns et des autres, mais elle prend en compte ces réalités parfois dramatiques que peut vivre l'humanité. Deuxièmement, je voudrais apporter le témoignage depuis la France des difficultés que nous rencontrons sur le plan œcuménique, non pas dans nos dialogues avec nos frères orthodoxes ou protestants, mais dans la mobilisation des catholiques. Lorsque j'étais jeune étudiant, l'idée d'une rencontre de prière, par exemple, avec des étudiants protestants, nous semblait tout à fait remarquable et une véritable aventure. Lorsque je suis devenu aumônier, l'appel aux étudiants catholiques d'une rencontre œcuménique leur semblait tout à fait sans intérêt, tellement ça leur semblait naturel. En conséquence, le dynamisme de l'œcuménisme est retombé après les belles années qui ont suivi le Concile Vatican II. Il convient donc non seulement de s'engager résolument dans le dialogue œcuménique, mais aussi pour les uns et les autres, car le problème se pose aussi pour les protestants et pour les orthodoxes, mobiliser nos propres églises dans l'importance et l'enjeu de cette rencontre œcuménique. Troisièmement, nous voyons bien qu'au Moyen-Orient, plus au Moyen-Orient qu'en Europe de l'Est, la division des chrétiens a l'effet d'un contre-témoignage, non pas tant comme dans les pays de mission, comme en Afrique, mais vis-à-vis du monde musulman. Le fait que les chrétiens ne soient pas unis est un contre-témoignage et nous devons reprendre conscience du scandale de cette division face notamment aux religions non chrétiennes, face notamment à l'islam et au judaïsme. Le message d'unité que les chrétiens doivent pouvoir apporter aux populations se trouve entaché par nos divisions. Enfin, pour ne pas être trop long, je voudrais rappeler que le dialogue œcuménique n'est pas simplement une rencontre amicale. Ce n'est pas simplement une rencontre de vivre ensemble, de convivialité. Le travail œcuménique est fondé sur une unité de foi et une unité de baptême. En conséquence, la pratique de certaines communautés consistant à rebaptiser des fidèles qui les rejoindraient venant d'une autre communauté chrétienne me semble poser un réel problème œcuménique. Parfois en France, nous prêtons des lieux de culte à des communautés orthodoxes qui en sont dépourvues dans certaines villes de France. Cependant, nous ne pouvons accepter que dans ces lieux de culte prêtés à nos frères orthodoxes, il puisse y avoir le rebaptême d'un catholique baptisé qui voudrait rejoindre, par exemple, pour des questions de mariage, une communauté orthodoxe. Il me semble qu'il y a là quelque chose qui met en cause la réalité même du dialogue œcuménique et du fondement du travail pour la recherche pour l'unité des chrétiens. Voilà quelques éléments que je me permets de vous partager et je voudrais réellement encourager de nouveau tous ceux qui, en Europe de l'Est comme au Moyen-Orient, font ce travail de rechercher les voies de l'unité avec les chrétiens non catholiques, avec nos frères orthodoxes et protestants. C'est un travail tenace qu'il faut accomplir, mais encore une fois, nous ne pouvons l'accomplir si nos propres communautés ne nous suivent pas et ne partagent pas nécessairement notre désir de cette unité. Je vous remercie.
Nous remercions Monseigneur Pascal Gollnisch, directeur de l'œuvre d'Orient, pour ses mots chaleureux, mais aussi pour l'aide morale et autrement pour cette conférence. Merci beaucoup, Monseigneur. Now we can go down to earth, if you like, with the dialogue and begin the first session. To present this session, I would simply say this. The French say, c'est le premier pas qui compte. Therefore, the whole success of this conference depends on the first session, in a way. We hope we begin well, and I'll start by presenting the first speaker, and that is Monsignor Professor Paul McPartland, a priest of the Archdiocese of Westminster. I have known Monsignor Paul McPartland through, how shall I say, through his paper presence, through reading his books, of which I reviewed two, and they were very rewarding. So I was looking forward to meet him here in flesh and blood and to know him personally. And we had already a nice chat. So I can say that he is Carl J. Peter, or besides being therefore a priest of the Archdiocese of Westminster in England, he is Carl J. Peter Professor of Systematic Theology and Ecumenism at the Catholic University of America, studied at Gregoriana, doctorate from Oxford, and so many other things. So I leave the words to Paul. He wants me to call him Paul. Okay.
Thank you very much indeed, dear Father Edward. Your Eminence, Your Excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, dear friends, it's a pleasure and an honor to take part in this conference, and I thank Father Ivan Dachko very much for his kind invitation. When Father Ivan first suggested the title Eastern Catholic Churches and Synodality for my paper, I told him that I couldn't possibly speak on synodality in the Eastern Catholic Churches because I know too little about it. But the title contains the flexible word "and," which gives more latitude. I said I would be happy to speak more broadly as a Catholic theologian of the Latin Church about what seems to me to be the precious contribution that the Eastern Catholic Churches can make to Catholic Orthodox rapprochement at this point in history, particularly when there is a major effort to develop synodality in the Catholic Church as a whole, and when Catholics and Orthodox are trying to take steps together towards reconciliation, journeying together being the very meaning of synodality. Father Ivan, I'm happy to say, seemed perfectly happy with that suggestion, and so here goes. Historians refer to the confessionalization of Christianity in the West from the 16th century onwards. Catholics and Protestants, and many types of Protestants, sought to define themselves very clearly in opposition to one another. The Council of Trent from 1545 to 63 played an important role. John O'Malley notes that already before Trent, and I quote, Lutheranism had developed into a full-fledged confession, a religious system that was incompatible with Catholicism. And the doctrinal decrees of Trent, which expressly wanted to condemn the errors of the time, I quote, gave Catholics a sense of coherence among themselves, which at the same time distinguished them from Protestants, end of quote. On the Catholic side, this confessionalism gathered pace after Trent, as a result of what O'Malley and Yves Congar call Tridentinism, which actually took a step beyond the Council. Congar says, and I quote, it was a system which took in absolutely everything: theology, ethics, Christian behavior, religious practices, liturgy, organization, Roman centralization, the perpetual intervention of Roman congregations in the life of the church, and so on, end of quote. O'Malley says that Catholicism and Protestantism both developed, quote, their own professions of faith, liturgical forms, church-state relationships, and instruments of surveillance and punishment. Both followed the path of confessionalization. Let us note, by the way, the use of the word Catholicism to refer to this system. It's an ism, Catholicism, as opposed to Protestantism. Let us further note that while it may be natural for Protestants to define themselves against Catholics, that's almost the very origin of Protestantism, it is not natural for Catholics to define themselves against Protestants. It's a diminishment. St. Augustine gave the Catholic faithful some telling advice. To those who say to you, you are not our brothers, say, but you are our brothers. Various things then happened in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries of great significance for our purpose here. First of all, the schism hardened between East and West. Emmanuel Lannes says that post-Tridentine centralization transformed Catholicism into an impregnable bastion from which most of the Eastern churches distanced themselves. There was a danger that Catholics turned their hostility towards Protestants towards their Eastern brethren too, and that Easterners retaliated. Louis Bouillet notes that outrageous practices, as he calls them, developed, even rebaptism and reordination. Secondly, this was the era in which many of the Eastern Catholic churches were formed, and Land notes how much that development was influenced by missionaries from the mendicant orders, and especially by the newly founded Jesuits, serving what he calls a Catholicism with worldwide dimensions, structured as a pyramid headed by the Pope. There was a heavy dose of Latinization. Third, this was also the era in which confessionalism and scholasticism seeped into the East, causing what Georges Florovsky called the Latin captivity of orthodoxy. Orthodox were drawn into the confessional battles between Catholics and Protestants, trying to map their own distinctive position confessionally. My former colleague at Catholic University, Joseph Komonchak, notes a further twist in the 19th and early 20th centuries, when he says a new form of Catholicism, which he calls Roman Catholicism, was constructed as what he calls a counter-society, legitimated by a counter-culture, in response to the ever-increasing secularization and liberalism of the time. By various means, he says, such as centralization and the control of Catholic intellectual life, the Church now defined itself in opposition to the world itself, to modernity, fostering the famous image of a fortress church. Against this background of increasing self-definition against other Christians, both Protestant and Orthodox, and even against the modern world, the following words breathe a totally different spirit, and I quote, "The Catholic Church is neither Latin nor Greek, but universal. Nothing authentically human, whatever its origin, can be alien to her. In her, man's desires and God's have their meeting place, and by teaching all men their obligations, she wishes at the same time to satisfy and more than satisfy the yearnings of each soul and of every age, to gather in everything for its salvation and sanctification. To see it as one religion among others is to mistake its very nature. Catholicism is religion itself. It is the form that humanity must put on in order finally to be itself. It is the very opposite of a closed society." End of quote. These, as I'm sure you recognize, are the splendid words of Henri de Lubac in his celebrated book, Catholicisme, in 1938. There's an outreach there, not just to other Christians, but to the whole of humanity, loved by God. It's a vision of Catholicity, and we might well say that de Lubac was wanting to replace the closed world of Catholicism with the wide embrace of Catholicity. De Lubac gave a particular warning about the danger of doctrinal disputes. It's a great misfortune, he said, to have learnt the catechism against someone, because, he says, what has been learned has probably only been half learnt, and doctrinal progress can very easily be one-sided and unbalanced by controversy. We Catholics, he said, have learnt our catechism too much against Luther and against others. There's no space here to trace the details, but we can certainly say that the pursuit of Catholicity was the project of Vatican II itself, for which de Lubac laid the foundation in decisive ways. The Council opened the Catholic Church to dialogue and encounter, in one of Pope Francis's favorite words, with other Christians, with other faiths, and with the world at large. Moreover, and this is my major point, the pursuit of Catholicity is precisely what has given rise to the ecumenical movement. And I would say also to the push for synodality too, but there isn't space here to develop that. Catholicity is what the ecumenical movement, and particularly all of us, Catholics, both Latin and Eastern and Orthodox, have been and still are most deeply pursuing. And there is still a long way to go. I suggest that this could even serve as a framework for our deliberations and discussions here. When Catholics were still very wary of ecumenism in the 1930s, not least because the word itself was so new to them, rather like synodality today, Congar reassured them that it was really all about Catholicity. And surely Catholics should be interested in that. Congar actually commissioned de Lubac to write Catholicisme to help people understand Catholicity better. And in his own book, Chrétiens désunis, he called on Catholics to repent for the meager and insipid witness, I quote, which they themselves often gave to Catholicity. One of the pioneers of Orthodox ecumenism, Georges Florovsky, echoed the concern for Catholicity. He said about the Great Schism that, and I quote, gradually the point was reached in East and West at which memories of the common past were obliterated and faded away, and Christians came to live contentedly in their own particular and partial worlds, mistaking them for the Catholic whole. Recovery of a genuine ecumenical unity, he said, will be possible only through a mutual rediscovery of East and West and a wider synthesis, such as has sometimes been attempted but never yet achieved. Florovsky, as you know, also advocated a neo-patristic synthesis, a creative return to the fathers of the Church, both East and West. And one of his students, John Zizula, stressed how important not only the patristic but also the biblical and liturgical movements had been for the modern ecumenical movement. The latest Roman Catholic Orthodox Alexandria document states how helpful those movements have been for Catholic Orthodox dialogue in particular. As you know, the three last documents of the dialogue from Ravenna, Chieti, and Alexandria have all dealt with synodality and primacy as interrelated, complementary, and inseparable realities at the local, regional, and universal levels of the Church's life. Let's acknowledge that an exchange of gifts is needed between Orthodox and Catholics if this supposed common ground is to be a reality and not just a nice idea. In an important address at the Second Vatican Council, the Melkite Greek Catholic Archbishop Elias Zogby spoke of the Latin and Eastern traditions as, and I quote, two authentic and apostolic traditions, complementary but different. Taken together, they said, taken together, they make up that total and integral Christianity which, as a whole, inherits the promise of divine protection to the end of time, end of quote. Roman centralization, he said, seemed to the Easterners to be a means of imposing uniformity, which could cast doubt on the legitimacy of their own religious heritage. And he boldly suggested that perhaps the schism was actually permitted in God's providence, lest Petrine primacy, whose purpose is to protect the integrity of the Christian heritage, was exercised in a way that would damage that integrity. Both West and East were wounded by the schism, he said. The West lost the most collegial segment of the Episcopal College, and the East lost, and I'm quoting, communion with the center of unity of the whole church, which is the Bishop of Rome. Only, he said, the union of Latin and Orthodox on a level of equality could bring together the apostolic tradition in its fullness and make Catholic unity complete. Again, we note the concern for Catholicity, and the need for an exchange of gifts is clear. Put bluntly, the West is strong on primacy, but weaker on synodality. It needs help with synodality from the Christian East. The East is strong on synodality, but weaker on primacy, not locally or regionally, but particularly at the universal level. It needs help with that from the West. Let us note also that Eastern Catholics, like Archbishop Zogby, are uniquely positioned to facilitate such an exchange of gifts, being providentially positioned in the middle, as it were, Eastern, but also in communion with Rome. Eastern Catholic bishops made a number of major contributions at Vatican II, enabling it to benefit from the Eastern tradition. During Pope Paul VI's meeting with ecumenical patriarch Athenagoras in Jerusalem in January of 1964, Athenagoras himself said to the Melkite patriarch Maximus IV Saye, "You represent all of us. Thank you." That needs to be true the other way round also, that Eastern Catholics, and especially their bishops, represent all Catholics to orthodoxy, explaining in particular how universal primacy enhances their native synodality. Shortly after the Ravenna document was completed, with its discussion of 3 levels in the Church, Metropolitan Kallistos Ware, of blessed memory, said that both Catholics and Orthodox, and I quote, tend to reduce the threefold scheme into a dyadic structure. Catholics emphasize the local and the universal, neglecting the regional. And Orthodox emphasize the local and the regional, neglecting the universal level, he said. Ravenna's insistence on synodality and primacy at 3 levels, he said, has far-reaching implications for Catholics and Orthodox alike. Again, the Eastern Catholic churches, which live such a rich life at the regional level within the Catholic communion, surely have a calling to witness to the importance of that level, the regional level, within the Catholic Church, and also to witness to the importance of the universal level to orthodoxy. Full communion between West and East can only happen if we break out of the limited understandings we so easily have of God's ways into a full and generous recognition of the gifts God has bestowed, even in times of separation, upon the various churches. The Eastern Catholic churches can help both Catholics and Orthodox to expand their horizons toward one another. 2 very small personal examples. Every year since I went to Catholic University, I've taught ordained ministries to a class of 20 or 30 seminarians, mostly Latin Catholics, but sometimes Eastern Catholics too, who are soon to be ordained as deacons just within a few months. I remember some years ago, a spring break approached, asking one Ukrainian student if he had any particular plans for the break. "Oh yes," he said, "I'm getting married." Well, that was different. Then just last spring, I had 3 Maronite seminarians in class. And I was quite surprised to discover that the idea of the ordained minister acting in persona Christi, so integral to Latin understanding, is not part of their tradition. Rather, for them, in very biblical terms, the priest is steward and key-bearer of the divine mysteries, under-shepherd to the one shepherd, Christ himself. I, as a Latin Catholic, needed to respect and embrace that beautiful but very different perspective of my Maronite Catholic brothers. All of the Eastern Catholic churches are different. How they came to be differs greatly and is sometimes contested. But in this ecumenical time of grace, it is surely best to see them as providential harbingers of full communion between West and East, and as privileged agents of the exchange of gifts that is needed between Catholics and Orthodox. They are uniquely qualified to help both sides in our common quest for Catholicity. All of us, Orthodox and Catholics, both Latin and Eastern, have been emerging from restrictions and limitations, both imposed and self-imposed, in recent decades, and seeking our true identity. We need to make that journey of discovery and recovery together. Doing so in charity and humility will in itself be a precious act of synodality. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Paul. I thought that your paper was very synodal. You tried to include everybody except the devil. So let's take off to a discussion. We are slightly behind schedule, but we have still some minutes. If somebody wants to make some comment. Yes, please. Please identify yourself, and if you need a microphone, you can come here. You know.
Thank you very much for your paper. My question is about confessionalization. Is deconfessionalization possible?
Sorry,
Is deconfessionalization possible? How would it be different from what somebody could call relativism, yes, in the matters of faith? We can't turn the history backwards, yes? We had discussions, yes, about double communion. It might have existed in the past, but is it possible today? So how would you navigate those questions? How can we deconfessionalize?
Confessions of faith are integral to the Christian life. And ever since the early creeds, we have had confessions. But I think we must realize that confessions arise from within communities of faith, and that communities of faith have their sacramental lives, they have their lives of charity, their lives of communion, and that confessionalization can be an instrument for drawing lines which are not helpful within the Christian family. I'm not, in highlighting the danger of confessionalization, I'm not specifically advocating necessarily a deconfessionalization in the sense that we should abandon confessions. But I think that we need, in a sense, to abandon what can be the spirit of some of the confessionalism that has taken place over the years, which has been, frankly, a hostility and a desire to draw boundaries between those who, in truth, are Christian brothers and sisters. And I'm very struck by, in Unitatis Redintegratio, between sections 14 to 18, where there is a remarkable attempt there to acknowledge that there is a complementarity between East and West in the Christian family, and that sometimes certain Christian mysteries have found a better formulation in one side than in the other. And although we might have two different expressions of belief, these are not necessarily to be regarded as conflicting, but to be regarded as possibly complementary, says Unitatis Redintegratio. And Yves Congar also is the great sort of maestro of complementarity, when he said that, you know, the phenomenon of light is variously described in a sort of particle way by some scientists, in a wave form by other scientists, which are quite incompatible explanations of the mystery of light. However, there are certain phenomena which can only be described in one way and not in the other. And we simply need these two manners of expression in order to express this rich mystery of light. And he took that as an example for our Christian lives, that we must be wary of thinking that our formulation of the truth is the only formulation. We must always be open to the rich ways in which others may be expressing the same truth in language or in terms that is not familiar and may at first seem very alien. We must ask the guidance of the Holy Spirit, synodality, to journey with others in order to discover more deeply what they're saying, what they're expressing, and be open to the discovery that it's one and the same mystery, that they are living and we are living, and our two perhaps very different explanations belong together as complementary, not as conflicting.
Any other comment or question? Well, perhaps since we are slightly behind time, unless somebody has a comment, we can proceed. Thank you very, very much. I enjoyed your paper. It was so brimful of ideas. So the next speaker is Professor Dr. Thomas Mark Nemeth, Professor of Theology of the Eastern Churches at the Catholic Faculty of the University of Vienna and priest of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. He is going to speak on an Eastern Catholic approach to Catholic Orthodox ecumenism.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Reverend Fathers, dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very thankful to have been invited to speak at this conference about the Orthodox Catholic dialogue from an Eastern Catholic perspective. As we know, Eastern Orthodox, Eastern Catholic dialogue has been mostly neglected for a long time in the official ecumenical dialogue, but it has already a history. So this issue was part of regional dialogues like in the Middle East or the Kievan Study Group. And in 2019, Eastern Orthodox and Eastern Catholic theologians from all over the world met in Stuttgart for a conference and contributed to the 2 volumes publication, Stolen Churches or Bridges to Orthodoxy, Ecumenical and Practical Perspectives on the Orthodox and Eastern Catholic Dialogue, and Historical and Theological Perspective. So I have the book here with me. I am a co-chair of this Orthodox Eastern Catholic Dialogue Group together with Vladimir Latinovic, who edited the mentioned book with Anastasia Wooden, and I also published a paper related to the topic about which I am talking now. Also, a book edited in 2022 by Peter de May, Jaroslav Skira, and Hermann Teule with the title The Catholic Church and its Sister Churches 25 Years After Balamand shows that the relation between Eastern Orthodox churches and Eastern Catholic churches is very important for ecumenism in general. Of course, this relation is a difficult topic, but there seem to be also increasing good relations between members of our churches. And the title of this conference, Eastern Catholic Ecumenical Vision in Dialogue with the Orthodox, is an invitation to look at this relationship. It seems important even in the light of the Council of Crete, which favors an honest dialogue in ecumenical matters. This can be an argument that the relation to the Eastern Catholic churches cannot be reduced only to the dialogue with the Roman See. Dialogue has many aspects, and one of its general problems are stereotypes about the other side. So this is already an important reason that Orthodox and Eastern Catholics should communicate with each other. The war of Russia against Ukraine shows local and practical reasons for dialogue. I'm serving as an Ukrainian Greek Catholic priest in Austria, and the war against Ukraine affects pastoral work. So we Ukrainian Greek Catholic priests meet now more Orthodox Christians. There is certain parallelism, sometimes even concurrency between our churches. But migration can bring also people together, and if Christians act together, this can be also relevant for the churches concerned. And also in many home countries, Orthodox and Eastern Catholic Christians often share a common life which can be more specific than the coexistence with the Roman Catholics, but it has maybe also more complex relationship and perception by the other side. There is a big gap between this connection on the one hand and the great distance, at least on the official level. And behind both stand experiences, narratives, paradigms which require understanding them. And I have the hope that the increasing relationship in academic life can help to resolve problems. As an Eastern Catholic theologian, I see different fields which require a closer look to make such a dialogue fruitful. One important question is that of a need of such a dialogue, and who are or who should be partners of the Orthodox Catholic dialogue in general. The long-standing name Joint International Commission for Theological Dialogue between the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church stems from the fact that the Orthodox partners insist on the attribute Roman for the Catholic side. So you are Roman if you are in communion with the Roman See, but this does not reflect Catholic ecclesiology. After Vatican II, it is clear that the Catholic Church is a communio of churches of Western and Eastern tradition, and that the adjective Roman does not suit to Eastern Catholics. There are other questions standing behind this issue, and as we see, there is not always a common narrative. I mean, this is true for the notion of uniatism, which is based on paradigms of the past, which require re-examination more than 30 years after Ballamant. So the very general term uniatism does not fully reflect historical processes of so-called unions and their ecclesiological context, as we see. Also, from Orthodox side, John Erickson stated that uniatism is too heterogeneous as a concept, and we know uniatism also does not capture the reality of Eastern Catholic churches, which should be decisive. Sometimes even uniatism seems to be used intentionally to prevent approachment, so we have to think about this. One problem regarding uniatism seems to be that also the theological reception of Vatican II in Eastern Catholic churches, which take place in different velocities. And also Eastern Catholic churches have to find a place in the ecumenical movement, which has also been prevented sometimes from outside. There is a broad consensus that the concept of uniatism, which Ballamant rejects, cannot be a method anymore today, of course, but it should be noted that Ballamant also advocates the inclusion of Eastern Catholic churches in the dialogue, raises the question of finding mutual principles for this dialogue. However, we know also that Ballamant also offers very vague guidelines for theological dialogue itself, so we have still to work on it. One important insight from the recent dialogue could be that Eastern Catholic churches cannot be regarded as bridges between Orthodox and Catholicism. That's not only my opinion, also my former Major Archbishop Lubomir Husar refused this because it makes Eastern Catholic churches to an object instead of being a subject. However, if Eastern Catholic churches are churches sharing the same dignity in the Catholic ecclesial communion, they cannot be regarded as an object of negotiation. And I agree with Father Edward Farrugia, who told that the unionist formula ultimately failed because it wanted to solve the problems by oppressing part of the tension which forms an equation and ignore the others as full partners. End of quotation. However, from such a point of view, the Ballermann Declaration seems problematic, arguing that we Eastern Catholics have the right to exist mainly because of freedom of conscience. Discussions whether Eastern Catholic churches should decide becoming part of the Latin Church or join Orthodox churches not only ignore ecclesiology of one partner, but are expressions of a kind of totalitarian thinking. And if we look impact of ideology on Russian Orthodoxy in the current war against Ukraine, such attempts might be dangerous. So let me say frankly, Eastern Catholic churches do not have to decide where they belong. They are not children who have to ask their parents what they have to do. I mean, I see really a need to overcome a bipolar thinking, Catholics versus Orthodox, and maybe a historical approach might be helpful here, because such a confessional dualism is not such an old phenomenon. It is neither true for the first millennium nor for the Uni of Brest. Instead, we find complex processes of interaction between local and regional churches and these centers, which conflicts, but there is also cooperation. The recent Alexandria document of the official Orthodox Catholic dialogue, Synodality and Primacy in the second millennium and today, speaks quite unpolemically about the modern church unions, but one must also see what is missing. A common reading has not yet been achieved. And I see a problem on both sides. Eastern Catholic churches should not regard themselves simplifying as the best existing solution for unity, but an idea that is still often widespread among the clergy. But Eastern Catholic churches also should not be discriminated as an ecclesiological anomaly, as this ignores that all churches concerned are together part of an anomalous situation. But there is little point in projecting idle concepts backwards. Such anomalies might be even seen as the usual case. In the first millennium, we see that churches can share communion despite certain ecclesiological dissent or unresolved issues. A question important for us Eastern Catholic churches has been also raised from Orthodox side by Pantelis Kalatsaidis. If really the uniates are the main problem for Orthodoxy, is this the case, or are there other issues behind it? This can refer to certain forms of ecumenism or unresolved historical traumata. They exist on both sides, and one aim of the mentioned dialogue group, Orthodox Eastern Catholic dialogue group, is to bring both sides together to search for a common reading. I just came now from the conference of Pro Oriente in Vienna, Healing of Wounded Memories, which shows that there is really a need to raise our listening capacity to each other. It might be a chance perhaps to find possibilities to start writing histories together, so that things lose their conflict potential, or to find collective positive stories. And also, the question how we speak about others is an important issue for our clergy if I look into social media. The conference about the Catholic Saint Josaphat just finished here at PO. It might be interesting to know whether there were approaches that help to overcome stereotypes, but maybe we can hear about this later. While the clergy of Eastern Catholic churches, within the clergy of Eastern Catholic churches, there are different approaches to ecumenical thinking, and much depends on what the church leadership and the bishops communicate internally regarding this. I mean, some Eastern Catholic churches show a tendency towards rapprochement with Orthodoxy. Some emphasize more the status quo, or even consciously distance themselves from orthodoxy and its traditions. The principle in Orientalium Ecclesiarum 6, ad vitas traditiones redire, is still contested. For example, I wrote about this in an article. It is problematic for me when the particular law of my church stipulates that the liturgy of the presanctified gifts is to be celebrated on weekdays during Great Lent, where one bishop argues against this, and this norm is often not observed by priests either. Sometimes Eastern Catholic churches emphasize being true Eastern churches, but this is also challenged by hybridism. So our Orthodox partners, if they listen now, should not only look at positive figureheads, but also at what is being done inside the churches. And there should not be underestimated that there is still a Latinizing mindset. And well, the hope that this will diminish as a result of increasing theological education has, in my opinion, only partially came true. Also in Eastern Catholic churches, sometimes young clergy seem often to be narrow in the spectrum of their views, maybe more conservative, and this seems to encourage also Latinizing tendencies and not exactly ecumenical openness. So this would have also to be investigated, but should be considered how to deal with it. Another important aspect refers now to the Orthodox side. Can there be an acceptable role of mission of Eastern Catholic churches also for them? And firstly, I think one important aspect is to be accepted as part of the Catholic Church, what Eastern Catholics want to be. According Unitatis Redintegratio 17, Eastern Catholic churches have a fourfold heritage: liturgical, canonical, spiritual, and also theological one. And important for me is the last aspect. There isn't simply one Catholic theology, it is pluralistic, and it has to take into account the heritage not only of the Latin Church, but also of the Eastern churches. So inner Catholic pluralism is a door to dialogue, and it has not been fully explored in what way Eastern and Western tradition can truly coexist. It is not always clear whether some theological issues are fixed simply by the common Catholic faith, or are there only certain expressions in a way dominated by a Latin majority, but also open for complementary views. If we look at the practice, some Eastern Catholic churches, as the Hungarian, celebrate officially Saint Gregory Palamas, and the theologians sympathize with his theology. Others don't regard this as a part of their tradition, and often we find also different views in the same church. Now, a short remark about the notorious F word, the filioque. It is a difficult example. There are very ambivalent approaches to it. I mean, Eastern Catholic churches could be pioneers also in taking the hermeneutics of complementarity of Vatican II seriously, really seriously. And there are approaches. The Catechism of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church has chosen a non-filioquistic theological approach. At the same time, the filioque is mentioned there in square brackets without specifying what this means. And also on a practical level, let's say hierarchs who speak very firmly when it comes to certain moral issues avoid to explain the ecumenical relevance of the filioque topic. Also, the fact that the text of the Professio Fidei, the Creed, contains the filioque also for Eastern Catholic theologians shows that still a monolithic concept of Latin theology is still dominating. I mean, to leave Eastern Catholic theologians here not the choice is somehow to let them act against legitimate theological diversity, which I see also as an encroachment. I would like to stress theology can contribute to contextualized doctrine of faith, which does not exist simply in transtemporal categories, but is linked to certain concepts which can be discussed. And remaining on the level of communication and argumentation, theology can also open the way for learning processes. Another issue is church autonomy. Eastern Catholic churches are sui juris churches, which differs from the Orthodox concept of autocephaly and autonomy, but implies autonomy and synodality, which does not exist in this way in the Latin Church. So Eastern Catholic Church could be advocates of principles in the Catholic koinonia, such principles which can help this church to understand orthodoxy better and pave a path to more synodality. In Orthodoxy, Eastern Catholic churches are often regarded as a sign of disunity, and in a historical perspective, this is true, seeing the destructive impact of unions. One reason behind this was a soteriological exclusivism by the Roman See, and it influenced also Orthodoxy, but has been diminished in Catholic ecclesiology after Vatican II. Today, inside the Catholic Church, Eastern Catholic churches link autonomy with unity, even if we cannot deny that all of these churches have kind of internal tensions between pro-Western and pro-Eastern tendencies, but they can still live with that, and Rome can live with them. When Major Archbishop Sviatoslav Shevchuk openly expressed his disappointment about the Havana Declaration or about the Pope's statements regarding Russia, people realized in Ukraine that it is possible to express even disagreement in church politics and keep unity in faith. And in today's pluralistic world, the possibility of different views inside the church can also be a positive sign, and Eastern Catholic churches witness the need of mutual recognition of others to be in communion. In the mentioned volume, Stolen Churches, Dimitrios Keremidas, who will speak later, stressed that the Eastern Catholic churches can be a bridge inside the Catholic Church, sharing diversity, autonomy, and communion. And that's important for me, being bridges inside the Catholic Church. In the same book, also Radu Bordeanu noted that Eastern Catholic churches could teach a way towards a church that is neither the Catholic nor the Orthodox one in the present form. So they are somehow linked to unity, however, to one which is currently not manifested in its fullness. We know that Orthodox church unity is now a big challenge, but also in the Catholic Church, we face currently problems of internal polarization. Theological reductionism is a big danger. For example, one example is the book From the Deeps of Our Hearts by Cardinal Robert Sarah, arguing from an ontological priest celibacy, leaving Eastern Catholic churches only as a tolerated anomaly, and regrettably also the more moderate contribution by the former Pope Benedict XVI seemed to play into the hands of those who want a revival of a Prestantia Ritus Latini. And the question is, do Orthodox really want such a Latin Church as a counterpart? As an Eastern Catholic theologian, I still see the danger. 5 minutes?
Well, the time.
I'm already at the, also, as an Eastern Catholic theologian, I see the danger of new barriers for the dialogues with the Orthodox Church through such a kind of approach. And there is a challenge for them, but it's important that Eastern Catholic Church do not tend to extreme position. They keep in mind both Catholic teaching, but also Orthodox theology and patristic roots. On the other hand, Eastern Catholic churches often lack of dialogue with other Eastern churches to help to develop a more critical self-view. So, concluding, it's interesting to look also which aspects of the role of Eastern Catholic churches inside the Catholic communion might be relevant for the Orthodox side. Edward Siecinski referred to 3 which seem worth to be considered. Firstly, spoke here about the critical role inside of Catholicism, so Eastern Catholic churches can be a loyal opposition. Secondly, referring to the idea of exploring the possibility of a dual communion, a kind of via media, as for example the Sorbi initiative, although this is not realistic for a moment. And thirdly, he refers that Eastern Catholic churches could be a canary in the coal meaning that they can be a test to show the Orthodox how Rome would deal with them. Of course, all 3 plans have the limits and problems, but we have to think what serves unity. And this is also a practical issue referring to both sides. So I would like to finish with the statement that we should support both ecumenism of life and of academic life, which can be supported by theologians of both sides and help to deepening unity. And Eastern Catholic churches should especially develop their role to be bridges within the Catholic Church for developing of ecumenism. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm glad for feedback.
Well, Father Nemeth, you are first of all in perfect time. Okay, so I also was intrigued by a number of questions, but I prefer that others make their comments. We have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, for your paper. I have just a small question. You mentioned the Alexandria document, and I would like to ask you whether you could explain a bit more what you would have included with regard to the Eastern Catholic churches. And my second point would be, you mentioned the project of writing history together, which I appreciate very much. And I know that there was a process already at the beginning, at least of the 20th century in Vienna, to write a history in former Yugoslavia together, which lasted for quite some time. Whether you know more, or at least I would refer to that initiative, to that experience we had already. So thank you.
Should I answer now immediately, or do we collect questions?
Maybe it's better if you answer.
Yeah. Oh, regarding the Alexandria document, this would be a long topic, but somehow I have the feeling that not always a common narrative has been achieved. So the Catholic part says something, the Orthodox part says something, and the part about the unions is very short. And I heard, but you participated, that were maybe a longer text, but there were some debates, and you could not find, to say, a common way, so you just reduced this to these short statements. But still, a way finding answers how to go on with this question is, for me, somehow missing. Also, when we look at the second millennium, there is a bit the tendency that the Orthodox simply developed their synodality, and the Catholics did a lot of things wrong. So this is also maybe a view which, I mean, how to say, it still needs to work about it. And yes, I would be also glad to hear more in what way Eastern Catholic churches were part of the discussions, but unfortunately I'm not a member of this commission, but maybe we can hear more about this later during this conference. And common narrative, I mean, to work on history together, this is one important issue of Pro Oriente, and we will continue this way. And also, I mean, I spoke about the Orthodox Eastern Catholic Dialogue Group. We will still continue our work, and we also think maybe to go on a regional level and to find positive examples where ecumenism works, so that could be inspiring also for others to continue this path.
Yes, any other? Please. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian Butcher, McGill University, Canada. Vielen Dank. On this question of common narrative or common retelling of history, how important do you think it is for Orthodox among themselves, speaking now just of Eastern Orthodox, to be able to do that it seems to me that Moscow and Constantinople cannot agree on a common narrative with respect to their respective prerogatives, and even in a reading of the historical sources with respect to the now the autocephaly of the Church, Orthodox Church in Ukraine. And so one wonders if even two churches that are sharing the same faith have been in communion and prize that unity cannot agree on their history a fortiori. How difficult is it for them to find a common way of telling the history with the Oriental Orthodox or even with the Catholics? So where exactly does that start, I suppose, and how optimistic are you if one looks at the current state of even the Orthodox communion, whether this project of the retelling of history can in fact obtain? Thank you.
Well, what you said, it makes dialogue difficult, of course, but also very interesting, because these are exactly the points where we still need to come together, and also the Orthodox to think about communio and the differences and the problems within them. But I am not Orthodox, so I cannot tell about this perspective more. But for us Catholics, it's really a challenge. I mean, to have a partner, of course, who has kind of different churches, not in full communion with each other, and such discourses, well, yes, that will be a challenge.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Well, thank you, Thomas, for your interesting speech. If I understood Father McPartlin's plea, he was actually pleading for a sort of reinterpretation or reactivation of the bridge metaphor, isn't it? In terms of synodality. Whereas you are pleading for dispensing with the bridge metaphor when it comes to the Orthodox, but still sticking to it when it comes to the Catholic Church. So what are the implications of those, I would say, interpretations and reinterpretations and reservations towards the bridge metaphor? What do you mean by being a bridge within the Roman or within the Catholic Church? And do you see any possibility for the Eastern Catholics for a critical assessment of what they have been saying all over 2 centuries, that they were more or less bridges between the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church?
Well, the Orthodox churches do not accept Eastern Catholic churches as bridges to them. So if one partner refuses, this is a clear sign that this is a problematic concept. And but also the Eastern Catholics recognized, as Major Archbishop Husar said, that you can go over a bridge, but then you have a passive role. So Eastern Catholics think about being mediators. Well, this is of course a question how the Orthodox will accept this. And I just think one common consensus, I think, could be what Dimitrios Keramidas said, that we should stress more the role of Eastern Catholic churches inside their own communion, because they can contribute to a movement towards orthodoxy by showing pluralism also in theological matters, because this is a field which has not been fully explored in many fields. I mean, we sometimes can discuss about some theological concept. Are they here the Catholics, they're the Orthodox, or do we even have both of them inside of the Catholic Church? And if we have this on the base of a common tradition, then we can try to find bridges also to Orthodoxy, but it can be only a bridge from the whole Catholic side, otherwise we get back the problems of partial union. So that would be maybe a first answer.
Thank you. Now, thank you for an interesting and informative paper, but now we have to pass to Metropolitan Job Getcha of Pisidia, Ecumenical Patriarchate, Metropolitan of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, the permanent representative of the Ecumenical Patriarchate to the World Council of Churches, and the Dean of the Institute for Orthodox Theology, Higher Studies at Chambézy, co-chairman of the Joint Orthodox and Catholic International Commission for Theological Dialogue. He's going to talk on dialogue concerning the social teaching of the Church. Welcome, Metropolitan Job Getcha.
Thank you, dear Father Edward. It's a pleasure to attend the conference at the distance. I would have loved to be present at the conference. Unfortunately, we have the session of the Holy Synod in the Fanar starting tomorrow morning, so I have to soon, in a few minutes, in about 1 hour, I have to leave from my diocese to go to Istanbul. So, unfortunately, it was not possible to be present in person. I am not anymore the permanent representative of the World Council of Churches, and I am not anymore the dean of the institute in Chambézy, since I am for a year now a diocesan bishop south of Turkey in Antalya, where I am at the moment. I was asked to present at this conference a comparative study of two different documents on social teaching of the Church, one Catholic, one Orthodox. The first one is the encyclical letter Fratelli Tutti of Pope Francis on fraternity and social friendship. It was promulgated, as you know, on the 3rd of October 2020. And in this encyclical, Pope Francis says that he was inspired by the Grand Imam Ahmad al-Tayyeb, whom he met in Abu Dhabi, and states that the way the COVID pandemic was managed by the world countries has shown a failure in global cooperation. For these reasons, every commitment inspired by the Church's social doctrine should be derived, in his view, from charity. And his encyclical calls for a more human fraternity and solidarity and condemns wars. The second document, entitled For the Life of the World Toward a Social Ethos of the Orthodox Church, was prepared between 2017 and 2020, so about at the same time when the papal encyclical was written, by a special commission appointed by Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, who ought to reflect on the social doctrine of the Church in continuation with the documents and decisions of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church that was held in Crete in 2016. In attempting to articulate Orthodox social doctrine in terms appropriate to modern realities, the document attempts to respond to most urgent pastoral concerns. As we will see in my brief survey, because I have only 30 minutes, the two documents are quite convergent in essence. In my comparative study, I shall focus mainly on the problems of the resurgence of nationalism, violence and war, the potential danger of the digital revolution and of individualism, the issue of migration, the notion of human rights and just economy, and on the necessity of interreligious dialogue. In his encyclical, Fratelli Tutti, Pope Francis regrets a certain regression of our contemporary world in which conflicts break out anew due to the rise of extremist and aggressive nationalism. In some countries, he says, a concept of popular and national unity influenced by various ideologies is creating new forms of selfishness and a loss of the social sense on the guise of defending national interests. In the same way, the Orthodox document For the Life of the World, having reminded that the Council of Constantinople of 1872 has condemned ethnophilitism, a form of subordination of orthodoxy to ethnic identities and national interests, underlines that it is absolutely forbidden for Christians to make an idol of cultural, ethnic, or national identity, and states, I quote, any ecclesial community that fails in this has betrayed Christ, end of the quote. The same document condemns violence, defined as the intentional use of physical, psychological, physical, or social force against others and against oneself, causing harm, misery, or death, and states, I quote, that every act of violence against another human being is in truth violence against a member of one's own family and killing of another human being, even when and where inevitable, is the killing of one's own brother or sister. End of the quote. Reminding that violence is a sin par excellence, as an assault upon the image of God in each of us. It clearly states that the Orthodox Church cannot naturally approve of violence either as an end in itself or even as a means for achieving some other end, whether this be in the form of physical violence, sexual abuse, or abuse of authority. It also affirms, I quote, the responsibility of legitimate government to protect the vulnerable, to prevent and limit violence, and to promote peace among persons and between peoples. The quote. On his side, Pope Francis, in his encyclical, regrets that, I quote, in today's world, the sense of belonging to a single human family is fading, and the dream of working together for justice and peace seems an outdated utopia, end of the quote, and wonder why it took so long for the Church unequivocally to condemn slavery and various forms of violence, and notes that some appear to feel encouraged, or at least permitted by their fate, to, I quote, support varieties of narrow and violent nationalism, xenophobia, and contempt, and even to mistreatment of those who are different. End of the quote. Pope Francis underlines that all humanity was born with the same dignity, and therefore, he states, I quote, differences of color, religion, talent, place of birth or residence, or so many others, cannot be used to justify the privileges of some over the rights of all. As a community, we have an obligation to ensure that every person lives with dignity and has sufficient opportunities for his or her integral development. End of the quote. For Pope Francis, peace is not merely absence of war, but, I quote, a tireless commitment to recognize, protect, concretely restore the dignity so often overlooked or ignored of our brothers and sisters. End of the quote. He clearly states that, I quote, war is the negation of all rights and a dramatic assault on the environment. End of the quote. Taking into consideration the development of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, he emphasizes that we can no longer think of war as a solution, but because its risks will probably always be greater than its supposed benefits, and that it is very difficult nowadays to invoke the rational criteria elaborated in earlier centuries to speak of a possibility of a just war. According to him, I quote, every war leaves our world worse than it was before. War is a failure of politics and of humanity, a shameful capitulation, a stinging defeat before the forces of the evil. End of the quote. In the same spirit, the document for the life of the world emphasizes, I quote, that the Orthodox Church has also never developed any kind of just war theory that seeks in advance and under a set of abstract principles to justify or morally endorse a state's use of violence when a set of general criteria are met. End of the quotes. The document adds that, I quote, a Christian must remain ever mindful that things that would be considered acts of terrorism when perpetrated by individuals or organized faction, the random murder of innocent civilians, for instance, for the sake of advancing a political cause, do not become morally acceptable when they are perpetrated instead by recognized states or when they are achieved with the use of advanced military technology. End of the quote. Pope Francis also mentions another way to eliminate others, aimed not at countries but at individuals. He intends death penalty and states, I quote, that death penalty is inadequate from a moral standpoint and no longer necessary from that of penal justice, that the death penalty is inadmissible, end of the quote. And he reminds us that from the earliest centuries the Church was clearly opposed to capital punishment. The Orthodox document also states that, I quote, the Orthodox Church rejects capital punishment and does so out of the faithfulness to the gospel and to the example of the Apostolic Church, end of the quote, and underlines that, I quote, it upholds the laws of forgiveness and reconciliation as the chief imperatives of Christian culture, while ever pointing to the potential and promise of transformation in Christ, end of the quote, emphasizing that the New Testament as a whole consistently demands of Christians that they exercise limitless forgiveness. Pope Francis also stresses in his encyclical, I quote, that forgiveness and reconciliation are central themes in Christianity and in various ways in other religions, end of the quote. Pope Francis also condemns in his encyclical the digital campaigns of hatred and destruction and observes that, I quote, digital media can also expose people to the risk of addiction, isolation, and gradual loss of contact with the concrete reality, blocking the development of authentic interpersonal relationships, end of the quote. The Orthodox document also mentions the new technologies of communication, which brought numerous beneficial possibilities, but have also created new opportunities for malicious abuse or inadvertently harmful misuse. I quote, today, the distinctions between reality and fantasy, between facts and opinions, between news and ideologically promoted propaganda, and between truth and lies have become ever more obscure and fluid, precisely as a result of the enormous power of the internet, end of the quote. Pope Francis observes that individualism does not make us more free, more equal, more fraternal, and states that radical individualism is a virus that's extremely difficult to eliminate, since it makes us believe that everything consists in giving free rein to our own ambitions, as if by pursuing ever greater ambitions and creating safety nets, we would somehow be serving the common good. The Orthodox document notes in his turn that without the language of the common good at the center of social life, democratic pluralism all too easily degenerates into pure individualism, free market absolutism, and a spiritually corrosive consumerism. Another major problem to which Pope Francis is giving a lot of attention in his encyclical is the problem of migration. He underlines that taking into account the first principle of the common destination of goods, we cannot say, he states, I quote, that each country also belongs to the foreigner, inasmuch as a territory's goods must not be denied to a needy person coming from elsewhere, end of the quote. He also underlines that, I quote, we are obliged to respect the right of all individuals to find a place that meets their basic needs and those of their families, and where they can find personal fulfillment. Our response to the arrival of migrating persons can be summarized by 4 words: welcome, protect, promote, and integrate. End of the quote. The Orthodox document, for its part, knows that, I quote, the plight of these displaced people as nothing less than a divine call to love, justice, service, mercy, and inexhaustible generosity, end of the quote. And then the document quotes the encyclical of the Holy and Great Council of Crete, which stated, we call on the civil authorities, the Orthodox faithful, and other citizens of the countries in which they have sought refuge and continue to seek refuge, to accord them every possible assistance, even from out of their own insufficiency, end of the quote. The document for the life of the world also emphasizes that human rights offer a kind of neutral grammar by which to negotiate civil and legal mechanism for the preservation of human dignity, general liberty, social stability, equal rights for all, complete political enfranchisement, economic justice, and equality before the law, as well as the institution of international conventions for the protection of the rights of minorities, migrants, and asylum seekers, and against war crimes and crimes against humanity, and suggests that Orthodox Christians, I quote, should happily adopt the language of human rights when seeking to promote justice and peace among peoples and nations, and when seeking to defend the weak against the powerful, the oppressed against the oppressors, and the indigent against those who seek to exploit them. End of the quote. Pope Francis, on his turn, underlines in his encyclical that social friendship and universal fraternity necessarily call for an acknowledgement of the worth of every human person, always and everywhere. He warns the reader about the possible misunderstanding of the concept of human rights, understood as individualistic rights, and underlines that the world must ensure human rights, personal and social, economic and political, including the rights of nations and of peoples. And that it is, I quote, important to reinforce the bond of fundamental human rights in order to help and to ensure a dignified life for all men and women of East and West, avoiding the politics of double standards. End of the quote. The Pope notes that many migrants have fled from war, persecution, and natural catastrophes, while the Orthodox documents also states that the 21st century down as a century of migrants and refugees fleeing violent crime, poverty, climate change, war, drought, economic collapse, and asking for safety, sustenance, and hope. Pope Francis considers that the development of a global community of fraternity based on the practice of social friendship on the part of peoples and nations calls for a better kind of politics and truly at the service of the common good. And in the same way, the Orthodox document states that without the language of the common good at the center of social life, democratic pluralism all too easily generates into pure individualisms, free market absolutism, and spiritually corrosive consumerism. The Orthodox document also condemns the deification of profit, the pervasive modern ethos of consumerism, and the base impulses of racism, sexism, and egocentrism, which it considers as the origin of modern slavery. The Pope also criticizes consumerist individualism, which has led to great injustice. He also regrets that the response to the financial crisis of 2007-2008 did not provide an opportunity to develop a new economy more attentive to ethical principles. The Orthodox document advocates for a just economy or business that ensures not only the reasonable productivity and respectable pay of workers, but their opportunities for sufficient rest from work, and protects them against abuse, humiliation, neglect, and cynical exploitation. In the same spirit, Pope Francis considers that politics must not be subject to the economy, nor should the economy be subject to the dictates of an efficiency-driven paradigm of technocracy. In Fratelli Tutti, Pope Francis underlines that the different religions, based on their respect for each human person as a creature called to be a child of God, contribute significantly to build fraternity and defending justice in society. Therefore, according to him, I quote, dialogue between the followers of different religions does not take place simply for the sake of diplomacy, consideration, or tolerance. End of the quote. He believes that a journey of peace is possible from between religions, since God's love is the same for everyone, regardless of religion. In the same spirit, the Orthodox document states that the Church thus seeks dialogue with other religions, traditions, not out of any desire to alter the deposit of her faith, much less out of anxiety regarding that deposit's sufficiency, but out of a reverent love for all who seek God and His goodness, and in a firm certitude that God has left no people without share in knowledge of His grace and glory. At the same time, knowing that God reveals Himself in countless ways and with boundless inventiveness, the Church enters into dialogue with other faiths, prepared to be amazed and delighted by the variety and beauty of God's generous manifestations of divine goodness, grace, and wisdom among all peoples. Pope Francis underlines that as religious leaders, we are called to be true people of dialogue, to cooperate in building peace, not as intermediaries, but as authentic mediators. Each one of us, he writes, is called to be an artisan of peace by uniting and not dividing, by extinguishing hatred and not holding on to it, by opening paths of dialogue and not by constructing new walls. End of the quote. The Orthodox documents states in the same spirit, here I quote again, the Orthodox Church seeks, moreover, to make common cause with all persons and peoples who cultivate and guard the things of the Spirit over against the corrosive materialisms of the modern age, and with all who share her abhorrence of those forms of religious extremism and fundamentalism that blasphemously associate their hatreds, bigotries, and violences with the name of God. End of the quote. And then the document for the life of the world quotes once again the encyclical of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church, stating, I quote, honest interfaith dialogue contributes to the development of mutual trust and to the promotion of peace and reconciliation. End of the quote. To conclude, it is appropriate to underline the convergence of these two documents, which are very different in their nature, since one is a pontifical encyclical, the other a study by theologians, but that were written more or less at the same time. Thus, despite their different nature, they are animated by the same spirit, which is inspired by the commandment of love. As Pope Francis puts it, the deepest conviction of the Christian faith is, I quote, the inalienable dignity of each human person, regardless of origin, race, or religion, and the supreme law of fraternal love. End of the quote. Or, as the document for the life of the world express it, I quote again, our actions are to flow from the love of God and loving union with Him in and through Christ, in whom we meet and treat our brother and sister as our very life. This communion with Christ is the face of our neighbor, is what lies behind the first and great commandment of the law to love God with one's whole heart and one's neighbor as oneself. End of the quote. Therefore, there is a perfect harmony in the social doctrine of the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, fostering a culture of love and solidarity. This is based on the conviction that every human being is created in the image and likeness of God, a thesis particularly present in the Orthodox document, which makes all humanity a brotherhood. As the Orthodox document explains it, being made in the image and likeness of God, each person is unique and infinitely precious, and each is a special object of God's love. End of the quote. All Christians are called always to seek the image and likeness of God in each other. And the desire of Pope Francis in publishing his encyclical in these troubled times was precisely to acknowledge the dignity of each human person and contribute to the rebirth of a universal aspiration to fraternity between all men and women, believing that, I quote, the different religions, based on their respect for each human person as a creature called to be a child of God, contribute significantly to building fraternity and defending justice in society. This is the quintessence of the social doctrine of our both sister churches. Thank you for your attention.
Having had to study both documents, I find that Metropolitan Job Getch's choice of making this his approach in his conference to be well taken, And if we have now time for one question. Is there anybody who wants to raise a question or make some comment? Oh, yes, please.
Igor Shaban, Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church from Kiev. You know, right now is bombing alarm is starting in Kiev. This few minutes, so the people are hiding in shelters. But I have questions to Metropolitan. As I understood, we have as a Catholic Church and Orthodox Church very same point of view on social doctrine and justice and peace understanding. But as we see from the Russian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate, I'm not sure they have the same point of view. It's I fully understand the Catholic point, but as I heard you from the Orthodoxy, do I understand right? You have different point of view on the social doctrine and justice and peace situation, or how you can explain that Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate blessing its soldiers to make aggression to another people?
Well, I want to underline once again that the two documents that I have chosen, the document, the papal encyclical Fratelli Tutti, and the theological document of the Commission of the Ecumenical Patriarchate for the Life of the World are exactly on the same line. And both documents condemn very clearly the war. That war is inadmissible on the basis of the gospel. So I would say that any attempt to justify any kind of war is anti-evangelical. Now, what is very interesting, of course, I had only half an hour, and I was asked to compare two very long documents, so I didn't have time to go more into details. But it is very interesting. You could compare. You could go and study another so-called Orthodox document, which is the document of the social doctrine of the Orthodox Church published by the Moscow Patriarchate in the year 2000, and which was very warmly welcomed at that time by the Roman Catholic Church. And if you see in that, if you go to see in that document, you will see a whole paragraph of justification of war for national interests. So I think that the source of interpretation given now by Patriarch Kirill about the war in Ukraine is inspired by nationalism and by politics of the state. It was already well articulated in their document of the social doctrine of the Russian Orthodox Church, published in 2000. But this document definitely does not reflect the mind and the spirit of the gospel.
Well, thank you very much. Now we have a break. Since we are a bit behind time, if we come back within 15 minutes, we are in perfect order. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Metropolitan Gecha, for your inspiring talk.
Thank you.
It is time to start our second session dedicated to ecumenism. I am Yassan Destivel, director of the Institute for Ecumenical Studies of the Angelicum, and I am honored to moderate this session, which is also an opportunity to strengthen the relationship between our two Institutes for Ecumenical Studies, respectively based in Rome at the Angelicum and in Lviv. This session is dedicated to ecumenism. We will have three speakers. The first is Professor Edward Farrugia, who doesn't need any introduction. Professor Farrugia is Professor Emeritus for Dogma and Eastern Patristics. He is the editor-in-chief of Orientalia Christiana Analecta. And he is also, and it is in this capacity that I am so pleased to work with him, he is also a member of this Saint Irenaeus Orthodox Catholic Working Group since 2004. The title of the paper of the contribution of Professor Farrugia is Overview of a Situation in Ferment, a very enigmatic title, but we look forward to hearing you there, Edward.
When the 1989 upheavals in Eastern Europe made the Eastern Catholic Church's top priority in Catholic Orthodox dialogue, the dialogue came to a grinding halt. And even now that it has resumed, the dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox churches lost the bounds of the first decade. To compound matters, the task is ambitious. The new Oxford Dictionary of English defining vision as to think about or plan the future with imagination or wisdom. Yet, genuine problems are problems with a future, otherwise they would be archived as history. And since vision has to do with future, the problem may well turn out to be the answer. First, we shall examine past roots of future hope in ecumenism to see whether the origin relays something of the originality we seek. In the second, we shall see how Vatican II and its aftermath conditioned the emergence of this vision. Once we establish some of the coordinates of the Eastern Catholic Church's stance on ecumenism, we further ask what this vision amounts to. The time limit allows me to give only a few examples. The past of future hope. Case studies, whether of sickness or of historical figures, usually have a prehistory. A methodological option followed here to bypass the Edinburgh Conference of 1910 as an impasse and look for originality in the Christian Eastern engagement in its origins before that date. At the beginning, we come across lone thinkers such as the Catholic Leo Alacius, who, as the Vatican Scriptor Grecus, living at the Greek college, meets halfway the Orthodox theologian Maximus Margunius, likewise ecumenically minded. Two trends of Eastern Catholic ecumenical inventiveness emerge. An older current is tied to Kiev's Orthodox Metropolitan Peter Mogila. Born in the year of the Brest Union, Mogila bore a grudge against Eastern Catholics, but his Expositio Fidei, before being expurgated by the Orthodox theologian Meletius Sirigos, was the closest to Catholicism at the time, while his peace plank, Opinio Totius Unius Polonis, envisaged contemporaneous communion with both Rome and Constantinople, recalling Elias Zogby in our times. Another current harks back to an Orthodox who became Catholic without abandoning orthodoxy. Vladimir Solovyov, who in his letter to Strossmayer speaks of the East and West as two twin sisters, separated only through misunderstandings. Ivanov, who strikes a prophetic note with his two lungs of the Church, later adopted by John Paul II, and Lev Gillet, as disclosed in his correspondence with Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky and his spiritual father, published by Peter Galatza. This form of ecclesial double belongingness goes counter to a return ecclesiology, therefore may count as an original Eastern contribution to ecumenism, advanced well before 1910, as re-establishing communion between partners. Now, if we use this criterion for the ecumenism of Vladimir Solovyov, can we say that he really wanted orthodoxy to return to Catholicism? It is precisely this what Michel d'Herbigny, in his book Vladimir Solovyov, a Newman Russe, misunderstood. Solovyov was decidedly not a Russian Newman. Newman was a convert to the Catholic Church from Anglicanism. Solovyov opened up to the Catholic Church and accepted her as she was in the first millennium, without leaving the Orthodox Church. Following on this, Vyacheslav Ivanov, on 17 March 1926, on the altar of St. Wenceslaus in St. Peter's, Rome, became a Catholic, and with the same formula used by Solovyov on the very same premises. And Pius XI recognized him as Catholic and recommended him to teach here where we are. Lev Gillet, a Catholic Benedictine who writes under the pseudonym of a monk of the Eastern Church, reverses the trend while retaining the paradigm, and describes his situation when in June of 1928, aged 34, he became an Orthodox without abandoning Catholicism, and I quote, "I am in full communion with the Eastern Catholic or Orthodox Church, and formally invited to continue mentioning Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky in the liturgy. I took my decision during the winter, and Metropolitan Andrei knew of it. Under these circumstances, he understood perfectly and gave me his blessing." Lev Gillet was not required to abjure his Catholic faith, but simply recited the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed as he used to in Lviv without the filioque, as popes do nowadays when they recite the creed in the original Greek, whereas every indication of a break with the past was avoided. The concelebration presided by Sergius Bulgakov simply attested to an already existed spiritual communion. He had not turned to a light other than that which burnt in the Catholic Church, but was the same light, the light of Christ, which he perceived as a fraction purer in the Orthodox Church. He had gone from one richness to a greater richness. That's a quote from. His relationship to Metropolitan Andrei was an agreeable way of agreeing to disagree. Sheptitsky would continue to be his spiritual father, though he did not follow his example. Here we are dealing not with a pre-history, but more precisely with primordial history, the stuff out of which history is made. The originality of this pre-1910 ecumenism comes to the fore if we draw a comparison to the return ecclesiology in Leo XIII's ideal of Cyril and Methodius and the Velerat congresses. The Edinburgh Conference of 1910, rightly hailed as the turning point of modern ecumenism, brought about a new ecumenical ethos, so that over the next 40 years, more was done to bring Christians together than ever before. Protestant missionaries of different denominations organized the conference to offset their conflicts. The text produced now Constantinople's encyclical of 1920 marks orthodoxy official entry into ecumenism. In this encyclical, all non-orthodox churches, contrary to the rigor of orthodox praxis, are called churches. An understandable captatio benevolentiae. It sprang from the embrace of charity and truth. The text, Constantinople was said as vacans, was penned by Metropolitan Germanos of Thyatira, later one of the presidents of the World Councils of Churches. In the crucial year of 1910, and 10 years before Orthodoxy's official entry into ecumenism with 1920 encyclical, the Catholic prince Max von Saxon, brother of King August Friedrich III of Saxon, wrote on sister churches in an ecclesiology anticipating in part Vatican II. In spite of having lost his chair in Freiburg and other punishments, it was like a clarion call in Eastern theological cadences, awakening the Catholic Church from its ecumenical slumbers. If the Prince of Mount Athos engaged himself to free Sheptytsky from Russian imperial prison, 1914-1917, Sheptytsky had Prince Max give lessons in Lviv on Eastern liturgy, even after his condemnation with Rome. Vatican II and the great ecumenical stimulus. If the greatest impulse to the ecumenical vision of the Catholic Eastern churches towards the Orthodox came through Vatican II, this signaled concomitantly the long struggle for respect from the Latin Church. It was John III who tipped the scales in their favor. All this proves that the Eastern Catholic churches are the touchstone of true ecumenism, and that the Eastern Catholic churches are in the uncomfortable, privileged position to have to prove their mettle, what they are worth. The approval of an ecumenical council sealed in the blood of martyrs has given Eastern Catholics a voice which cannot be muffled. Okay, now, performance of representatives of Eastern Catholics on Vatican II. I am skipping several parts. One need only remember Patriarch Maximus IV Zaig and the Melkite lobby. Constantinople's Athenagoras, we have already heard, told him, "You were our spokesman at the council." Later on, the Balamand declaration was prophetical in forbidding proselytism in the modern church, but lacked balance in its treatment of history, especially of Eastern Catholics. Ultimately, it was not received by the majority of those to whom it was intended, as Michel Chalach has written so well in his book. OE 30, Oriental Media 30, has provided the Magna Carta of Catholic Eastern's vision of ecumenism. And pretending, I'm skipping, the Melkites under Zaig, this patriarch Maximus IV Zaig, played really the most important part among the Eastern Catholics, and they even reverted the program of Vatican II, which was not supposed to condemn anything. And they persuaded the fathers to condemn atomic war, among other things. Yeah. Okay, so the Easterners have come of age long ago and should do the same. Now, about the bridge idea. Now, if you look, the idea that the Easterners are bridges, paradoxically praised by Alexander Schmemann in his commentary. All this is in my copious notes. He says, well, that means that they have persuaded the Latins that the Eastern rite is equal to theirs. There is where he sees the bridge. But if you look in the big analytic dictionary of the council, word for word, there is no pons, there is no bridge in the text. The vision itself, the ecumenical vision, the Easterners may act now as creative minorities, as I showed a year ago in this kind of conference. The first thing is to keep the momentum going. Of course, to do that, one must overcome one's own identity crisis, which I don't think the Easterners as a whole can be said to have, in spite of the very difficult situation. Even we can see that on many points, these Eastern churches have made a great advance. The CCEO, the Codex, you know, Dimitri Salahas, we were quite close, and he told me, Father Zuzek did not want me into the group that made the CCO. But I tell you, he told me, the CCO is a great step forward. And Congar, the great Dominican Eastern expert, said about Orientalium Ecclesiarum, it's great. Read the preface and you see that for all its limits, he says, it's a great step forward too. So there we see this, you know, presenting the East to the West in a good way. The first what are we going to see more? For example, agreed statements helped very much, even the Eastern churches themselves. For example, Pope John II and Mar Dinka IV, Catholicos, Patriarch of the Assyrian Church. And who was behind it? The solid work of André de Aïeux. That's what I have. Look, therefore, what you study is to help the East. And then even the Adda and Maria Anaphora, the liturgies, and not only here and elsewhere, people were scandalized with Ratzinger even, that he would accept such a thing, which shows also that on points he was also advanced, among other things. Okay, or the agreement on marriage of 3 Indian Eastern churches, the Syro-Malabar, Syro-Malankara churches, those are Catholic, and one of the 2 Malankara Orthodox churches. This really shows where we are. The communion is advancing slowly, but it's better be slow and serious. Now, how much more time do I have?
5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to use them to the hilt. Conclusion. People living on the front have some hardships to sustain. And I believe Eastern Catholics are living on the front. But they also have the freedom to speak their mind before others. You see, you have like Joseph in prison, know how to exploit your situation. The Christian knows that he owes everything to grace, to his position, not to his merits. And so is what I see some Eastern Christians, at least, perhaps more than some, doing. Sometimes when I think of the enormous sacrifices Eastern Catholic churches have had to make and have survived these tests, it seems as if their position is that of the fool for Christ's sake. Prince Max was called by Aesop Baumer, who wrote several books on him, a fool in Christ. That's why he could see ahead of him. To live for Christ and not for ourselves. Okay, somehow look down at, consider the odd man in, okay. And yet showing the fortitude and Christian love and ecumenical courage. In the wake of World War I, many heads of states got together to discuss how to avoid such a war again. One after another, they all excogitated ingenious alliances, how to deter other powers to resort to such horrible repetitions. Finally, an elderly gentleman among them rose to his feet and told the assembly, "I got it. Go home. Build for every family a comfortable house, for every village a school and a hospital," and so forth. All broke out rolling with laughter. And the cost? They asked him. He replied, $1 billion, which is like a million things in some dictionaries. Others say 1,000 million, whatever it is, a huge sum of money. When the laughter subsided, the elderly gentleman replied, "Why are you laughing at the cost? So much cost the last war. And instead of, putting money to destroy one another, why don't you put money to build relations?" You know what the answer was from them? "Ah, yes, but the war is a different thing." The cynicism of it all and the beauty of the parable by by Kästner, a German writer writing at the time. So I finish the last, the moral. Let us stop our word wars. Word, W-O-R-D, not world. Guerra di parole, cold polemics. And let us face squarely what one may consider an ecclesiological squaring of the circle, accept our position of Eastern Catholic churches, which from outside might seem the odd man is, but from inside has more love and wisdom to it than we would imagine. Thank you. Have I kept my time?
Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Farrugia, for keeping the time and also for your paper, which is much more than an overview as it is entitled, but it is a deep synthesis introducing the whole problematic of the ecumenical mission of the Eastern Catholic Church. Thank you so much. We have now 5 minutes for questions or comments. Yes, Professor Katan.
Thank you, Edward. If we take the example of Vladimir Solovyov and Father Lev Gillet, what's, in your opinion, the ecclesiological paradigm that functions as an underlying theological principle for such attitudes? Do you think, for example, that they advocated the idea that between the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, our differences are just theologumena, theological opinions that should be discussed within a reunified church?
Well, thank you, Assad, Professor Katan. Thank you. It's a very good question. Look, my impression is this. Rome ultimately, in accepting Ivanov, where the two lungs of the church, Pius XI told him do it, and the Basilica accepted the paradigm. But it did not accept the paradigm of Zogby. That is, basically, I'm trying to understand your difficult question. Basically, the church doesn't mind that there are loners, pioneers, who take all the risk. Look how they reduced Prince Max von Saxon. He was reduced to a nobody in the eyes of the church, and yet he died a few years before the council. Yeah, and yet the church, for example, John Paul II, always approved of that paradigm, taking Ivanov's, the two lungs of the church. That's the ecclesiology behind it. They saw in him, if you like, a prophetical voice. How often, even I believe his Beatitude, Shevchuk uses the word prophetical for the Ukrainian church. Somebody who is a loner, who is often the object of abuse, and he finds no support, is more capable of really saying what the church is than somebody who may be, enjoying his sport and his villas or whatever, pretends to tell us what the church is. I think my time is over.
Yes.
Couldn't we stop the sun? Okay.
No, perhaps we have one more question or comment. Otherwise, we will go to our next speaker, Monsignor Professor Ivan Datsko. Will speak online. Monsignor Datsko is a priest of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, president of the Institute for Ecumenical Studies at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv. He is a long-time member of the Joint International Commission for Theological Dialogue between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, and his topic is the official Catholic Orthodox Theological Dialogue, the role and contribution of the Eastern Catholic Churches, a theme on which he is particularly qualified to speak. Monsignor Ivan, the floor is yours. We can't hear you. You are muted.
He's muted. He is muted.
I think you are muted, Monsignor. Yes, you are. Can you unmute your microphone? The red.
Do you have by any chance a pen? Because I had it with me and a biro.
Oh yes. Okay.
Can you hear
yes,
me now?
Yes. Now yes.
Yes. Right at the beginning, I want to make it clear that I am not presenting or analyzing the development of the work of the Joint International Commission. I did this in September 2019 to all the Eastern Catholic bishops in Rome. But I do want to make some references what happened shortly before and after I became a member of the Commission. The first big event was in 1993, the Parliament document, which is entitled Unities, Method of Union of the Past and Present Search for Full Communion. This document caused a lot of turmoil, but after all, everything worked out well, at least in the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. Cardinal Lubachevsky, who was then the head of our church, held a dense correspondence with Cardinal Edward Cassidy on this topic, and it must be pointed out that the Balliman document, even though it is often quoted, was accepted at least in part by the Catholic Church, but not by the Orthodox Church, who really wanted to have this topic to be discussed. 7 years later, the assembly was held in Emmitsburg, Baltimore, which was supposed to continue the question on the issue of unitism, but both sides could not reach any understanding. And I was told by some participants of this plenary, Cardinal Kasper, who was then just a bishop or archbishop, and Professor Christoph Sutno, that this was one of the worst plenaries in which no mutual agreement could be reached. Well, I became a member of the Commission in 2005, and since Belgrade, I attended all the plenary assemblies. The first document, as already mentioned, was issued and was entitled in Ravenna in 2007, Ecclesiological and Canonical Consequences of the Sacramental Nature of the Church, Ecclesial Communion, Conciliarity, and Authority. It took us another 9 years to finalize a second document in Chieti in 2016 with the title Synodality and Primacy in the First Millennium Towards a Common Understanding in the service of the unity of the Church. And the final document was finalized in June of this year in Alexandria with the title Synodality and Primacy in the Second Millennium and Today. By adding this ending and today, one supposes that the Commission will concentrate on what can be done in this regard throughout the next few decades. 2 months after this assembly in Alexandria, Monsignor Paul McPartlin sent me his article, The Alexandria Document, in which he rightly calls the three documents a trio of texts, namely Ravenna, Chieti, and Alexandria. One thing that we did not manage to succeed, the Eastern Catholics, since Belgrade, that we tried to convince Cardinal Casper and Metropolitan John de Toulas to remove the adjective Roman Catholics when referring to the Catholic Church, but were asked not in the spirit of obedience not to touch this question for the sake of continuing the dialogue. Now I want to go to the main point of the contribution of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. First, the first synod of the Ukrainian Catholic Church, which was held in Lviv in May 1992, proclaimed that ecumenism and work for unity of churches is the main priority of our church. Second, after Balaban, Miroslav Lubachevsky, the head of our church in 1994, published his pastoral letter, really a very good one, on unity of churches. Third, as of 2002, the late Cardinal Lubomir Huzar established a working group of scholars to discuss the ways and methods to restore full communion between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church. Not only Ukrainian scholars researched this question and were invited to it, but also the late Bishop Dimitrios Salakas is frequently consulted because of his competence in the field of canon law and Eastern churches, and I'll talk about this in a few minutes. The role of the Bishop of Rome, his primacy, and the issue of the Pope's universal jurisdiction were primarily discussed. This working group continued its consultations when His Beatitude Shevchuk took over the leadership of our church in 2011 and has sought and continues to seek answers to find a suitable solution to these challenges and problems. As a consequence of these deliberations, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church publishes every 5 years and updates its ecumenical concept. And our institute plays an important role in these works. It is perhaps the destiny of our church, since we are in the middle between East and West, to fulfill this ecumenical mission. This is the reason why St. Pope John Paul II in 2001, when he came to Ukraine, spoke of Ukraine as a laboratory of ecumenism, laboratorio dell'ecumenismo. First of all, this Pope, John Paul II, as well as Benedict XVI and Francis, emphasized the ecumenical vocation of the Eastern Catholic churches. It was John Paul II who declared, as far as in 1987 in Buenos Aires, when he visited the Ukrainian community, that when he said that the Church of the Kievan Metropolia was baptized when the church was still one and indivisible, and therefore is, and I quote, Orthodox in faith and Catholic in love, end quote. Right at the beginning, in the spirit of the Balaman document, our working group rejected unitism as a model and method of restoring communion, and Cardinal Husser stressed this in front of the Pope in 2001. But he also presented his view on the primacy of the Bishop of Rome, and I quote in full, "The primacy of Peter," Husser says, "should not be a reason not to move towards the restoration of communion, but should be a value that should be understood, shared, and experienced together. This is a truth of faith that will eventually be recognized by all those who now profess the ancient tradition." In my opinion, says Husser, it is not worth arguing whether there is primacy in the church, although its definition was given very recently at the First Vatican Council in the history of the church. It has been recognized and exercised right from the very beginning. Our efforts, both on part of Catholic and Orthodox, should focus on the very meaning of primacy and how we should understand and exercise it in the 21st century. This is what I believe, says Husser, the question posed by St. John Paul II in his encyclical Ut Unum Sint meant. The discussion about the existence or non-existence of primacy only postpones the final decision about real unity. I think that not only the Orthodox, but also we Catholics should make an effort to find solutions that are consistent with the revealed truth in which we believe. End quote. An important tool in this regard is the current Eastern legislation, or the Code of Canons of the Eastern Churches. I want to add to what Farrugia said, but it was here that Professor Salakas, then Bishop Salakas rather, helped us considerably. He said it was great progress since the previous legislation on the Pius XII, Redi Sanctitati and so on. He should have said that the question of autonomy of the Eastern churches and the central authority of the church has not been resolved in the light of the new code. We can foresee its further development, not quite possible with the exception of the Catholic doctrine of primacy of the Bishop of Rome, the realization of which requires new forms, as the last Pope, including Pope Francis, have sought. Under this review, we find the Eastern Canon Law with a very large, significant number of canons that reserve too many rights to the Apostolic See. The task of regulating various issues of purely ecclesiastical law. This also indicates a rather limited and relative autonomy of the Eastern Catholic churches, and we can't expect the Orthodox to accept this. I wish to note, and it was Salakas who pointed this out, that more than 200 times the Eastern Canon Law, CCEO, requires the intervention of the Apostolic See in the internal life of the Eastern Catholic churches in form of authorizations, consensus, inspections, exemptions, approvals, confirmations, etc. In addition, the code refers to the particular law established by the legislative authority of each church sui juris and approved by the Roman bishop, or to the particular law established by the Holy See. This restriction, also applies to various areas of internal life, such as the function and powers of synod. It was only recently that we got the full power that our church was granted the right to convoke the synod as they are convoked today. The clerical status, corporation of faithful, assemblies of patriarchs and bishops, and so on.
Professor Datsko, you are frozen now. So, what shall we do?
Can you hear me
Yes,
again?
yes, now yes.
Yeah. As a future perspective, paragraph 30 of the Conciliar Decree Orientalium Ecclesiarum states that all these legal provisions are established for the present conditions until the Catholic Church and the separated Eastern churches reach the fullness of communion. They also say that the Catholic Church does not intend to impose those canons as a condition for unity. This communion, based on the unity of faith, on the continuity of experience and tradition of the ancient undivided church, which will fundamentally change the relationship with the Eastern churches and the papacy in the disciplinary sphere. It must be recognized that this relation will be different from the one in which the Eastern Catholic churches. The discrepancy between the code and what the Orthodox expect from us is still not adequately addressed. I mean, just the fact that Orientalium Ecclesiarum says that the patriarchs with their synod constitute the highest authority of all members. That the patriarchs and synods participate in the supreme authority of the church. For too long, the Eastern Catholic bishops have gotten used to the fact that the Roman bishop, the Bishop of Rome, or the congregation, or the dicastery of the Eastern churches, or the Roman Curia, decided these issues. It is important to recognize that the Eastern Catholic churches today do not recognize unity as a method or model of unity. The existence of Eastern Catholic churches and the development as churches sui juris in communion with the Apostolic Church of Rome must be recognized and protected both by Catholic and Orthodox sides.
You have five more minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to be very short. I want to just to say that we were promised, we still have the territorial jurisdiction that the our patriarch or major archbishop cannot take decision outside his territory. We did not specify our use specialium at temples. Their synods are still has to elaborate the fact that it has a consultative, deliberative, administrative, and executive power, and that our synods with elected bishops have used eligendi nominandi et consacrandi. Now, we have also established the Kievan study group in the early 1990s in the diaspora, and even such an outstanding scholar as Václav Hryniewicz has said, in our times, thanks in large of the documents, we see that the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church could effectively seek unity with the ecumenical patriarchate. We could have simultaneous communion with Rome and Constantinople. It follows that Constantinople could recognize all Kievan churches, Orthodox and Catholic, as sister churches. And indeed, in particular, the Ukrainian Greek Catholics can establish relations with the ecumenical patriarchate without breaking the communion of Rome. It's of great interest to the Orthodox. I want to tell that we Catholics should not be afraid to use the term autocephaly. Autocephalous church. We use the Slavic term pomysla cerkwa ecclesia sui juris, but Cardinal Slipei And I remember Professor Harignac, who was one of his main theological consultants, used this term also to our church, Nasca Autokefalia. Then we have to pray together, which is very important, that the church, that the faithful see that we also pray. We cannot celebrate the Eucharist, but we can pray together. And finally, and now I will finish once again with the words of Pope Francis, which he pronounced at the St. George's Cathedral on November the 30th, on the Feast of St. Andrew in 2014. He said, in order to faithfully safeguard the fullness of the Christian tradition, and to bring to completion the reconciliation of Christians of the East and West, it is of utmost importance to preserve and maintain the extremely rich heritage of the churches of the East, not only in terms of liturgical and spiritual traditions, but also in terms of canonical orders sanctified by the Holy Fathers and councils that governs the life of these churches. I believe it is important to emphasize the need to honor this principle as a fundamental mutual condition. This is very important for the restoration of full communion, which does not mean subordination of one another to another, not absorption, but rather acceptance of all the gifts that God has given to each one in order to reveal the whole world, the great mystery of salvation accomplished by our Lord Christ through the Holy Church. I want to assure you, says the Pope, of you, each of you, that in order to achieve the desired goal of filial unity, the Catholic Church does not intend to impose any conditions. Very important of the Pope, no conditions other than the requirement of professing a Catholic faith, and that in the light of the teaching of Scripture and the experience of the first millennium, we are ready to seek together ways in which the necessary unity of the Church can be guaranteed in the present circumstances. This is only this only thing that the Catholic Church sees, the only thing that the Catholic Church seeks, and that I, as Bishop of Rome, strive for, that the Church that resides in love is communion with the Orthodox Church. And today I repeat what I said to the Eastern Catholic Bishop in September in Rome. This is our ecumenical roadmap for the near future. I thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, dear Monsignor Datsko, for this excellent presentation of the contribution of the Eastern Catholic Churches to the theological dialogue, and for also proposing this roadmap, all rooted in your also rich personal experience. We have now 5 minutes for questions. You can come to the microphone here if you have some comments or questions to address to Professor Datsko. Yes, Professor Suraya Beshialani.
Good morning and thank you. I have such a request. The document of Balament is very important for all of us, and we were in Vienna the last week, and I realized that it is one of the most example for healing memories in the dialogue between the churches, because we recognize this method as a method of the past. We has had the courage to use ecclesiologically the sister churches. I know that the reception of this document was very, very difficult. That's why I would like to have one book or volume of all the studies about this document, and mainly by the pioneers and the co-authors of this document, because unfortunately we lost Father Jean Courbon, and now Monsignor Georges Khuder doesn't have the possibility to talk about it. We would like to have the background of this document. As for me, It is one of the most important documents ever.
What document? What document?
Of Parliament, 1993.
Well, I want to tell you one thing. I mean, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church published all these reactions of Cardinal Lubachevsky. It was published in the Logos journal, which we used to be published in Ottawa in Canada. The whole correspondence with between Cardinal Lubachevsky and Cardinal Cassidy. Then we published a book which is called The Sign of Hope. Furthermore, we published the ecumenical concept of and position every 5 years, and we made it clear that we do not accept unitism as a model and as a method. Please remember that this entire question of unitism was also caused by the attitude which existed in Rome, in the Roman Curia, with the whole mentality of Prestantia Ritus Latini. Well, we have published a series of documents, mainly, of course, in Ukrainian, but I do agree that we would need some other work in English or any other Western language. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may perhaps say in response to Professor Beshialani, also a question, that the French Catholic Orthodox Committee published in 2002 a book, Dans le sillage de Balamand, with many essays regarding the preparation and the reception of Balamand. It was published 20 years ago and by Le Cerf. But it is only in French, but it's not a problem for a Lebanese. But it was an interesting book, yes, with, at the end, some conclusions on behalf of the French Catholic Orthodox official theological dialogue. And also adding to that, perhaps, one of my regrets in the Alexandria document is that there is no mention of Balamand in this document. But one can understand that there is no unanimous reception of this document among Catholics, but also among Orthodox, obviously. Other comments or questions? So we can now hear our next. Thank you again, Monsignor Datsko. Thank you for your contribution. Yes. Our next and last speaker this morning is Professor Dimitrios Keramidas. Professor Keramidas is Greek Orthodox. He was born in Thessaloniki. He is Professor of Ecumenism at the Faculty of Theology of the Pontifical University St. Thomas Aquinas, the Angelicum. He is the scientific coordinator of the Institute for Ecumenical Studies of the Angelicum. He has written many books on ecumenism, missiology. One of these is called, it's in Greek, but I think in English, it's Orthodoxy and the Gospel in the 21st Century, essays on missionary self-consciousness, published in 2018. And the topic of the paper of Professor Keramidas is Critique of Failed Approaches to Ecumenism, the Orthodox Approach in Eastern Catholic Orthodox Dialogue.
Thank you. So, good morning, and apologies for my voice, but I got a cold these days. Yeah. So thank you for the invitation, and congratulations for the courage to organize a conference dealing also with Eastern Catholics facing Orthodox. The topic that I was asked to speak about was a critique of failed approaches to ecumenism. It doesn't seem that my vision of the official dialogue on the so-called unitism is one that sees this dialogue as a failed dialogue. And I understand that I don't have a limited time, so I will skip some parts of my presentation. Yes, I will start with, I will go through some points made by the two plenary sections, Freising 1990 and Balamand 1993. I think they should be seen as one two sessions dealing with the same issue, the so-called Uniatism or Greek Byzantine Rite Catholics. So as known, both sessions rejected Uniatism as a method and as a model, as a method of reaching unity through proselytism, and as a ecclesiological model of unity, which implies what has been called ecclesiological exclusivism, a certain understanding of papal authority, universalistic based authority, and the non-recognition of the ecclesiality of the others. This same mentality also appeared at that time during the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries, also in the Orthodox Church. So what is important in my view is that in Freising and Ballamant, proselytism was rejected categorically and formally, but also the ecclesiological principles that brought Uniatism. So as you know better than me, that both sessions spoke about the sisterhood between the Catholic and Orthodox churches, the ecclesiology of communion, which recognize each other's ecclesiality, that is Eucharist, valid sacraments, apostolic succession, and true faith. As a matter of fact, and regarding the reception of the document, of the documents, in this case, the declaration of Freising, the statement of Freising and the declaration of Ballamant, the Orthodox were those who urged the discussion of the issue, and in Freising, the statement issued was not signed by only some churches, including Antioch, Jerusalem, Serbia, Bulgaria, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. In Ballamant, instead, representatives from Jerusalem, Serbia, Bulgaria, Georgia, Greece, and Czechoslovakia were absent. So this raises the question of whether these documents can be considered authoritative or not, given that they didn't have any unanimous acceptance. However, we can see that only 4 of the 14 Orthodox churches were absent from both plenaries. That is Jerusalem, Serbia, Bulgaria, and the Church of Czechoslovakia. The Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople, the Patriarchates of Alexandria, Antioch, Moscow, Romania, Georgia, as well as the autocephalous churches of Cyprus, Greek, Poland, and Albania signed at least one or even both texts. This means that they receive, at least in theory, their content or their principles. Now, from an Orthodox point of view, it has been mentioned, I think, earlier this morning that the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church in 2016 sent few or nothing about the so-called Uniate question. This is true. In fact, in the ecclesiological document on the relations of the Orthodox Church with the rest of the Christian world, number 23, the Council declared, I quote, "The Orthodox Church has a common awareness of the necessity for conducting inter-Christian theological dialogue. It therefore believes that this dialogue should always be accompanied by witness to the word through acts expressing mutual understanding and love, which express the ineffable joy of the gospel, eschewing every act of proselytism, uniatism, or other provocative act of interconfessional competition." So in the view of the document, uniatism is seen not the existence of the Eastern Rite Catholic churches, but this method, this model of unity. So what they reject, what the Council rejects, is the method and the model, not the existence of these churches. At least this is my reading and the reading of many other colleagues. So it is also known that the Ballamant document set forth some guidelines for reconciliation on a practical level. Some I will not mention this, which were these guidelines. In my view, the Commission emphasized the importance of unity among Orthodox and Eastern Catholics and respect towards those who have suffered in the past for their faith, including bishop, priests, faithful, both Orthodox and Catholics, who underwent persecutions. So these sufferings call for unity and common witness around the highest and noblest Christian duty, the proclamation of Christ's gospel. Now, today, in light of the war in Ukraine, this call for collaboration, reconciliation is more important than in the past. So I would say that regarding the narratives question that was raised before, that yes, today Ukraine specifically represents an arena that could generate a new ecumenism based not on a common nationalistic or patriotic understanding of history, and this is the risk also for the Orthodox autocephalous church, but the common experience of this for this suffering of the war, of both Orthodox and Eastern Catholics being victims of the war, should generate a spiritual and then a common ecclesiological idea, convergence not on a nationalistic or patriotic agenda, which currently brings many Ukrainians together, but the spiritual and ecclesiological principles around which they could converge. So we should not ignore this problem. The granting of autocephaly to the Orthodox Catholic Orthodox Church, Ukrainian Church, was not done to create one more nationalistic church, 15 nationalist or 16 nationalistic church, but to bring this community into a canonical stance and encourage her communion with all other Orthodox churches. We don't need a new nationalistic agenda in the many nationalistic Orthodox agendas. So, from ecclesiological, that was regarding the practical point of the question. From the pure ecclesiological point of view, it is known, it has been mentioned before, that Greek Catholics have found their ecclesiological location within the Catholic communion. And this was mentioned also by Balamant in light of the teachings of the Second Vatican Council and the Code of Canon of Eastern Churches. So this means that they also accept the constitutive principles of the Orthodox Catholic theological dialogue, which signifies in turn that they should not, Greek Catholics should not relate to the Orthodox in the same way they did in the past, that is to say, through the lens of an ecclesiology that exalts conversions, proselytism, and obedience to universal authority, what has caused, so to speak, the unitism. Instead, the communion ecclesiology, cited by the Freising and Balamant documents, could be very helpful in this regard and a convincing way to understand the complexity of Orthodox Catholic ecclesiological relations. So it is important indeed to clarify the nature of communion ecclesiology, that is, the relationship between the so-called territorial or Eucharistic Orthodox ecclesiology on the one side, and on the other, the so-called universalistic Catholic ecclesiology. The Ravenna Chieti plenary sections explored the relationship between synodality and authority of primacy and suggested, as was said this morning, that primacy is an essential element in the life of the church, that there is a complementarity, interconnections between these two forms of church government at all levels of church life. For there is a living organic communion between primacy and synodality that accompanies the overall ecclesial life. So in particular, we could say that episcopal, in light of Ravenna and Chieti, that episcopal relationship is fundamental for church communion. Each local bishop has the obligation to celebrate in communion with other local churches that confess the same faith in the same or through the same Eucharist. 2. Regional churches, such as patriarchates or metropolitanates or autocephalous churches, have specific rights to hold councils and validate the election of their primate, at least from an Orthodox understanding of exercise of authority on a regional level. Third, the Church of Rome specifically has a primatial role as prima sedes. including receiving appeals, moderating disputes, without separating herself, the See of Rome, from the context of general or ecumenical councils. So in the framework of the undivided church, as we know, ecumenical councils resolved major questions regarding both faith and canonical issues. The above notions imply that, first, the Eucharist is an event of gathering that reconciles the people of God of a specific community with Christ and each other. This concept can be applied eternally within a given community and between churches, where synodal communion represents the fullness of a local church and the Catholicity or universality of faith, the faith that is shared by all. And second, synodal communion extends the unity between a given ecclesial community with other communities. To this, we can add a third element. Primacy is a permanent and essential, as said, component of church unity, not a provisional or transitory office. Now, if unity is understood exclusively in terms of relation, communion with the See of Rome, the so-called or the old understanding of uniatism, without exploring contemporary, the all-embracing and reconciliatory synodal dimension of church, this unity will always remain partial. And this one-sided vision of unity has not been and perhaps would not be accepted by the Orthodox. Instead, if we consider communion in relation to a deeper understanding of synodal communion, in which the Bishop of Rome certainly enjoys a fundamental and plays a fundamental role on a universal level, then unity this way is not to be achieved through Rome, but with the entire Christian community. This unity is not merely a coexistence of different liturgical rites, Latin, Byzantine, etc., under the guidance of a universal magisterial authority, but the communion of independent churches. So in that sense, synodality is recognized as a crucial, important, irreversible institution of unity. This idea highlights also the importance that episcopal authority should exercise, can exercise synodically, and that interchurch unity in faith and sacraments be expressed through synodal fellowship. So regional Orthodox and Byzantine Catholic synodal bodies that are separate, as we know until now, can come together in their mission to spread the gospel of Christ, which was the intention of Ballamant. This can happen already now in light of also of social circumstances, and I believe this would not contradict, but rather encourage the insignificance, the understanding of the significance of synodical understanding of the Church, the Synod as a real, visible symbol and expression of unity. This unity, of course, can reinforce the overall, the universal church life. This standard for determining unity and communion reflects the principle of equal footing that was outlined in the second and third Pan-Orthodox conferences between 1916 and 1964. This was an Orthodox demand to establish a dialogue with the Catholic Church on equal footing. It would become less effective, this principle, if the Byzantine Catholic churches support this dialogue, their dialogue with the Orthodox, solely according to the Oriental sui juris liturgical identity, leaving the Latin Catholic Church to have a universal stature. So the sui juris liturgical identity of the Byzantine Oriental churches has also a universal stature. Orthodox ecclesiology does not make, as you know, an ontological distinction between particular churches in plural and the universal church in singular. It has been argued in the past that the Orthodox Church is a sum of churches. They are not one church, which is not true. The Orthodox Church professes to be the one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, and at the same time it can apply for herself the use of plural churches. To the extent that the local church expresses the universality of the church faith and the fullness of life in Christ. However, in order for this unity to be valid for the entire church, this regional that we have described before, this regional communion, synodal communion between Orthodox and Eastern Catholics should be implemented at the universal level, not with a specific church, but with a worldwide Christian community. So I will now read to my conclusions. Considering what has been illustrated before, we can question once again if it's still appropriate to label Eastern Catholic churches as bridge churches or as mediator churches with the Orthodox. The answer is probably no. They are bridge churches within the Catholic churches, and they cannot mediate, as perhaps they did in the past, with the Orthodox churches. The dialogue is with the Catholic Church as a whole. Yet they are equal. They should be considered by the Orthodox as equal partners in the dialogue with the Catholic Church. So a future-looking and inclusive approach should distance itself from forcing Eastern Catholic churches to assimilate into Catholicism or Orthodoxy. It was very interesting, I found very interesting some declarations by Major Archbishop Sviatoslav Sevchuk, who has spoken of the Mother Church of Constantinople, referring, of course, to his church, to the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. So the ecclesiological question is, yes, historically, the Constantinople was the Mother Church of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, but can we ecclesiologically accept a bimaternal relation of the Greek Catholics, both with Rome or with Constantinople? Would this bimaternal relation introduce the uniate model? I think the same risk lies also in those who in the past have proposed the Greek Catholics to be mediators or to be bridge in the relation with the Orthodox. So we should distance also ourselves from proposing practices like Latinization, Orthodoxization, and etc. I was reading some points of the synthesis report of the 16th Ordinary General Assembly of the Bishop of Bishops, specifically points E and H, which assert, I quote, some difficulties concerning the Oriental churches, some difficulties remain regarding the Pope's role in giving his assent to bishops elected by the synods of the churches sui juris for their territory and the papal appointment of bishops outside canonical territory. The request to extend the jurisdiction of the patriarchs outside the patriarch territories is also a matter for discernment and dialogue with the Holy See. As we know, in the case of Orthodox, autocephalous, and patriarchal churches, the local synods elect their primate without any further or external interference. And point H of the synthesis report, first and foremost, the request emerged to establish a permanent council of the patriarchs and major archbishops of the Eastern Catholic churches to the Holy Father. So what would be the competencies of this council? Would they decide together? Would this council of Eastern patriarchs and archbishops have a consultative role, or it would also deliberate? So there are many questions open on the floor, I understand. So to close my presentation. So this, we understand that we should allow each community to have its own eternal disciplinary freedom and the right to choose its own leadership and to practice its own liturgical spiritual heritage. So it is important, though, to recognize the sui juris status of the Byzantine Catholics apart from this liturgical spiritual heritage and elaborate also their juridical administration within the Catholic Church. In doing so, I think we can create a worldwide, unified, synodical Christian community without forcing one or other being uniformal to certain practices. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Professor Keramidas, for keeping to time and also for this orthodox approach, which is also indeed a very ecumenical approach to the question of the role of the Eastern Catholic Churches to the question of Christian unity. And hearing you, I was thinking that if the model of the Eastern Catholic Churches is not recognized, is not accepted by the Orthodox as a model for reestablishing communion, we should perhaps reflect together on a new model of reestablishing communion, which will not be primarily jurisdictional. But we have now 5 minutes for questions or comments. Professor Einthaler.
Thank you very much for your reflections and considerations. You spoke very decided on synodal communion. I was thinking on the documents we have in the Orthodox Catholic Dialogue, where it is expressly stated that primacy and synodality are interrelated, strongly interrelated. If you speak now on the universal level, on synodal communion, where is the primacy?
The primacy is on the hands of the Bishop of Rome. And this primacy should be exercised synodically. So this is recognized by the canons of the undivided church, the canons that also the Orthodox Church recognize. So this is a specific primacy exercised by the Bishop of Rome with specific competencies, because we don't have honorific primacies without competencies, even juridical competencies. And this goes also for those who exercise primacy within the Orthodox Church. To understand the primacy without practical competencies does not belong to the common canonical ecclesiological tradition. So we recognize the primacy of the Bishop of Rome, but a primacy that is being exercised synodically. So the question is, the problem for many Orthodox, which was also highlighted by Metropolitan Joseph Eulas, is to be resolved is what will be the authority of these councils, a consultative or deliberative. This remains to be explored and resolved.
Thank you. Perhaps one more comment or question? Yes, Professor Pavlo Smitsniuk.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. My question is about reading Balamand in its historical context. Mm-hmm. Yes, we've been talking for 3 days about contextualizing documents and expressions. So Balamand was signed after a very painful moment of Greek Catholics coming out of the catacombs in Ukraine, Romania, other countries. Mm-hmm. If the same topic and desire to produce a similar document would have happened today, would it have been different? Would we have a different document? Would we have a different reception history of it? If it would have been written in a context not as painful as that in the 90s? Thank you.
That is a good question, but we experience an equally painful situation today with many wars when the wars happening in Middle East, in Ukraine, and the deep crisis that is also Europe, the West is experiencing, which is also a cultural crisis, a crisis of faith. Well, there have been many appeals to Ukrainians to elaborate, not perhaps a Parliament document, but elaborate a common understanding of their Christian identity in a specific terrain, a terrain that is a territory of suffering today. So I think in that situation, that particular situation, there are many possibilities, horizons for convergence. So considering the war, so the common experience of war. So considering the ecclesiological, this for what concerns the practical aspect of the question, considering the ecclesiological aspect of the Parliament document, if we were today to sign a similar document, there would be more discussion within the Orthodox churches. I think that is a discussion that we must do among ourselves. What do we mean by autocephaly? What do we mean by primacy? What do we mean by synodality? So these are values important that are part of our patrimony, but we need also to contextualize them, but according to specific ecclesiological canonical principles. So in order to not remain vague. So what do we mean by primacy? So what primacy implies for the life of the church? So what is the authority of synod, as I said before, and what is the principle of unity, a project of unity, a model of unity? We reject unitism. What is the alternative? We speak about unity in faith, but we have many faiths around the Christian world. What is our orthodox level of accepting diversities in formulating the faith? So I think there would be more discussion within the Orthodox in clarifying these issues today than in the early 90s. Yeah.
Thank you. It is 1 o'clock precisely. So we'd like to thank again Professor Keramidas and also Professor Eduard Farrugia and Monsignor Datsko for, first of all, for keeping to time and also for their contribution to our reflections. And thank you also for your attention and for your questions. I think we resume this afternoon at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Yes, for the third session.
I would also like to thank all the participants physically presented and online, and please join us in 2 hours at 3 p.m. for our next 2 sessions, which we will have here, and you can use the same link online to join our meetings. And also, we kindly invite speakers, moderators, to follow my colleague Taras to have a lunch. But before the lunch, I have one question to you. I ask you, all the participants, to come here and to have a common picture, to take a photo. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you again to you.
Hello? They took the Italian. So. Hello? Please take your seats so we can start this session.
Still eating, I'm afraid.
Yeah, or they're enjoying the coffee.
Or digestivo.
Digestivo. Or the lemon pie. Okay.
We should start to be on time.
Yeah, there are some people now coming, so. Yes, I think we can start this session. Hope you enjoyed your meal. I'm sure you did.
Very much.
It was a time of refreshment for body and soul and spirit, with some good wine, hopefully. So this is the third section of this conference. A very promising session, speaking on the most promising topics of dialogue. We have three speakers. Since Metropolitan Job has already spoken this morning, there has been a change in the program. So we have with us this afternoon Roman Fijas, Mark Mozorovic, and Brian Bace. So I will introduce them to you later. So we can start immediately with the first speaker, according to the program, Reverend Dr. Roman Fijas, Director of the Institute of Ecumenical Studies at the Ukrainian Catholic Universities. So his presentation will focus on the topic dialogue in a time of war, new challenges and perspectives. So, Reverend Fijas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dimitrios, for the presentation. And first of all, I would like to thank those who are on the front back in Ukraine, to our soldiers, who often at the cost of their lives protect Ukrainian people from brutal Russian aggression, which is currently happening in Ukraine. And because due to their sacrifice, we as Ukrainian delegation are privileged to be here and share our reflections. My theme is a dialogue in a time of war, new challenges and perspectives. The ecumenical vision of Eastern Catholics is inspired by important initiatives and documents of the Apostolic See. However, being rooted in a specific culture of relations within the local churches and having its own connection with society on the local level, this Ukrainian vision has a clear contextual character. In my presentation, I will briefly review the main ecumenical initiatives of Ukrainian Eastern Catholics before the start of the full-scale war of Russia against Ukraine, in order you could understand the main specific of their vision of interconfessional relations. I will also analyze the current ecumenical situations that have been developed during the wartime, to see how the Ukrainian churches are involved in important work of the society's resilience and healing the war's traumas. How the issue of war and peace is articulated in a new way in the Ukrainian religious milieu, and how this discussion started to take on a broader and global character, which accordingly leads to the demands of a new culture of dialogue. At the same time, we will analyze the challenges and new trends that prevent the full realization of the ecumenical potential of Ukrainian Christians. In the conclusion, I will briefly summarize the promising directions which should be elaborated for development of the Catholic Orthodox cooperation in Ukraine. So first of all, about the religious context in Ukraine before full-scale war. As you already know, religious life in Ukraine began to flourish only after the collapse of the USSR and Ukrainian independence in 1891. Ecumenical life since that time has been full of various challenges and achievements. Ukrainian Christianity, for example, in contrast to Russia, where the Russian Orthodox Church had a dominant position in the state, instead in Ukraine, it was characterized by the absence of one monopolistic Christian community that could dictate terms to other denominations or to have specific special privileges from the state. Such diversity created a certain tension and competition between denominations, but at the same time, it created the basis for dialogicity and openness of Ukrainian Christianity. In Ukraine, from the beginning of the 20s, several Orthodox churches were formed at once, but unfortunately, they didn't have communion with each other. Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate, Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kyiv Patriarchate, and Ukrainian Autocephalic Orthodox Church. The Catholic Church was represented by the Eastern Catholics, that is, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, and the Greek Catholic Eparchy of Mukachevo, and the Roman Catholic Church in Ukraine, the Latin Rite. The Protestant communities, usually of the Baptist and Evangelical orientation. Such diversity during the first 5 years of independence became a source of interreligious conflicts and tensions. However, after a phase of mistrust and sometimes enmity caused by the conflicts over the distribution of churches and church property, interdenominational relations moved to a period of peaceful coexistence. Initiatives of reconciliation, dialogue, and cooperation were emerging. Interconfessional prayers were held, and various academic theological meetings were organized between the representatives of Ukrainian churches. Churches of Ukraine put forward joint legislative and educational proposals, acting together within the framework of the All-Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations, which was created in 1996. This institution represents right now 95% of religious communities presented in the country. Meeting between the leaders of the Ukrainian churches have become commonplace. However, ecumenism in the Ukrainian state remained hostage to some factors. Orthodox Christians in Ukraine were cut off from the main ecumenical processes for many decades. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate, as part of the Russian Orthodox Church, has never been a separate member in ecumenical dialogues or meetings outside of Ukraine, because it has always been a part of the Russian Orthodox Church delegation. In the ROC itself, the institute towards the attitude towards the ecumenical movement was often and still remains twofold. Outwardly, the ROC is full member of the World Council of Churches. Its leaders participate in international ecumenical meetings. Joint statements with other denominations are accepted. But in the internal environment, the attitude towards ecumenism is completely different. The majority of the clergy and the faithful in general are brought up in the spirit of isolationism and prejudiced attitude towards all non-Orthodox. This dual policy goes back to the Soviet Union and the Ukrainian Orthodox Church's relations with the other Ukrainian Orthodox denomination are burdened with negativity. There were accusations of schism against this church. The sacraments, including Baptists, have been not recognized, and all other stuff. Two Ukrainian Church of Kyiv Patriarchate and Autocephalic Church, which later formed the skeleton of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine created after Thomas, not having recognition from other world Orthodox churches, could not enter the arena of international ecumenical dialogue. Most of the Protestant communities of Ukraine belong to the second way of Protestantism. There are Baptists, Pentecostals, Adventists, who are characterized by low ecumenical activity in contrast to the first wave, for example, Lutherans and Calvinists. The atmosphere of persecution during the Soviet Union pushed them to confessional isolationism, and only in the 2000s did they begin to form inter-Protestant representative structures and reach all Ukrainian level. What is about the ecumenical role of the Eastern Catholics in Ukraine, especially the role of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church? UGCC, compared to other denominations of Ukraine, have certain ecumenical achievements. Thought in its environment, the attitude towards ecumenism is heterogeneous, sometimes with certain reservations. The negative experience of church property conflicts during the period of coming out of the underground has not yet been forgotten. Among the older generation of priests, the memory of Ostpolitik is still alive, when in the 60s the Vatican did not mention the persecution of Ukrainian Catholics in the USSR for the sake to preserve the dialogue with the ROC. Nevertheless, UGCC have been played the leading role among other Ukrainian denominations engaging into different ecumenical initiatives. This pioneer role in ecumenical process has its own objective causes. Back in the days of the Soviet Union, when the Ukrainian denominations tried to survive in the brutal conditions of atheistic Soviet propaganda and persecution, a part of the church in exile was comforted by freedom and could freely benefit from the achievements of the modern ecumenical movement. Thus, after the 90s, Greek Catholics were able to continue their activities in a new circumstances in Ukraine and around. With the rapid development of religious life, the establishment of seminaries and other educational institutions, Ukrainian Eastern Catholics could participate in international ecumenical congresses and meetings. Many graduates of seminaries studied abroad. Many teachers, professors from outside Ukraine taught in our seminaries. All this made it possible to make serious ecumenical progress even at a time when the Orthodox brothers were not ready for this. We can only briefly summarize some of ecumenical initiatives realized by the heads of the church. For example, the pastoral letter of His Beatitude Miroslav Ivan Lubachevsky on the unity of the holy churches back in 1994 at a time of severe interconfessional confrontations. It may be for decades, for 10 years, it was the only ecumenical paper of such level in different Christian denominations within Ukraine. Another pastoral letter of His Beatitude Lyubomir Huzar, One People of God on the Kievan Hills in 2004, where he raised important issues of interconfessional dialogue with Orthodox brothers, in particular the issue of common Kievan tradition, the need of forgiveness and reconciliation, a call from Erasian exclusivism to contemporary complementarity, from the Church's position of subordination to public service, from ecumenism of ultimatums to partnership dialogue, from confessional rivalry to the primacy of love. All these could be the main principles on which the future vision of the Kievan Church, he stated, could be built. Another letter of our current Patriarch Sviatoslav Shevchuk on occasion of the century of the renewal of unity of the Ukrainian nation and the state, called Our Saint Sophia, where he talks about the Sophian basis of the civilization of Kievan Christianity. In the 90s, Ukrainian Greek Catholics created the Lviv Theological Academy, which later became Ukrainian Catholic University, and our institution was formed within this university, which deals with the issue of Christian unity. UKU has become a place of constant meeting of representatives of various denominations and also their creative reflection on today's challenges. The development of research on the common Kievan tradition embodied in the publishing projects of Kiev Christianity, which was launched in 2013 in cooperation with the humanitarian and philosophical and theological faculties of the Ukrainian Catholic University, aiming to research the theological, canonical, and socio-cultural sources of transmission of Kiev tenate in the broader comparative context of the universal Christian traditions of Byzantine, the Latin West, and the Eastern Orthodox communities. During 10 years of work, Ukrainian scientists collected materials for 30 volumes, which cover the period from the Middle Ages to the early modern era. UGCC, with the help of the international partners, developed the largest social aid organization in the country, called Caritas Ukraine, which operates throughout the free territory of the state. It coordinates the coordinated work of Caritas has become a huge help for the war-torn Ukrainian society, where thousands of people receive professional help and comfort every day. This church is the only church in Ukraine that has developed its ecumenical position, and regularly, every 5 years, it updates it. At the same time, asserting through its superiors that the issue of the Christian unity is one of the priorities in this church. Representatives of the UGCC constantly participate in ecumenical events, academic conferences, meetings, and joint prayers. However, intra-Orthodox confrontation, antagonism, religious exclusivity, efforts of some churches to be close to the authorities in order to use the influence and resources, political and ideological influence from outside of Ukraine on religious consciousness, became serious obstacles that did not allow to launch the process of mutual recognition of baptisms, for example, between Ukrainian churches, or to start a serious theological dialogue. Sometimes the churches are less mature than the civil society, which we clearly saw in the case of adoption of the new calendar reform in Ukraine. So our Greek Catholic Church adopted the calendar separately from our Orthodox church. Development of the situation. The situation developed after 2013 and 14, after Maidan and the Revolution of Dignity, when our churches understand that we have to be more open to society than to the state. Nevertheless, religious fundamentalism and exclusivism, which was characteristic for some churches in Ukraine, was especially manifested in the narratives of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate. Refusal to recognize the newly created Orthodox confession, a reluctance to have a sincere dialogue that would lead to unity, was the main line of behavior of this church. Moscow's long-term external influence on the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, since it was part of the ROK for several centuries, shows a signed internal exclusivist policy of its leaders, reluctance to dialogue not only with another branch of the Ukrainian Orthodoxy, but also with Constantinople, led this largest Christian denomination in Ukraine to opposition and closure. And the war only intensified this movement. State sanctions against odious leaders and collaborators from the top of the church have seriously damaged the already weak reputation of this religion denomination among the Ukrainian society. Since the beginning of the Russian full-scale aggression against Ukraine in 2022, the Ukrainian churches have very clearly diagnosed these events, condemning the Russian military aggression of an independent state. Ukrainian Christians, with their prayers, military and hospital chaplain service, the charitable activities in society, stood on the defense of the country, actively engaged in a variety of work to be close to those who suffer and to help those in need. Churches and church-related organizations played a significant role in the humanitarian work, and with their pastoral work continue to heal the wounds of the war. The military events after the February 22 posed serious challenges for Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate. A powerful movement from below, which advocated separation from Moscow, was clearly manifested in the position of UOC clergy. A significant number of the priests refused to commemorate Patriarch Kirill as their superior during their religious services. the state also began to pressure to the UOC to cut off its canonical connection with Moscow Patriarchate. At the same time, according to Orthodox canons, the UOC can't declare its autocephaly by itself. From the other hand, it came into conflict with Constantinople due to the formation of the OCU. And Moscow will certainly not allow its canonical separation from itself. The only way out of this stalemate is to start a sincere dialogue about unification with Orthodox Church of Ukraine, but instead a rhetoric of blaming is constantly repeating. I will switch some of my points, and I will put a question. Is it possible dialogue in time of war? This brutal war brought terrible suffering and destruction to the Ukrainian people and our land. The continuous open Russian aggression against Ukrainian nation, which has a genocidal character, makes dialogue between the conflicting parties, aggressor and a victim, impossible. The colonial imperialistic thinking of the Russian leaders, which started and justified this military tragedy, is one of the biggest obstacles to at least begin dreaming about ending the war or starting a dialogue with Russia or with its religious and ideological representative, the Russian Orthodox Church. Nevertheless, dialogue and bridging the gaps is possible inside Ukraine, as well as with extra international world centers or communities that are ready to listen and communicate. Also, Ukrainian society is polarized because of the war. The need for internal dialogue and the request for unity definitely exist. Unfortunately, dialogue like other Christian values such as peace and forgiveness have often been consciously instrumentalized over the years to promote propaganda, especially in various ecumenical world platforms, or to spread some quasi-religious ideologies such as Ruski Mir. Sometimes even it was used to install radical other values and meanings. Therefore, the need for dialogue of a new quality is demanded. The very struggle of the Ukrainian people gives them the opportunity to be subjects and not the objects of this dialogue. What could be the main possible traces of dialogue and how we could develop from the contextual approaches and how it could have these universal impulses? We can summarize the main traces by which Eastern Catholics in Ukraine, for example, even in the context of war, can initiate, push, and develop dialogue with other churches, especially with the Orthodox partners, if they would be open to their suggestions. First of all is rethinking and the theological approach to the topic of war and just peace, drawing directly from the experience of the Ukrainian people's resistance to this unjust aggression by Russia. The first fruits of such reflections appeared early in 2017, a document jointly elaborated and adopted within the framework of the All-Ukrainian Council and of Churches and Religious Organization. And this document was called Ukraine is Our Common Home, where there was an attempt to prescribe the strategy of religious organization in their peacemaking initiatives. Today, we need to develop and update this approach in such a way as to strengthen the prophetic voice of the churches, which must sound in unison at this crucial moment of history, clearly articulating the most important things, supporting the resilience of society in the fight against cruelty and evil, rethinking the foundation of lasting peace built on justice and solidarity. 5 moments, okay. Another big topic that have a promising topic is elaborating of joint calendar reform, including Paschalia. As you know, that Greek Catholics and also Orthodox Church of Ukraine adopted calendar, but didn't adopt a new Paschalia. So I think this is especially before commemorating 1,700 years of commemorating of the first ecumenical council. This issue will arise not only in Ukraine but in the world Christianity. Another thing we should think together about joint recognition of baptism made within Greek, Eastern Catholics and Orthodox, and also with Protestants. Work on joint translation and implementation into our communities, the liturgical text. There are a lot of work ahead, and joint translation of the liturgical text would be a very strong side of in our way to unity. Beginning of the official theological dialogue, because in Ukraine we don't have an official theological dialogue yet, it is necessary to create a common contextual theology which will also have a global impact. For a good example for me is the case of Christians in the Middle East who developed their text in the midst of Middle East Ecumenical Council, the text called We Choose Abundant Life. Also, cooperation between spiritual, educational, and training institutions, such as seminaries, development of joint programs. Our institute has a certain experience in establishing cooperation between the seminaries belonging to different denominations, and we see a future of such cooperation between the seminaries. We should elaborate a common concept of the development of big ancient monasteries, lavras in Ukraine. For example, Kyiv lavras and Pochayev. It is necessary that such a significant places cease to be a place of religious exclusivism and intolerance as it was until recently. But instead, these centers could become ecumenical, visionary, and conceptual centers that would propose constructive messages from the churches to society. Introduction to various reconciliation initiatives, interchurch and inter-ethnic within the countries very demanded. For example, a good example of the initiatives of Beatitude Lubomir Huzar and Cardinal Miroslav Marian Jaworski that they did in early 2000. Writing a shared historical narratives so that we can rethink and overcome the shadow of the past and open up to new relationships. Since the task of the church is to be close to those who suffer in order to serve and to give hope, therefore Ukrainian churches should continue to develop joint programs of military, medical, social chaplaincy, various pastoral programs for individuals and communities to heal the wounds of the current war. Development of joint training programs for families is also demanded. And the last one, Ukrainian churches are sometimes too structured and clericalized, and therefore drawing inspiration from recently happened the Catholic Old Church consultation and rethinking regarding synodality, and it is important for the life of the church. Thus, Eastern Catholics can share this synodal experience with other Christians in Ukraine. For sure, it could revive the dialogue between confessions by involving the widest layers of the faithful, educational institutions, and people of goodwill. And my short concluding remarks. Also, Eastern Catholics in Ukraine, in Ukrainian society make up only 10% of all believers. They can fulfill their task when they are an active minority that can produce new ideas or models of unity, to form authoritative leaders, in particular in the field of peace building and reconciliation, and creatively approach the issue of dialogue. Today, the attention of the world community is focused on the Ukrainian context, on the unique experience of facing war, pain and suffering, and at the same time, tireless resilience, struggle for freedom and dignity. This experience, being local, already has a global impact and forces world leaders, both religious and political, to rethink the foundation of a new and more just world order, to create new approaches in fostering peace, and to look for such methods of communication and dialogue which will be based on the principle of truth and human dignity. War brings tremendous tragedy and challenges, but it doesn't take away from us the opportunity to act as a response to the gospel, to be the salt of the world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Firas, for your insights and for your also visionary approach to the topic. I suggest, since we are behind schedule, to proceed immediately to the second presentation, and we will collect questions at the end of this session. So it's my pleasure to introduce you Very Reverend Archpriest Mark Morozovic, Professor of Liturgy at the Catholic University of America, and he holds a chair of Ukrainian Church Studies. So his presentation will focus on liturgical exchange and influence between the Eastern Catholic churches and Orthodox churches in the US. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and let me extend my thank you to the organizers of this wonderful symposium. I think that anytime we can come together and work together toward unity is an important thing, and especially for the importance for us as Eastern Catholics to reflect on the role in ecumenical dialogues helps to develop our own historical conscience, but as well, hopefully, to stimulate future work in the ecumenical sphere. The divisions in the body of Christ need to be healed, and each one of us plays an important role in bringing about that healing. My intervention will focus on liturgy and the impact in the relationships between Eastern Catholic and Orthodox churches, specifically in the United States. The interesting history of these churches, coupled with the reality of being minority communities in a pluralistic society, serve as a broader context not to be forgotten. When you're less than 1% of a society, banding together oftentimes becomes extremely important. Also, I'd like to accentuate the important role of the official ecumenical discussions of the joint Catholic and Orthodox dialogue in the United States, of which our own Monsignor Paul McPartland has been a member, and just to accentuate that they've published over 30 documents which were reports or statements, and even there were some Eastern Catholics that did participate as members of that discussion. So as we try to understand the current status of the relationship, I always like to go to history. And we're going to look a little bit at pre-Vatican Council history and some real-life situations. I would love to go into a much longer presentation, but unfortunately they limit me here. But I've decided to make this about my own experience and to share that because it gives you a glimpse into one facet. It's impossible to talk about the relationships with the Armenians, the Greek Orthodox, and whatnot in such a quick break. So, me, a Ukrainian Catholic young man, born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, yes, during the Second Vatican Council. So I have no particular memory of a preconciliar church and no sense of what that was like. I am the child of my parents, who are both Ukrainian Catholics, involved in their church, very involved with the Ukrainian Catholic Youth League. And they spoke about the difficulties of the relationships between, specifically in this case, the Ukrainian Orthodox and the Ukrainian Catholic. And I remember vividly my mother saying, well, you know, I couldn't be a bridesmaid for my Orthodox friends. And this sort of curtailing of things was a part of it. And really, there were contentious relationships between the two churches focused upon property ownership, whether it was the eparchy who owned it or the parish council. And this started in the 40s and 50s as the Ukrainian Catholic Church was following the Latin Church and standardizing this ownership structure. So numerous Ukrainian Catholic churches in the United States then switched sides from Catholic to Orthodox, and new Catholic churches had to be built, especially as the case of St. Peter and Paul in Carnegie that became Orthodox. And now these were complex ideas about ownership. They weren't about liturgical ritual purity, I can assure you. Now, just as a parenthesis to an earlier period, of course, in the 19th century, we know of the famous, renowned Archbishop Ireland, who would not accept married priests. And so that lurks in the background of all of this. But if you go and look at the pictures of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church from the 40s and 50s, the time of these problems, and even into the 70s, I'm sure, you will see pictures of First Holy Communion celebrations, icons showing devotions to the Sacred Heart of Jesus, to the Immaculate Heart of Mary, just to name a few. And likewise, when I went to Ukraine my first time in 1994 and traveled to a village church in Horodovitsy that happened to be Orthodox, they had the same icons. So this idea of sort of this ritual purity is something that wasn't at play in this pre-Vatican Council idea. Certainly, I uphold and am a staunch proponent of the Second Vatican Council's impetus toward healing these breaks, and of course toward an identity of who we are. I will just call to mind Orientalium Ecclesiarum, number 6. All members of the Eastern Rite should know and be convinced that they can and should always preserve their legitimate liturgical rite and their established way of life, and that these may not be altered, except to obtain for themselves an organic improvement. All these then must be observed by the members of the Eastern Rite themselves. Besides, they should attain to an even greater knowledge and a more exact use of them. And if in their regard they have fallen short owing to contingencies of time and persons, they should take the steps to return to their ancestral traditions. And I would also like to point, in addition to this, because Sacrosanctum Concilium was sort of the basis behind this and talking about returning to our roots and understanding liturgy, that also plays an important part in this taking steps to look at our ancestral traditions. So there was a greater sense of engagement that began in the 70s and the 80s, certainly saw a wealth of renewal of liturgical expression. The immediate aftermath of the council had great upheaval even within the seminaries and people who were pro-Eastern, pro-Western. By the time I entered this seminary in the 1980s at St. Basil's in Stamford, Connecticut, they were still there, but they were moving forward. Certainly, my own bishop, Robert Moscal of the Eparchy of St. Josaphat in Parma, was one of the leaders of returning to that tradition, and the churches were making steps to be together. Certainly, the 1988 celebration of the Millennium of Ukrainian Christianity provided moments not only for cultural interaction, as we did in the Lincoln Center in New York, but as well prayer services joint between Catholic and Orthodox. And I can remember that summer in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the center of the city at Point State Park, as Catholics and Orthodox got together publicly and prayed. It might have been one of the first times in the city and marked and indeed an important part of coming together. So these are just some individual elements of how things were moving together. But as we reflect upon that Orientalium Ecclesiarum statement about returning to our ancestral traditions, certainly the work of liturgists looms large. And while I've focused for part of my paper on sort of a ground level look, we also have to keep in mind those great people who are leading the academic world. And the first person I'd like to call to mind here is the seminal American Orthodox theologian, Father Alexander Schmemann. His leadership and impactful publications certainly placed the Orthodox Church of America's St. Vladimir Seminary in New York, as a leading powerhouse of Eastern liturgical theology. In fact, his work went beyond the Eastern and Orthodox world and even to the Latin Church, and I would say even as far as the Protestant liturgical theologians. His seminal book, Introduction to Liturgical Theology, published in 1966, immediately following the Second Vatican Council, provided reflections that brought together a whole way of understanding the liturgy, nourished, of course, on the Orthodox liturgy, or our own Byzantine liturgy, and really brought alive a new way of looking at liturgy and understanding this. I can share firsthand with you that Monsignor Kevin Irwin, as well of Catholic University, in his own seminal book, Context and Text, already now in the second edition, was reflecting on the work of Schmemann in my seminar in the academic year 1990-91. And we were looking at what were the unique points of his methodology and how they might be incorporated. So that just gives you one concrete glimpse of that. And I would be remiss if I didn't point to Father John Meyendorff, especially on his work on marriage and the impact that that had upon liturgical studies. So again, this is a blitzkrieg of people, and in this institution, I would be very remiss if I didn't mention our own Father Robert Taft. His impressive portfolio of publications, both liturgical and historical works, and liturgical theological reflections, were received well, both within church circles and even from the outside. And Father Taft, being no one to mince words, reflected many times about this task and what were some of the issues that needed to happen and what were some of the ways that we could dispense with these Latinizing tendencies. I'm going to quote to you from a speech that he gave during the encounter of Eastern Catholic bishops of America and Oceania in Boston in 1999. So Taft is speaking on the issue of Zion or teplota, the addition of hot water. Some Greek Catholics, more Catholic than the Pope, will still appeal to outdated suppression of Zion at the Council of Zamość. This author himself has experienced personally the scruples of Latinized Eastern Catholic priests, fearful that if too much Zion is added to the consecrated wine, it would induce the Lord to take his leave. The general theory among Catholic adherents to this quantitative rather than symbolic sacramental theology is that the chalice mixture must contain 2/3 wine for validity. As the evidence adduced by J.M. Hansen's shows, however, one would be hard put to demonstrate that there was only 1/3 water in the cups of early Christians consecrated. And the first authoritative insistence on adding to the chalice only a small amount of water is found in the canon of 814, the pre-Vatican II Latin Rite Codex Juris Canonici, a disciplinary decree that does not concern Eastern usage in any way, end quote. So this is the type of scholarly work that was happening that helped us to understand things. Now, the speech received great applause, but I do remember one bishop, and the name will be left from my memoirs to protect his identity, who was scandalized and was in shock even the next day, not believing that his stances that were left uncritiqued, probably since his days in the seminary, made him not to be a good Catholic. So it's this type of work that the intellectuals do that bring us forward. And I also would give a shout out to Father Peter Galadza for his lifetime work, and especially to his 1991 article entitled Restoring the Icon, Reflections on the Reform of Byzantine Worship. And these efforts have been clearly instrumental in making a change. So, in the United States, as I said, our at least in the Ukrainian Catholic experience with the Orthodox at that time, was different. It wasn't so much even about a liturgical purity. Certainly there were those people who had that. But there was an interest in taking seriously these demands of the Second Vatican Council, both Orientale Ecclesiarum as well as Sacrosanctum Concilium. So I'm going to share with you a couple of liturgical developments that are happening and that are happening still to this day in Eastern Catholic as well as Orthodox churches. Again, coming out of this critical research and study. So one of the key ones that I believe very strongly in is the restoration of the sacraments of initiation to one ceremony. And this is something as well on the instruction for the implementation of the norms that was issued in 1996 by the East Oriental, as the time it was known as the Congregation, now the Dicastery, stressed about that as well as we saw within the canon law itself. So certainly we should be all aware of the ideal of celebrating baptism within the Easter Vigil at the Sunday evening Vesperal Divine Liturgy. And many parishes, following the seminal work of Alexander Schmemann in his 1976 book of Water and the Spirit, a liturgical study of baptism. 1976. Now, in my own experience, this was put into place, again, referring to Bishop Robert Muskal, in 1991, when we had this clergy training and implemented this practice. And again, it was about restoring communion to infants. So the whole package together, and so really repristining the tradition. Another important issue that is out there in the world, and something that we in liturgical realms talk about, is the oral recitation of the anaphora for both the Eucharistic liturgies of St. John Chrysostom and St. Basil the Great. So, if we look at the nature and structure of the liturgy highlighted in Sacra Concilium, as we challenged the world, the church, to look at who is the community of God, who is the assembly of the body of Christ in prayer. And Taft himself touched this in his article. Was the Eucharist anaphora recited secretly or aloud? The ancient tradition and what became of it. His non-confessional treatise surveys the evidence and accentuates the importance of a council, generally well regarded, the Council of Trullo in 692, which mandated that the anaphora be recited aloud. This decree indicated that it was slipping from practice, but that it was to be recited in the manner for the entire community to prayer. Both Byzantine Orthodox and Catholic jurisdictions in the United States have various experiences of implementing this restoration of the practice that is not only ancient, but makes sense from a theological, liturgical, as well as a pastoral point of view. One last evidence for this movement and the impact of the academic world is the restoration of the kiss of peace during the Byzantine liturgy. This practice of extending the pre-creed kiss of peace from just something shared among the elite clergy to include the entire community is a restoration of an ancient order that encouraged the community to put aside their differences as they prepared for the Eucharistic celebration. Father Taft outlined the history of this ritual in his book on the Great Entrance, already published in 1972. So many different priests have introduced this, and at least in the Ukrainian Catholic Archieparchy of Philadelphia, it was encouraged in the year 2015 to be celebrated at least on holy days. I have been in the presence of the Greek Orthodox celebrations where Archbishop Elpidophorus likewise extended this to the entire congregation. And again, returning to our own Father Peter Galadza, he asks a provocative question on exactly this point. If there is love, why does no one exchange the kiss of peace? So the impact of research makes an incredible contribution because it's seeking the truth and it strives to reflect on the incredible inspirations that God provides for his Christian communities. And it's amazing how this happens. Just a few weeks ago, at the Conference of Alexandrinian Liturgy, sponsored by the Institute for the Study of Eastern Christianity at the Catholic University of America, our featured speaker, Bishop Kyrillos, a Coptic Orthodox bishop, delivered a talk, From Conference to Sanctuary, How Modern Scholarly Research Contributes to the History, Theology, and Practice of the Coptic Orthodox Church. His noteworthy presentation included quotes directly to the principles of the Second Vatican Council's Sacrosanctum Concilium when evaluating the liturgical experience of his own Coptic Orthodox Church. So even beyond this Byzantine world of people that I've been talking about, it's there, it's happening. And again, as I posit, that this is because that truth calls us forward. So it's a brief glimpse into a local situation. The issues are much more complicated than I have been able to deliver in this paper. But I think the rich exchange of ideas, this sense of academic freedom, and a willingness to move beyond the limits of one's own experience have provided for a rich and fertile ground for liturgical renewal. And I think that this understanding of tradition as being something living, as Taft often says, that if you want to understand tradition, you have to see it like a top spinning. You have to understand it in motion and see what's going on. So Orientalem Ecclesiarum, Sacrosanctum Concilium were not just calling us to return to a fixed moment in history, but truly calling us as stewards of our faith communities to bring forward the wonders and beauties of communal worship in this body of Christ. And it's interesting to see how in the United States, at least in my experience, the polemical issues are not really there. And of course, especially at the academic level, we get along very well and work together on these issues because we're all seeking the same thing, the truth and the unity in Christ. So it's my hope that by our reflection on this as well, that we find a way to continue this important work so that we might enliven our body of Christ. Thank you.
So, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Morozowicz, for your powerful presentation and the liturgy as a living reality that permits exchange and reciprocal influences among the different churches. So while I invite Subdeacon Brian Butcher, if he is here, to join the panel, I will propose that we collect questions on the first two presentations before moving forward to the third speaker. So we have 7 minutes for questions on the first two presentations. So now the floor is yours. So I can start with the question for Roman Fijas regarding the landscape that you talk about. So currently, what are the possibilities of interconfessional dialogue in Ukraine? The real possibilities of interconfessional dialogue in Ukraine, especially between the Greek Catholic Church and the Orthodox churches of Ukraine. Are there any initiatives, any programs, any projects, any informal contacts?
Of course, there is no official theological dialogue between the churches, but our institute was created in 2004, and since that time we tried to organize different ecumenical initiatives. For example, when sometimes the clergy or hierarchy of the church, it's very hard for them to sit together, so we can that was the task of our institute, to find some scholars among representatives of different Christian denominations and bring them together to sit at the one table. So we created a Ukrainian academic Christian fellowship, and we gathered around 20 academics which were ready to regularly come to different places and to sit together at one table and to lead theological and social and other discussions. So another initiatives which have been realized by our institute is the cooperation between the seminaries, for example, because it's very important for those who study in the seminaries to be formed in different ways. That's why we organize ecumenical school for the seminaries belonging to different denominations, Greek Catholics, Orthodox and Protestants. And for 10 days we had common lectures, excursions, visits, discussions, and we had good feedbacks from the students, ruining their stereotypes against each other. So on the grassroots level, we can start with this small projects, with these small meetings and so on, but I think this is the seed which could grow later on to give fruits. Unfortunately, Orthodox Church, Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate is very close in itself. It's very hard to propose them to come to the dialogue not only with the Greek Catholics but also with other Orthodox partner, or even with Constantinople, which I mentioned in my topic. So there are a couple of priests who want this dialogue, but they're situated under the pressure of the bishop. So this church has to be cleansed, to be purified in order to start a dialogue. Right now they're not ready, they're sitting in trenches and blaming everybody. But a very promising dialogue we can have with the newly created Orthodox Church of Ukraine. But because this church is a very new one, and it doesn't have recognition from another Orthodox churches in the world, only 4 or 5 churches recognize this church. So they're afraid to make like a very deep movement towards Greek Catholics in order to not to be blamed by other Orthodox. As well, the problem, as I mentioned already in my presentation, that the Orthodox Ukrainian Orthodox churches for many years, especially this of Kiev Patriarchate, have been isolated from the rest of the international Orthodoxy. And all of this clergy and training personnel were formed inside Ukraine. So they didn't have opportunity to be raised outside of Ukraine, where the international ecumenical relationship was developed and flourished. That's why we need time them to rethink their role within Ukraine and not too afraid to step forward with, for example, Greek Catholics, which has produced some schools, institutions, academics, and we are ready for such dialogue, but we can't push instead of them. We can't decide instead of them. Yeah,
if I could just add a question to there, Father Roman. We're talking like at more of an official level, but what's happening at the unofficial level with people who have come from east to west? And I know that there's just been this great displacement of people. Can you give us some sense of the relationships of people who've been members of like the Russian Orthodox Church, of the Ukrainian side that have come to various parts, and how those interactions have gone, and what are your thoughts about that part of this great movement of people in Ukraine today?
So, the biggest religious community in Ukraine according to the official poll, is Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchate. But if, for example, you ask them, all the believers, what confession do you belong, most would say they belong not to Moscow Patriarchate, but to Kiev Patriarchate or to Kievan Church. So there is a little bazaar in the head of the Orthodox people. In what confession do they belong? They go just to the church, to the priest, and the problem of a majority Orthodox people is that it's kind of traditional Orthodoxy. It's without attending regularly the church. So from time to time to go to the church and put the candle. That's why religious life is not very intense, for example, in East as it is in the West part of the country. When the IDPs people, those internally displaced people, come back, come to Lviv, some go to the Orthodox Church, some could go also to the Greek Catholic Church, and they, for example, start to learn how to confess, because they never confessed in their life, for example. And this happens, but it's not only that this Greek Catholic want to grasp, to take all these people, but when the people are coming to the church, you can't just throw them away and stop to come in here. The same, I know, is the situation in Europe, where Orthodox Church of Ukraine can create its own parishes outside of Ukraine because of the Thomas, and they have only a few parishes outside of Ukraine. So people, when they come, they don't go to the Russian Orthodox Church, they prefer to go to the Greek Catholic Church instead. So, this discussion is still continuing.
Okay. Any questions from yeah, Pablo?
A question to Father Mark regarding this advice by the ecumenical directory. The question to Father Mark regarding the advice by the directory for applications of norms on ecumenism to have same versions of liturgical texts by churches who share the same liturgical tradition. So in Ukraine, although we have basically three major churches that belong to the Byzantine tradition, it has proven to be very difficult to use the same text. Everybody would use their own translation. Now in the US, we have a much greater variety of churches who follow Byzantine tradition. How do you navigate this? Have you been able to arrive to use the same versions of texts, to do translations together? How does it work?
Simple answer is no. Yeah, it's an ideal that that we need to sort of work toward and be there with. I think that fundamentally there are a few different strains, especially with the English language, and I think that are you going to be a modern English language usage, or there are some people prefer the familiar form of the English language, the thee and the thou, although they probably think it's formal, and so that's why they want the thee and the thou, but it's really the familiar form of the English language. So there is that strain of translations that are out there. There hasn't been anything to this point, because those involve engagement with the hierarchy, and I've always found that engagement with scholars and the people in the pews is much more fruitful.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Yeah, we can have one short question, short answer, please.
I have a liturgical question. How to distinguish from the ecumenical point of view, how to distinguish between the Latinization as a loss of identity, as a negative process, and the sharing of the heritage, of the liturgical heritage, of the spiritual gifts? Thank you.
I'm not sure what you meant by the sharing of the spiritual gifts.
For example, Ukrainian Greek Catholic practice the prayer of Rosary, of Byzantinized prayer of Rosary. Is it a Latinization, or is it a sharing of the gifts another example. Roman Catholic utilize the Byzantine icon for the celebration. Is it a negative process or is it sharing of the heritage?
So on the whole issue about iconography, you're in the right city. Spend some time in Maria Maggiore, and you will have a sense of some of the iconography of Rome. If you've never been to the Forum, within the Forum, Santa Maria in Antigua is a beautiful church to go and visit. And so if you have just a few moments, it's I believe a 7th, 8th century church that was covered and we didn't see much of it, and it has frescoes. And they actually did a beautiful job, and they have projectors that give you a sense of what the frescoes were originally. So the usage of iconography is something that was common in the East as well as the West. So we need to do a lot of education, rethinking about what the ideals of the West are. So let me, and I know I need to be short here, so I will promise. But I think that when we look at the issues regarding Latinization, it's really about those things which take away from something. So those things which were imposed. One of the things that, again, I'm channeling Taft in these days, he would talk about the issues of frequent communion. Is that a Latinization? Well, some might say it was spurred by the Latin Church, but it's authentic and integral to the very meaning of what this is about. The same thing like I mentioned about the sacraments of initiation. This is something that's part of our tradition, part of our heritage. So when we're looking then about these other things, well, where does the place of the rosary have within that person's life? Some people said, well, is it the rosary that unites the world or the Eucharist that unites the world? So sometimes we need to think about, well, where is our theology and how are we explaining these things? My philosophy is that I like to encourage people in their spiritual practices, and at least when I was a pastor, I let the people practice and pray according to their own, liking. But I will share this, that I introduced the liturgy of the pre-sanctified gifts to Lindora, Pennsylvania back in 1993. This is how old this is already. And one 70-year-old woman came up to me and said, "Father, that is absolutely beautiful. How come I've never seen it before?" And that's the type of thing that I think we need to be promoting. We still kept a Stations of the Cross because I don't believe in just going in and changing people's lives. You're not going to change a 70-year-old who's been doing this and is incorporated in their life. Of course, they have spiritual benefits and you respect them. But as well, we need to be putting forward our own traditions and helping people to grow in love of those traditions.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. So I think you can continue discussions later. So I'm happy to introduce you the last speaker of this session, Subdeacon Dr. Brian Butcher, who is an advisor for ecumenical interfaith relations at the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops, and also an adjunct professor at the School of Religious Studies of McGill University, right? So everything is written here, so it's not my... So his presentation will be on exclusion and embrace revisited, othering, otherness, and otherhood in contemporary Eastern Catholic faith and practice. So the floor is yours.
Well, if anyone needs to fall asleep during my presentation, I will forgive you. Catherine Doherty, a great saint in my mind, said that sleep can be a deep form of prayer. And in this postprandial period in which we're in, it may be that you feel called to commune with the Lord in that way. Slava Isusu Christou. I would like to begin by thanking the community of the Pontifical Oriental Institute for hosting us, as well as the conference organizing committee for all their hard work over the past several months leading up to today. Work carried out, as we all realize, under the most invidious of circumstances. I hope today to sketch a response to at least 3 of the desiderata expressed in the conference prospectus, namely, how the Eastern Catholic churches, having expertise in both Western and Eastern theologies, can offer something original to the ecumenical dialogue, something qualitatively different from the arguably more monolithic Catholic or Orthodox position. Secondly, how the very in-betweenness of the Eastern Catholic churches may be seen as a blessing rather than as a curse, despite the ostensible legitimacy of the common reproach from the Orthodox side of our being occasioned by and continuing to occasion a rupture between the lex orandi and the lex credendi, devotion and dogmatics. And thirdly, how the Eastern Catholic churches may, in their characteristic minority position, indeed give unique and valuable expression to the relationship between ecumenism and marginality, articulating vulnerability as a via magistra of ecumenical dialogue. I propose a response based on a new theoretical model, that is, a new way of seeing, inasmuch as French philosopher Paul Ricoeur argued that it is the seeing as which in turn leads to a being as. That is, metaphors, and particularly the metaphors we use for the church, are not just metaphors, but veritable fonts from which ontology flows afresh. The reference point for this seeing as, in the present instance, commercial break. Dali? Dali? Oh.
I think that's Father Dotsko. If you mute your microphone, please.
It's okay. Father, if you don't like what I'm saying, you can just tell me so. It's okay. So the reference point is contemporary Croatian theologian Miroslav Volf, the Henry B. Wright Professor of Theology at Yale Divinity School, and particularly his by now old but very highly acclaimed 1996 book, Exclusion and Embrace, a theological exploration of identity, otherness, and reconciliation. This was inspired by the author's attempt to reflect theologically on the Yugoslav wars between 1991 and 2001, unfolding in his homeland. As I shall delineate below, I find Volf insightful, not to say revelatory, for revisioning how we think about alterity, hence the title of this paper. To define my perhaps idiosyncratic terms at the outset, I will suggest that we distinguish them thus. By otherness, I mean the fact, in principle neutral, of difference. In our context, I take this with respect to the fourfold distinctiveness recognized by Vatican II as proper to the Eastern churches, to wit, that they are, or at least should be, possessed of their own theology, liturgy, spirituality, and canon law. By othering, I mean a pejorative reckoning of those who are different from oneself, a reification of them and their differences as being at odds with who and what one understands oneself and one's fellows to be. And by otherhood, a term admittedly borrowed from a lamentable 2019 Hollywood comedy, which I, however, wish to repurpose to more noble ends, I mean the state of otherness as owned, appropriated, and constructively enacted, as a vocation one lives and leans into, as we say. Allow me then to elucidate how Volf might assist us in getting a fresh take on Eastern Catholics' ecumenical vision in dialogue with the Orthodox. Begin with this concept of exclusion. Volf's basic contention is that both the notions of exclusion and embrace apply in healthy relationships, whether communal or individual. That is, contrary to what one might think at first, there are in fact positive aspects to the act of excluding, as there also are negative aspects to that of including. When the nuances attaching on either side are obfuscated, however, there emerges the possibility, even the likelihood, of one or another kind of pathology. To recognize the positive side of exclusion, we need first to look at the ambivalence, not to say deceptiveness, of inclusion, the nostrum promoted across our society and, as the recent Synod on Synodality demonstrates, increasingly held forth also in the contemporary Church as a panacea. While conceding that the project of modernity, predicated on the extension of rights and responsibilities to an ever-widening circle of persons, has enjoyed a great measure of success in recent decades, especially when considered in light of the contrary experiences of those living under, for example, communist regimes. The shadow side of such inclusion has been its achievement in the context of a colonizing dynamic, which has simultaneously imperiled the survival of the local, whether languages, cultures, or what have you. There is a profound reckoning going on, for example, in Canada around the exclusion, the erasure of indigenous cultures, religious traditions, languages, and so forth. A ready parallel suggests itself, of course, in the manner in which equal participation in the Catholic Church, manifested, for instance, in the city where we find ourselves, and the historical access of countless Eastern Catholics to its rich array of educational institutions and resources, that this equal participation has obtained through the civilizing effect of Latin missionaries, merchants, and men of means, determined to bring Eastern Christians back into the fold of the unum sanctum by hook or by crook. Inclusion, then, to make a long story short enough for our argument here, has gone hand in hand with the exclusion of those people unwilling or unable to be included, along with the habitual exclusion of a panoply of particularities seen as impediments to proper Catholic piety and protocol. As Wolff notes, quote, "The moral and civilized self all too often rests on the exclusion of what it construes as the immoral or barbarous other. The other side of the history of inclusion is a history of exclusion," unquote. And assuredly, the micro-narratives of any one of the Eastern Catholic churches would be replete with evidence of traditions, theological, liturgical, spiritual, canonical, discarded as a concomitant of recognition by Rome and enjoyment of the benefits of Catholic communion, which are, of course, legion. An awareness of this loss, of course, or at least anticipation of it, remains a source of ecumenical angst on the part of non-Catholics, whether Orthodox or Protestant, losing themselves were they to come into communion. To counter the dangerous naivete of a facile inclusiveness, then, one belied by the vicissitudes of history, Wolff recommends a qualified form of exclusion. He does this by distinguishing exclusion from differentiation. Differentiation here denotes the actions of both separating and binding, after the pattern of creation in Genesis. God, in separating the spheres or elements of creation, also binds and rebinds them together in a more sophisticated form of mutuality. He separates the water from the land in order then to bind the creatures on the land to it and the creatures on the water to their environment. When it comes to the formation and retention of identity, in turn, Wolff can contend as follows, quote, "The human self is formed not through a simple rejection of the other, through a binary logic of opposition and negation, but through a complex process of taking in and keeping out. We are who we are not because we are separate from the others who are next to us, but because we are both separate and connected, both distinct and related. The boundaries that mark our identities are both barriers and bridges," unquote. To any simplistic notion of being in communion, then, Wolff would have us counterpose a polyvalent dynamic whereby the minds, as it were, meet without being fully common, without melding. Judicious resistance, that is as important as earnest acceptance, for the latter to be both genuine and mutually beneficial. But exclusion does not thereby become benign in principle, as the role of differentiation is readily obscured by two conspicuous transgressions. Exclusion transgresses against binding when one takes oneself out of the pattern of independence, placing oneself in a position of sovereign independence. With words that send a chill up my spine, given their pertinence to the ecclesial realities of our day, Wolff continues, quote, "The other then emerges either as an enemy that must be pushed away from the self and driven out of its space, or as a non-entity, a superfluous being that can be disregarded and abandoned," unquote. One strains not to think of this attitude pervading the rhetoric and policy of the contemporary Russian Orthodox Church towards Constantinople, and those who would dare follow its lead in recognizing the otherness of Ukraine. Such churches are othered and may thus be counted as collateral damage in the project of asserting one's own identity, of defining one's Lebensraum, as we see unfolding, for example, in the ecclesiastical encroachment of Ruski Mir within Africa. By contrast, there is a corollary mode of exclusion a corollary mode by which exclusion exerts itself, namely by transgressing against separation, that is, against the proper boundaries which provide for the very possibility of reciprocity. Hence, quote, the other then emerges as an inferior being who must be either assimilated by being made like the self or be subjected to the self. Exclusion takes place, still quoting, when the violence of expulsion, assimilation, or subjugation and the indifference of abandonment replaces the dynamics of taking in and keeping out, as well as the mutuality of giving and receiving, unquote. Here again, one is regrettably compelled to think of the Patriarchate of Moscow, and in particular its stance with respect to Greco-Catholics, whether Ukrainian or, more poignantly, those belonging to the Russian Greco-Catholic Church. Ironically, the exclusion of the latter on the latter front is poignantly abetted by the Vatican itself in its othering of said church, whose two exarchates have not been found worthy to have bishops of their own and hence a properly ecclesial identity since the middle of the 20th century. It seems that the Russian Greek Catholics serve as a sign of contradiction par excellence, causing chagrin to the First and Third Romes alike. Exclusion, then, is ultimately still negative. Even at its best, it may be at its worst, as Wolff makes clear over the course of his book. For our purposes, take the phenomenon of closed communion and excommunication, both of which play a signal role in the preservation of ecclesial selves over and against the others with whom one's group is not in communion. In the absence of catalyst to the contrary, gestures of rupture come to be celebrated in their own right, that is, as evidence of authenticity and legitimate authority. Numerous examples of what have been called hymns of hate could be cited from the Byzantine Rite liturgical books, as the commemoration of the Fathers of the Seventh Ecumenical Council, celebrated on the Gregorian calendar on October 15th this year, declares in regard to Arius, for instance, he was banished from the Universal Church, excluded, by a decree of the Council. But it goes on to say, O fathers, you were the true shepherds who expelled from the Saviour's fold the Macedonians and the Nestorians, the followers of Epictetus and Dioscorus, Apollinarius, Sibelius, and Severus, because they became devouring wolves hidden in the skins of lambs. Since you exposed these wretched ones, we truly honor you, unquote. The boundaries drawn by an arguably necessary exclusion of Arius metastasize with time and ritual reinforcement to include a full roster of equal unworthies. This roster is, of course, problematic from an ecumenical point of view in its vilification of two canonized and prominent saints of the Oriental Orthodox churches, Dioscorus and Severus, not to mention one from the Assyrian Church of the East, everyone's favorite, Nestorius. These are othered with characteristic Byzantine chauvinism, such that there is nothing left to discuss or discern. In Wolff's way of putting it, those in question are inserted, quote, into the universe of moral obligations in such a way that not only does exclusion become justified, but also mandatory, because not to exclude appears morally culpable, unquote. In regard to ecumenism, the challenge is obvious, that of doing unto others as we would have done unto us. At the very least, this surely involves the wish that others be provisional in any critique, not to say condemnation extended in our regard, lest we prove to have in fact been misunderstood and or misrepresented. Indeed, Wolff warns against justifying exclusion on the basis of ignorance, which can have the effect of a premature exoneration of those doing the excluding. Thus, quote, symbolic exclusion is often a distortion of the other, not simply ignorance about the other. It is a willful misconstruction, not a mere failure of knowledge, unquote. History shows us, moreover, how symbolic exclusion morphs into actual violence against the other, engendering a cycle which then requires a further consolidation of the symbolic to afford post factum justification to said violence. Exclusion in some can only retain its legitimate but limited salutary role when set in relation to the phenomenon of embrace, to which I now turn. For Wolff, one of the miracles announced by the gospel as wrought in Christ's suffering of exclusion in his own person, even to the point of the incomprehensible abandonment by the Father on the cross, is that, quote, those caught in the vortex of mutual exclusion can resist its pull, rediscover their common belonging, and even fall into each other's arms, unquote. This transformation is effected in steps involving repentance, forgiveness, making space in oneself for the other, and the healing of memories. These veritably ascetic acts, for such they are, mark the passage from the compulsion to exclude to its obverse, namely a liberation susceptible of embracing and being embraced. Embrace for Wolf, following Jürgen Moltmann, is grounded in God's own nature, inasmuch as, quote, the freedom of the triune God is neither simply the absence of interference nor self-control, but vulnerable love. For Eastern Christians, for whom ecclesiology is in principle an expression of and witness to Trinitarian theology, this has axial ecumenical implications. True freedom appears not as that of one church being able to stand apart from or over and against others, much less seeking to subjugate and suppress them. Rather, that church alone is free which can risk a relationship of encounter, in which the other party is granted an uninhibited otherhood. The theology of embrace articulated by Wolf is presented as a drama with 4 acts: opening the arms, waiting, closing the arms, and then opening them again. 4 essential steps, he calls them, of an integrated movement. I find this model helpful for reflecting on the historical experience of Eastern Catholics, as well as their vocation today. The drama of the embrace is one way of considering how otherhood has been exercised and at times violated in the relationship both with Rome and the Orthodox sister churches with whom Eastern Catholics are ineluctably in relation. To not open the arms in the first place is a gesture of resisting or rejecting communion with the other. It may, of course, not be every church which finds itself impelled to take the initiative. An embrace always has to begin with someone who either desires such an expression of intimacy or perceives that the other wishes to receive it. But every church surely is invited to respond, inasmuch as a true church must in principle yearn for the unity of all, as we pray in the Litany of Peace in the Byzantine Rite, following upon the high priestly prayer of our Lord in John 17, "May they be one as you and I are one." The embrace has not infrequently been betrayed, however, whenever the other refuses to let go, whenever intimacy has been used as a pretext for assimilating the other to oneself, collapsing the very otherhood of the other in an act of compelled surrender. The embrace rather is intended to occasion an encounter of difference without erasure. In this sense, the very traumas of Eastern Catholics, as marginalized churches who have found themselves betrayed by larger, more powerful churches giving a bear hug, in the folds of which one cannot breathe, as it were, are poised not only to sympathize with the vulnerability of others, but to empathize. We demonstrate the risks of ecclesial intimacy, the risks of allowing another to encroach on our personal space, so to speak, while also being blessed in emulating the Lord who allowed Judas to kiss him, the soldiers to strike him, and ultimately St. Thomas to finger his scars. Conclusion. We all need a home, a Heimat even, but also a utopia, a place that is beyond the present, a reference point that we cannot quite reach. Ada Nichols, in this regard, says that Eastern Catholics in particular show forth an eschatological horizon. They show pars pro toto, that is, a kind of imagination of a communion which may never come to pass short of the second coming. That is, we seek to exemplify, and to a certain extent we do, the way it was in the beginning and the way it ever shall be, even though it is not the way it is now. It seems to me insufficiently appreciated that among the apostolic churches, both the Catholic churches and the Oriental Orthodox are marked by a stunning diversity and unity. To apply the words of Wolf, each human being, that is, each church, shares equally in common ecclesiology, but each is ecclesial in a unique way. And this because uniqueness, no less than equality, are rooted in the one God, in which divine unity and differences are equiprimordial. The question then emerges as to what is gained by there being a center of unity located in the very particularity of one of the churches, rather than the center resting, as is the case for the Oriental Orthodox, in the shared confession of faith itself. I here prescind from the Eastern Orthodox Church as a model for full visible unity, inasmuch as its shared confession has obtained at the expense of a loss of the distinctive liturgical, theological, spiritual, and canonical traditions which once characterized said communion. For example, the loss of the rites of St. Mark and St. James in the Chalcedonian patriarchates of Alexandria and Antioch. I would suggest further that Eastern Catholics find their raison d'être in the conviction that a reconciliation of the churches which equates merely to mutual recognition, such as that enjoyed by the Oriental Orthodox, and admirably so, would not constitute a reconciliation in the fullest sense. It would avoid othering, but remain at the level of otherness. What Eastern Catholics prophetically, if not infrequently pathetically, testify to is rather a robust otherhood, such as involves a degree of reconciliation which cannot be undone, leaving the parties as they were before. In the words of Wolff, a reconciliation which, quote, the ecclesial self, guided by the narrative of the triune God, is ready to receive the other into its very self and undertake a readjustment of its own identity in light of the other's alterity, unquote. The burden then for Eastern Catholics, the reinvention of our mission in the third millennium, is perhaps to show convincingly that equal dignity does not obscure recognition of difference, much less substitute the particularity of the latter for that of the former by exploiting its irreducible advantage in the asymmetrical ecclesiology that we actually have, having one church, Rome, which has added value, shall we say, as having the primacy. The embrace of Rome has not infrequently lacked the moments of waiting and of letting go, as of course the Eastern Catholics have in regard to Rome, but also in regard to each other, lacked the initiative to seek that very embrace by opening their arms in the first place. It may be that no system, no account of otherness can objectively contain all goods or avoid all dangers. There may be no perfectly ecclesiastical solution. The best system, after all, is only as good as the people inhabiting it. Wolff reminds us that equally, if not more important than any arrangement, is the cultivation of the kind of social agents, quote, capable of envisioning and creating just, truthful, and peaceful societies, and on shaping a cultural climate in which such agents will thrive, unquote. In ecclesial terms, perhaps we can say that despite the best research on offer at this conference or elsewhere, the hard truth is that in the absence of sainthood, even the most well-negotiated arrangements for maintaining unity and diversity, a unity without uniformity, and a diversity without division, will be unable to avoid breaking upon the scylla of realpolitik, or being sucked into the Charybdis of historical trauma. May the Lord help us, as my kids like to say, to be the change we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Butcher. You offer a lot of food for reflection. So I want to include you not to exclude you the next 2-3 minutes in a discussion, if there are any questions to Dr. Butcher on his presentation before the coffee break. I have one question. You mentioned earlier the Ruski Mir ideology as an example of exclusion. If you ask a Russian theologian, he would say that we do not exclude the others. The others want to exclude Ukraine from us. So is it the ideology itself or the way in which it's being understood by the respective churches?
I think no one has a problem with the Russians opening their arms. They just have a problem if others are compelled to take the embrace. Those in Ukraine who want to receive the embrace are welcome to do so, but those who don't should not have the embrace imposed upon them. And I think that's the delicate distinction. There is something perhaps beautiful in the desire to sort of gather all the children of Rus, shall we say, except that if that gathering, as it were, becomes compelled and becomes pathological, one understands why in the Ukrainian case we pull away, we pull out of the embrace, and have always sought to pull out of the embrace. So I think this is the tension for those more powerful, resourceful churches that on the positive side want to sort of be the pokrov under which other churches can take shelter, under subtum presidium, there's something beautiful in that, something pastoral. One thinks that the Armenian church, for all its many virtues, is not out to gather other churches under its wing, right? But the Russians are that way. First Rome is that way, second Rome is that way, third Rome is that way. But it's what happens when the wing becomes crushing, right, instead of protecting. And that is, of course, also sometimes our experience with Rome. And I think perhaps if it's not the case with Constantinople today, it's because of the vulnerability Constantinople has suffered for centuries, being itself a minority. The Copts obviously know in their martyrology they have witnessed to a time when Byzantium was powerful enough to try to crush them and bring them into the fold. So.
So thank you. So I think we can now have a coffee break, and we can continue there our discussion. So I ask you to be back by 5 o'clock, so we can stick to the program. So enjoy your coffee, enjoy the break, and thank you again to all three presentations. So join me. Thank you. Thank you.
As we begin our next panel, it gives me the great pleasure to now switch from a presenter to the discussant. The title of our panel is Geography in Diaspora. So I think that's an interesting sort of way to look at things. And our first panelist today will be Reverend Dr. Ihor Rancia. He's a doctoral student at the Catholic University of Paris, as well the Protestant cellist of the Diocese of the Eparchy of St. Vladimir the Great in Paris, a member of the Presbyteral Council, the College of Diocesan Counselors as well. His talk today is entitled Traditional Ecclesiology and Postmodern Territoriality, Geo-Ecclesiological Challenges for Catholic Orthodox Ecumenism in the Context of Eastern Catholic Problematics. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rancia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues and organizers of the conference. First, I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation, for this opportunity to present here at the Pontificio Instituto Orientale some of results of my researches at the doctoral programs in Paris. The subject of our conference deals with the place of Eastern Catholics in the Orthodox Catholic dialogue under the circumstances where Catholics and Orthodox are sharing the idea that they constitute one Church of Christ, despite of internal divisions and lack of Eucharistic communion. This one and divided Church travels in human space and time, undergoing transformation which she is not capable to welcome, while remaining strictly hierarchical and structured in the institutional sense. The Church has found herself in a destructured and de-hierarchical society, where territoriality has been losing its previous characteristics. Due to the organizer's suggestion and the name of our section 4, I'm going to present my topic not so from ecclesiological and ecumenical point of view as from geographical perspective. I call the area of research of my interest by the term of geo-ecclesiology, that has a short tradition of use in French language. In my interpretation, geo-ecclesiology is a branch of ecclesiology that aims to theologically rethink the geographical reality of the Church, to reveal the theological and ecclesiological meaning of geographical objects and phenomena. Now let me briefly explain what the traditional geo-ecclesiological paradigm of the Church is, and what does the traditional territoriality mean. In short, traditional territoriality is a territorial organization of the Church based on the one well-known rule: one city, one bishop, one bishop in a city, or one exclusive jurisdiction in one territory. Unfortunately, there is not enough time to cover this issue, how exactly this somewhat idealized idea of classical territoriality, one bishop in a city, was formed and how is degraded during the Church history, and whether the principle one bishop, one city ever exists. But it was the Uniatism in the East which, in addition to the Protestantism in the West, led to the widespread system of church co-territoriality and to the formation of parallel churches. In the late 19th and early 20th century, co-territoriality became significantly more complicated due to migration processes and led to the emergence of diasporas. And as a result, Eastern Catholic and Orthodox communities emerged on the traditional Roman Catholic territories of Europe and America. Diaspora is a topic of the Father grammar. This is one of the 20th and thus in the 20th and 21st century, church co-territoriality de facto became a widespread phenomenon. Compliance with the rule one bishop in a city, which is still de jure recognized as relevant, became impossible even within one church or a group of churches in communion. For example, in Ukraine we have 4 parallel churches. In Lebanon there are about 10 parallel jurisdictions. The Patriarchate of Constantinople have several parallel jurisdictions in the United States. In France there are 3 parallel jurisdictions of Moscow Patriarchate. From the early 1990s, the term of canonical territory was promoted by Russian theologians in the context of so-called Uniat problems. The expansion of Moscow Patriarchate's canonical territory outside the Russia has become one of the additional tools of Russian foreign policy, including aggression against Ukraine. From the point of view of some Orthodox ecclesiologists based on Eucharistic ecclesiology, jurisdiction over canonical territory is exclusive to the extent then the acts of outsiders are interpreted not only as non-canonical, but also as devoid grace for sacramental reality. What is the principal problem concerning the Eastern Catholic churches and the territoriality of the church? They are predestined to exist on the territory of either Catholic or Orthodox churches. Another problem is that Eastern Catholic churches are parts of the Eastern churches, Orthodox and Oriental, for which the concept of autocephaly is very important. The Catholic Church has not the concept of autocephaly, so Eastern Catholic churches exist in the circumstances of the absence of this important ecclesial concept, which also has a territorial dimension. Father Thomas Nemec spoke this morning about it. From the geographical point of view, the church space has long functioned as a multi-dimensional space, imbued with co-territoriality, without clear boundaries between parishes, dioceses, and churches. When an ecclesiologist looks at the geographical space of the church, he sees, first of all, the church to which he belongs. In other words, the local or particular church is the church of his own denomination, and other parallel churches are guests or uninvited strangers. For example, what is the local church of Rome? Is she a diocese of Rome? What is the particular church of Italy? Is she a church governed by Italian Conference CEI? So it's an ecclesiological point, but when a geographer looks at the geographical space of the church, he sees the layers of different parallel churches. Let us imagine a geological cross-section with the layers of different geologic eras, Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic, and others. Or let us imagine the cake of different layers of pastry and creams. Therefore, from the point of view of geography, the modern territoriality of the church is represented by layers of parallel churches, like layers of geological rocks. And when a geographer who is an ecclesiologist looks at this space, geographical space of the church, he asks himself, what unites these parallel layers? And he begin to discover the various forms of ecclesial communion. In fact, the Eucharist, as it is currently perceived, draws boundaries between these layers. Sometimes the Eucharist even used to make deep geological faults in this, as in the case of the Moscow Patriarchate. However, there is also communion in baptism, ecclesial communion in testimony of the faith, in the preaching of the gospel. There is ecclesial communion in prayer, in the virtues of Christian life, in the practice of charity, in the synodality. Are not the Eastern Catholic in the Eucharistic communion with Rome, and at the same time in prayerful communion with the Orthodox East by using the common liturgical text. The problematic is situated in the broader context. What is the relation of the Church of Christ as a divine institution, as a body of Christ, the kingdom of God, the relation to the territory, to the created world? How does the divine nature of the Church and her earthly human structures relate? There are all issues for ecumenical. These are issues for the ecumenical dialogue. Let me sketch a few possible hypothetical answers. Some of these problems arose due to the overemphasis of the territorial factor by its interpretation as belonging to the constitutive nature of the Church. In this regard, it is appropriate to assume that the emphasis in ecclesiology should be shifted from understanding the territory as factor of constitutive importance for the canonical and ecclesiological principles to understanding the territory exclusively as the geographical space of the Church, a kind of space for the people of God, for the mission of the Church. The fundamental definition of the Church as a people of God was neglected in favor of territoriality. The actual statement, one bishop for a city, is a result of this geographical determinism. The city is, in this formula, is understood as a topographical phenomenon, not as a human geographical one. In fact, in one city, there can be many sub-cities with sub-ethnicities, sub-cultures. In turn, the dominance of the Eucharistic ecclesiology that does not allow us to see the Church, local or particular, as defined by the baptismal limits, not by Eucharistical limits. Of course, it cannot be denied that the fullness of this unity is manifested in the Eucharistic communion. But the baptismal ecclesiology, not yet developed, is a prerequisite for the Eucharistic ecclesiology. Therefore, the unity of baptism gives grounds to state the existence of multi-denominational church space and of ecumenical local church. This is not about finding arguments for fixing the system of church confessionalism. It's about theological rethinking a new geo-ecclesial phenomenon, the presence of many local churches in the same geographical space. When we say the local Church of Rome, we subconsciously mean the Diocese of Rome, remaining in the categories of Eucharistic hierarchical structural paradigm of the Church. But can we think in terms of local Church of Rome, which includes not only the Catholic Diocese of Rome, but also Ukrainian Exarchate, Orthodox bishoprics, and other denominations of Christians that practice forms of ecclesial communion despite of absence of universal Eucharistic communion. Does the geo-ecclesial concept of Church of Ukraine in polyconfessional dimensions has a theological meaning, or it's a purely sociological, historiographical, or geographical thought construct? I go to the communion, to the conclusions. I have touched a wide range of issues surrounding the problem of so-called co-territoriality, which is the reality of the Church of our time, but does not fit into the classical frameworks of ecclesiology. And because of this, it provokes many complications in the ecumenical dialogue. Speaking about the necessity of ecclesiological explanation of church territoriality, I'll risk being accused of scholastic speculative attempts to justify lunatism, which, a matter of fact, provokes the so-called territoriality everywhere. Nevertheless, the ratio between the nature of the structures of the Church, between the structure of the Church of Christ and its representation by the structures of particular church is relevant not only in the terms of co-territoriality. The territoriality of church has not been a subject of ecumenical theological dialogue at all, although the different views of the issues of territoriality were an ecumenical obstacles, as had already been mentioned. Therefore, I would like to propose to deepen the geo-ecclesiological problematics in the ecumenical dialogue, including the context of the Eastern Catholic Churches, rethinking ecumenical obstacles caused by imposing on the new territoriality the ideas that formed in the conditions of old territoriality can open new ecumenical horizons. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Father Ihor, for this stimulating reflection. It's interesting as you look at this whole issue of geo-mapping and this whole conceptualization of ecclesiology, and one of the things that immediately popped into my mind was even the very term diocese and eparchy itself were borrowed from Roman political structures. So I was wondering, what do you think about the political aspects that are involved here in sort of the structuring of the church even with these names themselves? Many people may be not aware of that, but and do you think that politics is a greater part in this, or how do you see that all fitting together?
Well, thank you. The church has ever been structured in according to the political divisions of the world, of the administrative divisions of the countries, and it was everything influenced of the social structures onto the church structures. But I think the problem is that the initiative forms of church structuring now is taken as ideal for the church structures in our time. So it's like new wine and old wine skins. Thank you.
Other questions from? Yes, Brian? Yes, I think we need the microphone if there's people that are listening from afar. I don't know where the microphones are.
Thank you, Father. Very interesting paper. I'm wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit more. How much do you think one can really distinguish a city from the identity of the church that took its elan from there. I mean, the papacy in the Middle Ages, when it was moved to Avignon, caused great stress in the Western Church because it was not clear that the Bishop of Rome could be somewhere for very long other than Rome. We have the 5 patriarchs of Antioch, none of whom live in Antioch, right? But all of whom are very attached, and their people, to that nomenclature and to the pedigree that represents, that the Christians were first called Christians in Antioch. So is there not something irreducible about this urban identity and origins of the church and the sense of being able to claim that? Even, of course, this came up in the coffee break, Kiev and Rus being the mother of Russia, but now Russia, the daughter, now claiming to be the mother, right? And so the sense of inheriting the mantle of that city. So I wonder how much traction these names and these identities have. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very, very complex question, but from the point of view of geography, the city is a complex phenomenon. There is a geographical or topographical city, but the city is like also a sociological phenomenon. Donc, city consists of different sub-city, different subcultures, and all these 5 patriarchs of Antioch, each of them is a patriarch of one lawyer of the city Antioch, and this lawyer can be displaced from the Antioch otherwhere. I mean that these structures of patriarchies was formed in one condition, in the condition when the territoriality where there are no co-territoriality, where there are no migrations and diasporas. Now we are in the different conditions, and the idea of community is not it's not geographical community. It is not touched to the concrete city, concrete territory. We can have a community otherwhere, and this community can have its own patriarch. So this rule, one bishop for a city, is replaced by another rule, one city for one bishop for one community. Which can be dispersed over there. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Just came to my mind an example. If the reunification between the Orthodox and the Catholics will be achieved in this life, what will happen in the Ukrainian Christianity? So should we apply where they share the same territory, the same culture, the same liturgy? Should we keep 2 bishops for, let's say, for the Greek Catholics and the Orthodox? So, or should we find 1 bishop for that territory of that community?
I think it's not real to keep only 1 bishop for the territory, but I think that we, in the ecumenical dialogue, we should create a new ecclesiological language in order to describe the situation, because the ecclesiological language we use it's not capable to describe this situation as a normal. We always utilize the terms of anomaly. So I don't know which project could be realized, but for the ecumenical dialogue, I think it's necessary to find a new language in order to describe this new reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, although I would like to continue the conversation as it's stimulating many different thoughts about the value of the theological reflections. I would like us to move forward to our next speaker, Reverend Professor Thomas Creamer, the chair of the Theology of the Christian East from the Faculty of Theology at the Catholic University of Eichstätt-Ingolstadt, where as well there is the Collegium Orientalium, which I'm very, very familiar with. And we look forward to hearing Professor Kramer's presentation. His work has entailed ecumenism in the diaspora Near East experience. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and I now need my, there's a presentation. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation. I've been invited to speak about ecumenical experiences in the Near East. Although I live in Germany, I hope to be able to present various aspects through numerous visits to different countries, which I'm now trying to analyze. I made the title now, The Tension Between Idealistic Endeavor, Self-Righteous Demarcation, and an Ecumenism of Blood, Case Studies on the Ecumenical Engagement of Eastern Catholic Churches in the Middle East. As we all know, in many places in the Middle East, the diversity of the various Eastern Catholic churches is present simultaneously, as are their Orthodox sister churches. They take part not only in the Middle East Council of Churches, but are naturally also in constant exchange in daily life. What is striking here, in my opinion, is that both the real-life interaction and official ecumenical statements vary greatly depending on the location and the denominations involved. As the title of the lecture suggests, the ecumenical relationship oscillates between idealistic endeavor, self-righteous demarcation, and an ecumenism of blood. In addition, the dimension of a common nation can also play a role in the ecumenical attitude, mostly, as I think, in a beneficial way. Since Eastern Catholic churches are represented in large numbers, or even in a majority in certain countries of the Middle East, especially in Lebanon, Iraq, and Israel, Palestine, they play an outstanding, by no means marginalized role in ecumenical dialogue and cooperation. And I now try to illustrate this reality in a series of examples. I start with idealistic endeavor and initiatives, the example of the Patriarch of Babylonia, when he still used this title. These idealistic initiatives include the Chaldean Patriarch's Louis Sacco idealistic attempt to restore the unity of the Church of the East. In 2015, the head of the Chaldean Catholic Church, Patriarch Sacco, made a remarkable statement. He demonstratively offered his resignation in order to pave the way for the reunification of the three denominations, the Assyrian Church of the East, the Ancient Church of the East, and the Chaldean Catholic Church. That means all churches that refer to the East Syriac tradition of Mesopotamia. Sacco proposed the ecclesiastical hierarchies of all three churches should be set to zero to allow for unification and the appointment of a new common patriarch. This proposal foresaw the unification into an ecclesiastically independent church, which would nevertheless be in communion with Rome. The patriarch based his proposal primarily on the common thread and the emigration of Christians in Iraq. The name of the new church should be simply Church of the East. The unity of the churches in Iraq, churches of long apostolic tradition but small and beaten by events, is our only salvation, the patriarch said. Sacco also announced that he had proposed a joint synod to the two wings of the Apostolic Church of the East to prepare for a unification. The serving patriarchs could then enable the election of a giant head by resigning. Sacco also said that the time was ripe to abandon nationalist positions and return to the Church of origin. Patriarch Adai II of the Old Assyrian Church of the East had also supported the unity endeavors of the Chaldean Patriarch and was probably prepared to make his mandate available for the election of a new patriarch. As far as recognition of the Pope in Rome is concerned, Patriarch Sarko refers to the joint Christological declaration signed in 1994 by Pope John Paul II and Catholicos Mardinka that the Assyrian Church of the East and the Catholic Church profess the same faith in Jesus Christ. It was also stated that the old Christological controversies were largely due to misunderstandings. The death of Catholicos Mardinka in March 2015 dealt a setback to Patriarch Sarko's call for reunification. In mid-July 2015, while the Patriarchate was still vacant, the Assyrian Church of the East rejected the proposal for unity with the Chaldeans because the relationship with Rome had not been clarified in their favor. The union talks were subsequently cancelled. Patriarch Maguvagis, who was elected in 2015, did not enter into further talks. It is obvious the role of the Pope is and remains the biggest obstacle to far-reaching agreements. Was the attempt therefore in vain? I don't think so. The temporary failure of this project has not discouraged Patriarch Sarko. In the end, it was seen by the others as a sign of willingness, and the mutual understanding is still very good. The Zogby initiative could easily be cited here as a second example, but this is the subject of another presentation. Secondly, self-righteous demarcation, a certain alienation between the churches of the Byzantine tradition. The fact that relations between the Melkite Greek Catholic Church and the Roman Orthodox Church of Antioch have been burdened by tensions for some time is something that particularly saddens me due to my personal relationship with the Melkites. The idea, the narrative of a Church of the Arabs was just as unable to overcome a certain competitive situation as the heroic, but in its reception completely ineffective Zogby initiative. As a result, mutual demarcation sometimes prevails, so that unfortunately a certain self-righteousness on both sides sometimes overweights the ecumenical impetus. The current discussions surrounding the issue of celebrating the 300 years anniversary of the events of 1724 are ecumenically relevant and topical. While, for example, I think the Ruthenians in Carpathia and some other Eastern Catholic churches have recently celebrated their union anniversaries with relative ease, the announcement of a Jubilee year by the Melkites was particularly badly received by the Roman Orthodox Church. Here, the quite justified fundamental question is posed in all clarity. What are we actually celebrating? Is it really a reason to celebrate, or should we commemorate the events of 1724 in a different way? On the other hand, the announcement of the Jubilee triggered a feeling on the Orthodox side of the need to get to the heart of the matter clearly and concisely, and at the same time to reaffirm the Roman Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch's commitment to ecumenical dialogue. What is the official position that Patriarch John presented 3 weeks ago during the opening of the International Symposium, The Orthodox Church of Antioch, from the 15th to the 18th century towards a proper understanding of history? Some extracts from the speech in which he starts with underlining the ecumenical endeavor of Patriarch Peter III in the 11th century, Peter III, who tried to prevent a schism between Rome and Constantinople. I cite from the speech. It would be desirable for our brothers today who refuse to resort to conciliarity and claims primacy of sees and their infallibility, hear the words of this patriarch: suppressing the conciliar sense is a sin. Conciliarity is the starting point for anyone who wants to maintain unity and who does not want to isolate and marginalize others. Despite the severe hardships and persecutions, the leaders of the Church of Antioch never lost sight of the fact that the only response to attempts at unity through coercion and material worldly temptations was total and complete devotion to the spirit of orthodox conciliarity. Hence Antioch's rejection of the Council of Ferrara-Florence. With the advent of the Ottomans and the first attempts at Western colonization in the East, Rome sent missionaries to us not to help persecuted Christians, but to entice them to join it, accompanied by promises of commercial and economic opportunities and political protections by the European powers, so those who became weak under such pressure joined it. Fraternally, I leave it to those who departed from us and joined the West in accordance with an agreement that allowed them to preserve their rituals and maintain their patriarchal system, to evaluate the results of their choice. We must, at the Antiochian level, break through the barriers of history, tear down the remaining walls of enmity, abandon emotional courtesies and superficial closeness, translate our love for one another into a sincere revelation, activate local theological dialogue, and deepen common historical research so that we can strengthen our true Antiochian identity through joint scientific works that contribute to the healing of our historical memory. This healing process began on this Balamant Hill 30 years ago, when uniatism as a method to unite with Rome was rejected. We were close to achieving a project of unity between us and the Roman Catholics, but the difference in the understanding of partnership, conciliarity, and the relationship with the churches outside the Antiochian scope prevented the realization of this project. Should we give up and abandon the dream of Antiochian unity? In conclusion, 300 years have passed since the unfortunate schism of 1724, which led to a rift in our Antiochian Orthodox Church, resulting in unfortunate and sad social, economic, and political repercussions. It is our hope that this conference in Balamant 3 weeks ago will add to the foundations we have put in place in order to restore unity and harmony between our church and the Roman Catholic Church, and that it will also promote the strengthening of fraternal ties between the 5 patriarchates which bear the name of Antioch, and stir the spirit of kinship among them, so that our witness to the Lord of glory may be one. End of my citation. What can be taken from this speech? I get the impression that the sense of injury caused by the events of 1724 dominates. If this is the case, it is not surprising that a Union Jubilee must seem like a scorn. As far as the matter is concerned, one will have to state an ecclesiology as expressed in particular by Vatican I ultimately proves to be a hurdle that seems insurmountable, whereas only complete conciliarity while maintaining the principle of autocephaly appears to be acceptable. In addition, the accusation of active proselytism is clearly put forward. I don't see that a way is being shown here to overcome this aporia. In the end, it remains a matter of demarcation despite the recognizable desire for unity in the Patriarchate of Antioch. My third point is ecumenism of blood, the case of Syriac Catholic, Syriac Orthodox relationships. Pope Francis made the powerful statement that the Christian vocation and the message of faith of the churches in the Middle East is that Christians today participate in the ecumenism of blood. In the Middle East, Christians of all churches are aware of the barbaric threat posed by widespread terrorist activity, and all churches have martyrs and confessors of faith. They all have to endure oppression and imprisonment. In terms of fraternal interaction, this has brought the churches closer together. Church leaders regularly join forces to call on those who hold political power to change their policies and promote peace in the Middle East, especially to help Christians to remain firmly rooted in their homelands. That what has impressed me very positively in recent years is the ecumenical closeness of the Syriac Catholic and Syriac Orthodox churches. In 2015, I had the opportunity to conduct an interview in Eichstätt with the Syriac Catholic Patriarch Ignatius Yusuf Yunan, who expressed himself like this, whereby we have to bear in mind the very recent ISIS attacks at that time. I cite the Patriarch, who said, "As far as our two churches of Syriac tradition are concerned, the Orthodox and the Catholic, I can say that we are in the best of contacts. We have never had a time of such true ecumenical contact between our churches. We, Orthodox and Catholics, consider ourselves as one Syriac church with an Orthodox and a Catholic branch. With the election of the new Syriac Orthodox Patriarch Ignatius Ephraim Karim, these contacts have intensified in terms of both quality and quantity. We meet often, talk to each other regularly, and advise each other on how we should respond to this appalling situation of our Syriac churches. We are also constantly thinking about how our churches can come even closer together than in the past, also in order to better coordinate the pastoral work of our two churches, both in the Middle East and in the diaspora. And when I asked him explicitly about the situation in the diaspora, for example in Germany, where so many Syriac Orthodox parishes exist, but only a few Syrian Catholics at the time, he said, "This also shows that the faithful are often ahead of us when it comes to the question of true ecumenism. Therefore, we do not prevent our believers in any way if they wish to live their Christian vocation in communion with the Syriac Orthodox Church, where we have no ecclesiastical structures. We are convinced that our separation has been purely nominal and has nothing to do with the substance of our Christian faith. We even go so far as to participate in the Eucharist together. I take no offense at all at receiving communion in a Syriac Orthodox Church to witness our unity in faith and the sacraments. I myself cannot share this position that one must first have realized full church communion in order to be able to share communion. If we are convinced that the one true Eucharist is celebrated in our two liturgies, why should we refrain from receiving communion in the same liturgy, in which the Eucharistic presence of the Lord is real? I have already practiced it myself, as have some bishops, certainly not only a few priests, and we have no problems with it. We are the only sister churches that share this conviction that there is nothing really substantial that separates us apart from the historical circumstances that unfortunately led to the separation when a part of the Orthodox reunited with the Holy See of Rome. We have come to the point of overcoming the past. We are not stuck in the past, but must look to the future as we are all faced with the challenge of survival. This demands our attention, and we prioritize this. End of citation. When the somewhat frightened editors of our diocese homepage asked whether this should really be published and whether the Patriarch would not have to fear that someone in Rome would cause him problems, he answered with full conviction that nothing of his statement should be taken away. Now, the assertion that there are no theological reasons for separation is an apodictic thesis that perhaps falls a little short in this form, and yet, in my opinion, here we recognize a courageous ecumenical statement within the context of an ecumenism of blood. My fourth point, I think I have to make it a little bit shorter. Nation as a unifying link in ecumenical relationships, the Armenian perspective. Let's take a short look at the unifying link that connects the Armenian nation across denominational boundaries. The Armenian Church is a prime example of how a church lives entirely from its historical experience and generates its own spirituality. All historical narratives are dominated by emphasizing we are the first Christian people. The historical memory of the Armenians is then essentially characterized by expulsion and persecution, namely as a people, whereby the persecution by no means begins in 1915, but nevertheless culminates in the Metz Yerern, the great crime of the Armenian genocide. In my opinion, the Armenians' historical experience and the associated awareness of being one people and one nation are so strong that the common bond of the nation even outweighs the later confessional division, so that today the national consciousness can include the widest sections of diaspora Armenians worldwide of different denominations. In this way, Armenian Apostolic, Armenian Catholic, and Armenian Protestants can be regarded as a unity to a certain extent. However, the element of nation, which John Meyendorff describes as the original sin of orthodoxy, forms in some ways a bridge in this case that is able to overcome confessional divisions. Perhaps it's sufficient to show only this picture. It shows that especially in the city of Aleppo, there's a really very close relationship between the Armenian Apostolic, the Armenian Catholic, and the Armenian Protestant community. I wanted to speak a little bit about Jerusalem ecumenism, only to say that the week of prayer for the unity of the Christians in Jerusalem is celebrated in a way that I will have one of my last conclusions. And so I present my conclusions. The question arises as to what fundamental perspectives this opens for the ecumenical role of the Eastern Catholic churches. What conclusions can I personally draw from the experiences described? I would like to formulate a few theses that may well stimulate a controversial discussion. We should be grateful for visions, even if they are unrealistic. They are an expression of goodwill and, as such, a moving force for ecumenical dialogue. We should be very carefully in celebrating union anniversaries. They revitalize negative aspects of an outdated uniatism, reinforce division, and are counterproductive for the ecumenical goal of reunifying the churches. Let us seek for other forms of remembrance. An unsurmountable aporia arises when the claim of perfect conciliarity while maintaining the principle of autocephaly clashes with an ecclesiology as formulated above all by Vatican I. In this case, unfortunately, the involved Eastern Catholic Church is nothing other than the image of what one does not want to become. We should discuss once again whether shared communion can only be an expression of complete unity or also a path to unity. Nation is not only close to original sin, but also an opportunity. We need a very differentiated view. And we should try to pray together as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kramer, for this wonderful tour. I was thinking of the many different churches of the Christian East as you were talking, and each of them have their own historical, national issues, as you were saying here, and identities and whatnot that are kept in mind as we're looking there. I'm intrigued by the last point, actually, that you have on your conclusion, and where and how do you've mentioned about, the ecclesiology. So how do you see prayer working in this ability to be proponents of that dialogue?
I skipped what I wanted to say about Jerusalem. And I made myself the experience when I studied in Jerusalem that it was very impressive to see all these different Christian denominations praying together in the different churches, and this overcomes all the other obstacles which we have if we do not share a common prayer. And so I'm really convinced, if it is possible, it's not necessary to start with the Eucharist, because there are so many problems arising, but praying the Vespers or some other prayer together, it's really very helpful to reduce all these human barriers which we have in us, or which we bear in us, or many of us bear in us, and then the ecumenical process is much easier. So I'm very convinced that it's necessary. Yeah.
We have some time for some questions from
Yes, I
members
have
of
a
our
question.
audience. Yes. Go ahead, Father Dutsko.
I want to ask you about what you mentioned as the ecumenism of blood. In 1980, Cardinal Joseph Slipy, the head of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, spoke about the ecumenism of martyrs, that when he was in prison and in deportation, the Catholics, Orthodox, and Protestants, they got together and started to pray. And they prayed together. Interestingly, Pope John Paul II, when he visited Ukraine in 2001, he also spoke of the ecumenism of martyrs. The problem is that when we left the underground, when we left the catacombs, then the divisions were reborn again. And even Rome told us, no, you can't celebrate, you can't receive the Eucharist together with the, you can't celebrate together with the Orthodox. So I don't, is this ecumenism of blood, which you presented in the Near East, the same thing as what Cardinal Slipy and John Paul II mentioned as the ecumenism of martyrs? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think in substance it's almost the same thing, because the situation in Iraq perhaps in 2015 was really a situation of it was a very dangerous situation with ISIS. But I also see a difference, because the Syriac Catholic and the Syriac Orthodox Church are now continuing to take part in in the liturgies and to cooperate in a way which seems not to be possible in Ukraine. So although they are not now everywhere in a situation of persecution, that's not true, but they nevertheless continue to do many things together, which is, from my opinion, not possible in Ukraine. I don't know if there are official reactions from Rome, but they continue, and in Ukraine it was not continued after the end of the underground.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for all your examples, which I can understand very well. Just a question regarding the connection Syrian Catholic and Syrian Orthodox. We have in 1984 the Christological declaration between Pope John Paul II and Zacharias, and it is the most going forward declaration which the Catholic Church has with any other church, and it is saying that in cases of necessity, no, I'm not sure, that believers faithful of one church can ask a priest of the other church the sacraments of confession, of Eucharist, and sickness, ointness. So I wonder whether the patriarch, the Syrian Catholic patriarch, has that in mind, or whether he sees that as a specific way of the Antioch Church. Of course, I would like also to mention that the Syrian Orthodox Church is feeling close to the Catholic Church. Zacharias also said several times, what can we do more than we have done? What is still, when is unity coming? So what can we do more? So just the question whether there was this common statement of 1984 is in the horizon.
Yes, I think this statement is also in the horizon, but not very often cited. It's the atmosphere of this statement, which is realized in the common ecclesiastical life of both Syriac Catholic and Syriac Orthodox churches. I think it's not possible that Patriarch Yunan has only these very, very seldom cases in his mind that somebody has no opportunity at all to come to a priest of his own church, but that he supports also these situations that Syriac Catholics and Syriac Orthodox come together and even celebrating feasts together in a way that they interpret these. It's like a restriction that it's only allowed in special urgencies, that they interpret these texts in a very, very, very open mind, and also for normal situations where everyone had the possibility to go to his own church. So I think he supports really intercommunion and inter-celebration of both churches.
Thank you very much for this enlightening talk, and I look forward to continuing that conversation after, but now we have our next speaker awaiting us, Very Reverend Professor Yuri Piavakomov. He's the Associate Professor of History of Christianity. He works in the Department of Theology at the University of Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana, in the United States. He's a historian of Christianity, including a broad specialization in later medieval and early modern periods, has written a lot about the history and theological ideas in Rus, and he combines insightful access to scholasticism, focusing as well on ecclesiology. His paper today is entitled Eastern Catholic Churches and the Henotic Unionist Tradition Towards Understanding the Confessionalization Process in the Christian East. Welcome, Yuri.
Thank you very much, Father Mark. Ideas that I present here have been outlined in a book chapter forthcoming in print, and I will be able to provide only an incomplete summary of that chapter, just a few highlights. My goal is to briefly discuss two historiographic concepts and topics that, in my view, can promote ecclesiological discussion. So I'm attempting to bridge historiography and ecclesiology. The first one of these concepts is confessionalization, Konfessionalisierung. I understand that confessionalization has been addressed already at this conference in at least one of the papers. I had a chance to familiarize myself with Monsignor McPartland's abstract. The second concept is the unionist, or henotic to use the Greek word, tradition, meaning those ecclesiastical figures and intellectuals of the Christian East who advocated for union of Eastern churches with Rome, from the late Byzantine period to the 17th century. I would like to share a few thoughts concerning the role these two concepts and topics could play in our attempts to understand Eastern Catholic Christianity ecclesiologically and to promote Eastern Catholic theological discourse in dialogue with Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic theology. Let me start. It has become almost a commonplace in historiographic discourse to define Eastern Catholic churches as communities with a dual identity, meaning that Eastern Catholics identify themselves as belonging both to the Catholic Church and to Eastern Christianity. The same idea finds a simplified expression in the popular opinion that the Uniate Church is a sort of a fusion or a mix of Western Catholicism with Eastern Orthodoxy. The thesis about the dual identity of the Uniates makes sense exclusively within the picture of world Christianity that is imagined as a world consisting of confessions or denominations. The Catholic and the Orthodox confessions appear in the eyes of contemporary Christians as two impenetrable blocks, Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, which mutually exclude each other while existing in the public sphere alongside each other. Precisely this picture of the Christian world serves as the foundation of the idea of the dual or hybrid character of Eastern Catholic identity, causing so many predicaments for the average Eastern Catholic. When and how did this contemporary confessional denominational world arise? For neither the early church nor the medieval period knew an established system of confessional divisions within Christianity. Today, historians agree that the system of confessions emerged as a result of the 16th century Protestant Reformation and the ensuing religious divisions within the European Christian world. It is in Germany, the cradle of the Lutheran Reformation, that the question about the origins of the modern confessions has been particularly intensely debated, at least since the late 1950s, in connection with the study of the Reformation period. Ernst Walter Zeden, a German historian who converted from Protestantism to the Roman Catholic Church in his youth, in a pioneering article published in 1958, introduced the concept of confession building, Konfessionsbildung, as a prospective topic for historical research. Two German scholars of the next generation, Wolfgang Reinhardt and Heinz Schilling, the former coming from the Catholic, the latter from the Protestant context, have moved focus from church to society and introduced the concept of confessionalization, Konfessionalisierung, denoting by this word a complex process of growing divergence between religious communities that was promoted by methods of what they called social disciplining, which involved church, state, society, and culture. Confessionalization is regarded by Reinhardt and Schilling as one of the driving forces of modernization. The confessional age and confessionalization concepts have proven to be productive tools beyond just the study of the Reformation era
Germany. A number of historians have extended the geography of confessionalization into other countries and even continents, up to China and India. The chronology of confessionalization has been also extended into the later period. In the early 2000s, the concept of the second confessional age and second confessionalization were suggested by Olaf Blaschke for the religious developments that took place in the long 19th century. This leads me to the question, can the paradigm be applied to Eastern Christianity? Does it have heuristic value with respect to Eastern Orthodox and Eastern Catholic ecclesial communities? There has been already some discussion of this in research with different opinions in favor and against, but I think that the actual potential of this concept for the study of Eastern Christianity remains insufficiently recognized. My purpose here is to invite church historians and historical theologians, particularly those who grapple with the identity questions of Byzantine Rite Catholic Christianity in its relation to the Orthodox churches, to take a closer look at the confessionalization thesis and to reconsider it not only as an interesting sociological paradigm, but as a concept with ecclesiological implications. Continuity and change. These concepts determine the work of a historian as well as the way an average person positions her or himself on the historical axis. Both ecclesiological theory and taken for granted common ecclesial knowledge tend to underscore continuity with respect to one's own ecclesial community. This is particularly true for the Roman Catholic and for Eastern Orthodox churches. Roman Catholics and the Orthodox are convinced that their churches existed, in the eyes of many of them, without interruption, at least since the time of the apostles. To be sure, both the Orthodox and the Catholic communities and their theologians can produce some excellent arguments in support of the continuity of the Christian faith in its various forms since the apostolic times until this day. But can they prove 2,000 years of existence of that ritual, devotional, legal, bureaucratic, educational, doctrinal, cultural system which constitutes the backbone of their respective communities in their contemporary, modern form? Can they prove that their sense of belonging, their image of oneself and the other, their definition of members and non-members, their treatment of allies and adversaries, their commonly accepted picture of the global ecclesial world have continued since Pentecost, or since Emperor Constantine, or even since 1054, if we take for granted this widely misunderstood textbook date, until our day? Such essentially was the question which the German authors of the confessionalization thesis raised in the course of their study of 16th and 17th century Christianity. Their answer to this question was no. And precisely here lies the gist and the heuristic value of the confessionalization paradigm. Special credit should go to Ernst Walter Zieden and Wolfgang Reinhardt, both of them Roman Catholic scholars, for their courage in pronouncing this no, not only in respect to Protestant Christianity, but in relation to the Roman Catholic Church too. The same logic can and should be applied to relations between Western Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. The idea of orthodoxy as it is imagined today by Greeks, Serbians, Romanians, Bulgarians, Ukrainians, Russians, etc., and as it is described in numerous Orthodox catechetical accounts and popular introductions to Eastern Orthodoxy, presents itself as an inevitable totality counting 2 millennia of history. Upon closer inspection, however, it turns out to be an astonishingly late product, the result of a confessionalization process. Like with the Western confessionalization, we can distinguish between the first and the second confessional age, the first one dating back to the 17th and early 18th century, the second one occupying the long 19th century, that is the period between 1792 and 1914. That said, there is a certain asymmetry between Western Christianity and the Christian East in this regard. The process of confessionalization in the East, catalyzed by interaction with Western confessions, began later and lasted longer than it did in the West, so that we should actually speak of confessionalization lag in Eastern Christianity. Among the milestones of the first confessional age are the publication of the Orthodox Confessiones by Patriarch Cyril Lucaris, 1629, and Dositheos of Jerusalem, 1672, relatively late documents if seen from Western perspective, and they by no means made the confessionalization process complete. But even before these documents of confessional consolidation and propaganda appeared in the Greek area, confessionalization made its way into the Byzantine Rite communities in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It is precisely here that the Uniates, future Eastern Catholics, enter the stage. The movement towards union with the Roman Church counted at least 3 centuries of history prior to the inception of the confessional age. The theological tradition, which can be called Henotic or Unionist, experienced a revival in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the late 16th century. Regrettably, I cannot devote more time to speak about the Henotic tradition. If I may, to refer to my article published in the volumes of the Stuttgart Orthodox Eastern Catholic Conference of 2019 on that. For our topic, it is crucial that by 1596 there existed a notable asymmetry between the post-Tridentine Roman Catholic Church that was headed full speed towards confessionalization on the one hand, and the Kievan Byzantine Rite community still untouched by confessionalization on the other. The Ukrainian bishops did not understand the step towards union as a change of confession. It was not their goal to become Catholics instead of being Orthodox, for an obvious and simple reason. Eastern Christianity knew no Eastern Orthodox confession at that point. It was this confessional asymmetry between Rome and the Ukrainians which doomed the original intention of the Union's protagonists to failure. A pre-confessional, open-ended and undisciplined sense of the Church on the Kievan side was confronted by the up-to-date, modern methods of confessional disciplining on part of the papal curia. Rome's handling of the Greek religion in many aspects resembled its approach to the new Protestant confessions. No mixture or confusion was permitted, and every Catholic Christian had to be educated and disciplined in the Catholic faith with the assistance of the respective Catholic state power. This encounter of pre-confessional Eastern Christianity with the newly reformed post-Tridentine Catholicism inevitably had to trigger confessionalization processes in the Christian East, which became particularly evident in 1620, when Patriarch Theophanes of Jerusalem consecrated a parallel, non-united hierarchy that split the Ruthenians into 2 rival Byzantine Rite communities, the Uniate and the non-Uniate, Uniti and Disuniti. I'm slowly approaching my conclusion. Let me continue with a quotation. Quote, "After 5 centuries, the age of confessionalization has ended once and for all." Quote end. Concurring with these words of Paolo Prodi to some degree, in the sense that confessionalism has indeed dramatically receded since at least 1960s in the relations between traditional Protestant confessions and the Roman Catholic Church, I do not think I can agree with the categorically global tenor of Paolo Prodi's statement. I'm not so certain about this once and for all, even in regard to Western denominations. And it is definitely not the case in the area of Eastern Orthodoxy. Quite the opposite is manifest before our eyes in the drastic increase of confessionalism in some Orthodox churches. I'm thinking in particular of the Russian Orthodox Church. Cannot go further into more detail on this, regrettably. In the academic world, Orthodox neo-confessionalism has found strong support in neo-patristic theology, the predominant Orthodox intellectual movement of the second half of the 20th century, which remains highly influential up to this day. It was neo-patristic theology which constructed, if you like, Eastern Orthodoxy as the contemporary Christian world knows it. Practically all the main ideas that an interested Christian in the West can acquire today about Eastern Orthodoxy come from the pen of neo-patristic theologians and from authors who are heavily influenced by them or popularize their ideas. Let us make no mistake, and I hope my point will be correctly understood. Neo-patristic theologians, from George Florovsky to John Meyendorff, made a truly outstanding contributions to the study of Greek patristics and the later Byzantine legacy, and their works still deserve to be read and admired. However, the neo-patristic school also tendentiously presented Eastern Orthodoxy as radically different from Western Christianity, and in many cases as being incompatible with it. Particularly with George Florovsky, we see it clearly. As functioning within the Byzantine tradition itself, neo-patristic authors introduced a normativity which was, despite its historiographic framework, ultimately ahistorical. By rejecting those parts of the Byzantine religious heritage that they considered inauthentic and heterodox, neo-patristic theologians tended to overlook the rich diversity of Eastern Christian thought. What is problematic here is not the distinction between orthodoxy and heterodoxy itself, a distinction that is natural for theology, but the obsessive hunt after Western influences in Byzantine and post-Byzantine religious culture, influences that are labeled pseudomorphic, to use Florovsky's expression, by the sheer fact of being Western, Westernizing, Latinizing, and so on. Thus, not religious truth, but cultural provenience becomes the ultimate criterion. Byzantinism, understood as adherence to some ideal Byzantine patristics and identified primarily with the theology of Gregory Palamas, has become one of the central determining aspects of neo-patristic normativity. Granted, no serious scholar today would deny that Gregory Palamas belongs in the number of the greatest later Byzantine theologians. But the neo-patristic fixation on Palamas and Palamism has also a problematic side. All non-Palamist elements in the Byzantine theological legacy have been excluded by the neo-patristic authors from the privilege of being recognized as truly Byzantine. For our topic, it is of particular importance that this pro-Palamist confessional discipline affected our contemporary theological understanding, or rather misunderstanding, of the Henotic unionist movement in Byzantine and post-Byzantine theology. That movement, which resisted anti-Latinism and aspired reconciliation and union with the Roman Church. Think of John Beckos, Demetrios Kydonis, Cardinal Bessarion, etc. This movement was ignored or declared anti-Byzantine, not authentically Byzantine by the neo-patristic school. I conclude with 3 points. First, the discussion of the confessionalization process inevitably leads to the conclusion that confessional terms, not only Catholicism, but Orthodoxy too, are inapplicable for the pre-confessional age. That is, for the period prior to the 16th century in the West, and I would say the 19th century in the East. I can't go further into that, into argumentation in favor of that, regrettably. Second conclusion concerns Eastern Catholic identity. My thesis here is intentionally provocative. I think that contrary to the generally accepted narrative, the united Christians of the Greek Rite in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, or Uniates, possess historical priority over the confessional Orthodox. The Uniates did not split from the Orthodox Church to become Catholics, as the popular opinion goes. The united emerged first, the disunited, or pious or orthodox, the terms that were used at that time interchangeably. Pious actually was more popular than orthodox, appeared in response. As an officially recognized body, the pious or Orthodox Christians came into being no earlier than the establishment of the competing non-uniate hierarchy in 1620. This insight helps us understand the intricacies and vicissitudes of the uniate predicament. The uniates made their leap into confessionality directly from a pre-confessional, undisciplined ecclesial existence, and these origins can explain the traces of pre-confessionality which Eastern Catholic churches retain until our day, and which make their existence in a confessionalized world so slippery at times. My third and final concluding thought is about the significance of the confessionalization concept for ecclesiological theory and ecclesiastical practice. Confessionalization should by no means be seen as in an exclusively negative light, of course. Its role in the modernization processes in church and society in the Christian East deserves a well-balanced historical exploration devoid of hasty value judgments. It is clear, however, that any revival of confessionalism as an ecclesiastical political program for our day would be disastrous. In many cases, confessional paradigms penetrate to the very core of modern theological thinking, often almost unrecognizably for theologians themselves, who seem to breathe the air of confessionalism without noticing it. Both identifying the confessionalist component in contemporary ecclesiastical theory and practice and deconstructing it becomes an indispensable task for theologians today. Eastern Catholics, with their unique historical experience, can contribute much on the road towards a Christian world beyond confessionalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yuri, for that powerful presentation and very comprehensive and very thought-provoking in the way you've been able to pull various concepts together as we're looking at this. I'll take my prerogative and ask you the first question on your second summary point. You were talking about 1620 as being this moment of confessionalization of those that were in opposition to those who were in union. Can you just elaborate on that? How did that function, and what were the things that you can point to establish that movement within that group?
Well, thank you for this question. I think the very fact of the division of the emergence of two parallel hierarchies, the one that existed previously and which in its main part got itself united with Rome since 1595-96 on the one hand, and that hierarchy, those bishops who were consecrated by Patriarch Theophanes, who visited the area at that time. The very fact of this, of the emergence of two hierarchies rivaling for the same dioceses, the same sees, was a powerful fact that led to something that we can call confessionalization. And of course, that led also to further ideologizing and theologizing as a legitimation for each of these two hierarchies, directed against each other. So the process is in fact similar to what happened in the West previously, with the emergence of the Reformation churches. Therefore, I see that this year is, in a sense, was a milestone. Although I still think that it was the process was not yet complete, and my actual thesis that regrettably I was not able to present sufficiently here is that we should speak of Eastern Christianity in its truly confessionalized age only starting from mid-19th century. And there are good arguments in favor of that. But 1620 is, of course, a milestone, an important milestone.
Sure. I'm totally fascinated by this, but I don't want to steal the microphone, so anybody in the audience that would like to ask a question?
Thank you, Father Yuri, for your fascinating presentation. Inspired by the work of Hermann Sieben, all of his work on the ecumenical councils and debates over the lists of the councils and so on, I started a little, adventure of my own and tried to find Ruthenian evidence of debates over the councils, and I found lots of ambiguity, maybe, as I might expect. And so you have, for instance, Hypatie Potier signing off on the Tridentine Declaration while he's in Rome, and then he writes to somebody right afterward talking about the 7 ecumenical councils. And then you have liturgical materials after Zamość talking about both Florence and Trent as the ecumenical councils, and so on. Is this and maybe other ambiguities, are these concrete ways in which the Eastern Catholic churches, and of course here the Chaldeans have a completely different and also interesting story, are these ambiguities maybe gifts that the Eastern Catholics can bring to overly confessionalized Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox settings?
Yeah, I perhaps can only say I fully agree with the points that you made. Regrettably, I was not able to see from whom these comments came. I don't see it on my screen. I'm sorry, but I can only concur. Yeah, and I think that exactly this position, which is, which is of course a difficult, not an easy position between the fronts, so to say, or caught in the crossfire, which can play a positive role, a challenging, but still a positive role in this. Yeah, so if this answers your question, at least, as a brief reaction to that.
Thank you very much, and if you can introduce yourself as you ask your question.
Igor Shaban, Ukraine, Greek Catholic Church. Thank you for your speech, Professor. About confessionalism, as I understood well, the Catholic Church taking consideration about universal church, and the Orthodoxy making accent more on a local church, on a local nation in a positive way. And we have Eastern Catholic Church, let's say Greek Catholics or Romanian Greek Catholics or Ukrainian or others. And as a Catholic Church, we are more close to universal thoughts about church, but from the Eastern point of view, we also want to belong to our nation and want to be close to our nation, and we sometimes we want belongs to only one nation. What do you think, in your opinion, you studied this, in the very close future, in which way, in which direction this thought will be moving?
I'm very sorry. I'm not sure I got the point of the question. There was some disturbance. I was not able quite well to hear it. I'm very, very sorry.
He will ask it again.
Українською. The Catholic point of view of the Church as universal one. So all the nations belongs to the Catholic Church. And from the other hand, in Orthodoxy, mostly they belong to some national, local churches. You hear me?
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
And the Eastern Catholics, they belong to Catholics' universal paradigm, but also they have a national, local understanding of the Church. What do you think in the close future, how it will be growing up? I mean, in which direction it will be moved? More to universal understanding of the Church or more to a local one? And what is better?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Now I got it. This is a great question, and of course, a question that is worth a few volumes at least to be able to discuss and answer this, to discuss the problem. I think the basic principle, as I see it at least, is that the very tension between these two principles can be fruitful. And let it continue. Let the tension continue. It would be problematic if one of these two aspects, one of these two sides would take overhand, so to say, in that. The tension should continue. But I also think that Eastern Catholic churches could contribute to a reform of the Roman Catholic Church considerably, in the context of contemporary discussions of further ways, further development of the Roman Catholic Church, by insisting on their own vision of church unity. There are so many questions, canonical, legal questions, that remain actually unresolved still within the framework of the Roman Catholic canonical system. And I think we should have the courage to raise these these questions. And this had certainly had some connection to national perspectives. That we bring our own contributions to the world Catholic Church from national perspectives also. Yeah, just a few thoughts on that.
Thank you, and we have another question now.
Father Yuri, it's Paul McPartlin, and thank you very much indeed. I was completely fascinated by your presentation. I mentioned confessionalization myself in my paper this morning, and it's something I've been thinking about a lot. And Florovsky's position, of course, in vis-a-vis confessionalization is quite fascinating. There's two. I would love to discuss this at length with you, but there's two maybe particular points I would just like to ask your opinion on, if I may. One is this idea of pseudomorphism, because when Florovsky talks about the pseudomorphism of Orthodox theology in the 17th and 18th centuries, My understanding, and I'm very interested to hear your thought on this, is my first point, is that he is not necessarily talking purely about a Western influence per se, but actually about the scholastic influence. Because I think I'm right in saying that he also says that there was also at that time, or rather in the second millennium, because scholasticism got into the East later than it got into the West, that scholasticism almost brought a pseudomorphism into the West as well, kind of producing a sort of distortion of a patristic understanding, so that in a sense, both East and West suffered a scholastic pseudomorphism. And I would be very interested in your thoughts on that. But if I may just quickly pop a second question, it relates to the idea of Hellenization. And I know this is a huge and controversial question, but I find a certain ambivalence in Florovsky, because Zizioulas says that he would fully, and of course he's a disciple of Florovsky, he would say that he would agree with Florovsky that the authentic Catholicity of the Church must embrace both the East and the West. But then, so, you have that kind of two lungs idea almost in a patristic sense. But then there are times also when Florovsky seems to be almost excluding the West and going for a purely Eastern patristic tradition. And this can be quite puzzling. And I wonder if there is perhaps an answer via the idea of Hellenization, because Florovsky is very much in favor of the Hellenization, regards it as providential, that the Christian gospel went into the Hellenistic world at a very early stage, and thinks that that was decisive for the formation of early Christianity. And I wonder if it all depends on how you interpret Hellenization. In other words, that on the face of it could seem like he is discounting Western Christianity and even the Western patristic tradition, because Hellenization must be Greek, must be East, mustn't it? But on the other hand, I'm recalling also that, unless I'm mistaken, Joseph Ratzinger is very convinced that it was indeed providential, not only for the East but also for the West, for Christianity as a whole, that there was a process of Hellenization in the very early generations of the church, and almost sees that Hellenization of the early centuries of the church as being as providential as the fact that the Old Testament revelation took place within a Hebrew milieu. And, just as we don't kind of object or find problematic the fact that the Old Testament was thoroughly in a Hebrew milieu, so we shouldn't find problematic the idea that the early Christian centuries were flourished and Christian thought developed within a Hellenistic milieu, because that is something that not just the East, but also the West has benefited from. And so my second question, therefore, is just, what would you say about Hellenization? And I know that's a monster question, but I wonder if you would just like to share a thought or two. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you very, very much for these profound, really profound, deep questions. Of course, what I can do just to provide a kind of very, very brief first thoughts on that, at least some reaction to that, some attempt at a reply. First, concerning the first point about scholasticism, I certainly concur, agree with you in your interpretation of Florovsky's attitude towards scholasticism as maybe even the main problem, yeah, or at least one of the main problems, and seemingly, yeah, of course. The thesis could go, yeah, the point, Florovsky's point could mean that scholasticism spoiled, so to say, also the West, yeah, equally like it corrupted or spoiled the East. However, I just think that the fact that Augustine becomes, suspected again and again in the writings of generally, I would say generally in the neo-patristic school, it is suspect of, if not of heresy, but at least of some, tendencies, problematic tendencies, half heretical or whatever. This shows that scholasticism is not the only factor, is seen as not the only factor here. This is just my thought concerning this, and in any way, even if we focus on scholasticism or even exclusively on scholasticism, it's still the fact it is still seen as a fact that scholasticism comes from the West for Florovsky, which, by the way, in my view, and I think that many scholars today would agree with it, actually is not the phenomenon exclusively of the West, and that the Byzantine tradition sort of has its own form of what might be called scholasticism, or some scholastic forms of reasoning. Of course, the Paradebeispiel, as Germans say, would be Maximus the Confessor here, because some Orthodox theologians even call it a sort of early scholasticism. Although I think the term would not be quite appropriate if we think of early scholasticism in terms of the Western tradition. So yeah, this is just a few thoughts on that. And concerning the second question, second point, let me also bring into conversation, along with Hellenization, which is of course a huge topic. I don't think I would be able to produce anything reasonable on that at the moment. But there is another term, Byzantinization, yeah, or Byzantinism, which is used by Florovsky, if we speak about Florovsky in particular. And I think it is important that he begins his book on Russian theology, the ways of Russian theology, with the chapter "The Crisis of Russian Byzantinism." So for him, it becomes clear that for him, Byzantinism is a model, the ideal, and this is, of course, has a clear connection and embeddedness in a cultural and specific cultural and even national or even ethnic tradition, if you like. So those are just a few thoughts on that. Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you so much, Yuri, and thank you to our panelists. As we've come to the end of the day, although I think that there's much eagerness for more conversation, and that's always the difficulty with these types of gatherings, to really have time to discuss, where I find so fruitful. We're beginning tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp.